you can just. Oh, okay.
One minute. Good morning. I'd like to call this monthly work session to order. Today is May 10, 2022, and we'll get started now with an ESC update. Could our director, Sonia Figueroa Alberts, please come forward, and any other wonderful staff, and I see we have a lot of people in the room. Welcome all. I guess this is Tammy's last meeting. Sad about that, Tammy. You've still got time to change your mind. I've talked to a lot of people in Polk County, and they're all excited to have you coming on board, but we're going to be disappointed to lose you. Best of luck to you.
So good morning, everyone. Thank you for allowing us this opportunity. Today is a celebration of a lot of hard work, but mostly because it has provided us opportunities to improve our practices. In completing the work that has been very intentional in the areas of instruction, procedures, and bringing clarity and understanding to our parents and family in terms of what resources are available and how we can guide the journey of education for your most significant cognitively disabled students. This morning, I have some of our lead team members that have worked with our school-based team, and we're just going to give you a brief summary. We already just recently received a letter from the commissioners, so that's a celebration for us as a district that we continue improving our practices. So good morning, team. The first, these were the corrective action conditions by which our team has worked very diligent with our school-based teams and improving our practices, and you're going to just read a summary. I already sent you also our virtual file that we upload every month to the Department of Education, and together, in collaboration, we have improved all our practices. Tara?
Good morning. Last year, a team of district stakeholders collaborated to develop our vision, mission, and belief statements specific to a multi-tiered system of supports, or MTSS. This year, we have worked hard to embed these beliefs into our vision and the mission into all of our work to ensure it was at the forefront of our professional learning. Much of the work we have accomplished in Condition 1A will sound familiar to you, as it has also been incorporated into our strategic goal number 1, which states that we will maximize learning for all through a multi-tiered system of supports. The vision and mission for MTSS is also closely aligned to the work within our strategic goal number 2, which ensures that we foster a supportive, healthy learning environment for all of our students. This year, we have met all MTSS commitments outlined in Condition 1A and aligned all of the work to strategic goals number 1 and number 2.
Yeah, good morning. Staff members at the selected schools are required to complete 6 courses for Condition 1B that will allow for the completion of the 20 hours. Currently, 98% of participants have completed at least 1 course, and 13% have completed all of the courses. Focused on the instruction of students with the most significant cognitive disabilities, and completion is expected by September of 22 by all participants.
Good morning. So through research and collaboration with our it's on. Okay. Through research and collaboration with stakeholders across the district, the drafted manual of procedures for students on access points was developed based on Rule 6A-9043. The Florida Department of Education has continued to be a part of our stakeholder group, providing ongoing review and guidance in the process. The final draft was submitted in April to the Florida Department of Education and the PSRTI team at the University of South Florida. Once the manual is approved, we will be disseminating a training plan for its implementation. Along with the creation and development of the manual, we also developed training with our ESE through our ESE team, and this has had some very positive outcomes for staff and for families. And so one of the trainings we did with staff was for our ESE liaisons, and this consisted of small group trainings throughout the year where we were able to provide clarity and directly align curriculum for students on modified instruction for the teams. And then to Condition 3, this is our quarterly reports, and this involves looking at data in multiple areas, but we were using resources provided by the Florida Department of Education along with some customized tools that we created here in the district. And both at the school-based level and at the district level, we were monitoring and verifying data for students that were on access points to assure that they continue to meet criteria for access points instruction. In addition, we monitored data related to professional development, looking at feedback and the courses that staff were taking to look at future planning needs. We were also monitoring data related to least restrictive and placement and looking at allocations to support students across the district in different settings. The next area we looked at was our post-secondary opportunities for students. So at the high school, this involved looking at connecting families with agencies and then also informing them about our deferral process. So we have opportunities for students to continue after they met their graduation requirements to continue working on job skills. So we are expanding our structured work study program this next year, which will be the enterprise program, to have opportunities in South County, Mid-County, and North County, as well as Oak Park, for our students to develop those skills in the community. We also piloted this year the Culinary Arts to Careers program at Suncoast Technical College, which was very successful for our high school age students on Access Points. So we're going to expand that. It will also be offered to our students on deferral, so they'll have the opportunity to gain skills in the hospitality industry and work towards certifications. And so Tammy's going to talk about the last part.
The Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965, as amended by Every Student Succeeds Act, which we know as ESSA, actually limits the percentage of students that a state may assess using FSAA, which we now know as Access Points Alternative Achievement Standards, to no more than 1% of all assessed students in that grade. So as far as our data, our data for ELA is 1.0 for 2021. And the state average is 1.4. Math is 1.2, and state average is 1.5. And science is 0.7, and state average is 1.6. So we have lower percentages in ELA, math, and science compared to the state, and there's been a decrease from 18-19 to 2021 in ELA and science. Math has gone from 1.1 to 1.2, and the only reason for that is because of the cycle in which the students take the math assessment in this district. As far as the slight increase in the math is, like I said, due to the scheduling. Thank you very much. Oh, I do have one more thing, I'm sorry. The processes and procedures that are in place, the alignment with the state statute, as far as appropriate academic decisions that we make, the FSA assurances that we actually put in place. I wanted to make sure that I mentioned that. We got the documentation yesterday from DOE. We currently have 357 students taking FSAA or scheduled to take the FSAA. We had 0 missing parent consent forms. We had 0 missing access courses. That means that there's alignment to the assessment and the coursework that's being done. And then we also did not have any students that were placed incorrectly as far as identification. So the only students that are identified are students who are IND, ASD, OHI, TBI. And so we have done a great job in that area, and we also have 159 students who are levels 254 and 255 that we'll be looking at very closely. Thank you.
In addition to that, for all our stakeholders at the school-based teams, we created my SCS, a tile, is the ESC tile. So all the information in terms of clarity, procedures, guidance is housed on my SCS tile. We also have a Blackboard course that every single program specialist, which is part within our ESC department, loads a course and guides all the stakeholders at the school-based teams in terms of supports. One of the improvements within our district is that we also have allowed an ESC AP as part of the oversight and continuation of supports for the school-based teams.
Yes, ma'am. And I'll continue the Condition 3 area. So based on feedback, we continue to create professional development opportunities, and this professional learning provides ongoing guidance to school-based practitioners, like Sonia was saying, the ESC APs and the liaisons. In addition, just as Sonia mentioned, pertinent information is located in my SCS ESC tile. As listed there, we have provided training in Lead and Learn. Lead and Learn is a program for designated school-based administrators to build knowledge and skills to support collaboration between parents and school staff while also avoiding misunderstandings, distrust, and anxiety that can lead to special education legal disputes. 100% of our ESC liaisons also have attended the facilitated IEP trainings, and at this training, participants learn and practice skills that allow them to facilitate IEP meetings, prevent conflict, and focus on constructive outcomes that promote student achievement.
So Condition 4 focuses on the families of students with significant cognitive disabilities, but over time it has evolved to include all of the ESC population. The workshops offered this year were based on parent feedbacks of a survey that we conducted both in August and in January of this year. The total number of learning opportunities offered was 51, and the number of participants that attended totaled 530. To improve our practices, we looked at ways that we can continue building relationships. With this said, the Sarasota County Schools reestablished the ESC Parent Advisory Committee. This committee met 3 times this year, both virtually and in person, and we had a total of 156 participants attend. The committee was asked to provide input in ways that we can improve in 3 areas: instructional practices, in climate, and learning opportunities. One of the areas that we worked on was having access information for our families. So in doing so, we revamped our ESC website to include a wealth of information that's now accessible to everyone involved. In the continuation of building transparency, we established a frequent communication process. This process is continuously analyzed to determine how well we are promoting our parent learning opportunities. We use various methods of pathways, such as websites. We use social media. We use flyers, emails, and including direct phone calls. This chart that you see here represents the total number of responses. So our communication process involves an opportunity for us to establish over 100,000 emails to our families, over 11,000 visits to our ESC website, and we have reached over 60,000 feeds in social media. The chart on the right that you see is a snapshot of the data we use to align our parent requests to those learning opportunities we offered this year. Overall, we found that most of those requests were addressed. Those highlighted in yellow are topics that we will be offering next year, which includes explicit instruction, interventions in reading, and dyslexia. And next year, we will be partnering with parents that will be offering trainings to our family.
Condition 5 is a summary of every month summary submitted to FDOE. So we will be completing that summary by August 30th of this coming year. And our next condition that we will complete is the September completion of the 3 schools in terms of professional development. We continue to partner with interdepartments within the school district and also discretionary projects. And I really want to reach out and thank all the school-based staff as well as our district staff that have continued to provide clarity, guiding instruction to our stakeholders. And it was an exciting year for us as we partner with curriculum. And you will see the next presentation is aligned to instructional practices as we guide the journey of understanding disabilities and the impact to access instruction. So our partner in curriculum will transition now if there are no further questions or any questions for us.
Well, I have, before we go further with others on the board, I had a couple of comments and questions. First of all, I just want to thank you all for how hard I know you have worked over the last year, because you have had a big job. And I don't take that lightly. I know how hard you've worked, so thank you all. I did look over some of the information online before my eyes glassed over, and I called Sonia and I said, this is not working for me. I just, it was a bit, a bit too much for me, but I just appreciate you all so much. I am concerned about Tammy leaving. I am concerned about Sonia retiring next year, and that's going to hit before we know it. But I thought, in attending one of the parent meetings online, I thought that was very well done. I'm happy to see that going so well. But I just have a case in point, a point of reference. How many students are you supporting in our school district?
At the present time, we have 2,745 students with disability, and we have total. That includes over 4,000, I believe I have my numbers here. I'm sorry, 7,736 students are students with disability. We have 5,027 students gifted for a total of 12,716 students, a total percentage district-wide of 17% students with disability. We still have a lot of families that have contacted us recently, relocating to Florida, to the area of Sarasota, and we have new students coming in with significant needs, and that is that trend that we're seeing in terms of enrollment in our district, and our staff is working very closely with the schools to make that transition and welcome them in Sarasota County.
I did also attend the Glen Allen, one of the schools, night a couple of weeks ago to talk about the reading remediation.
Yeah.
And I would have liked for more parents to have been there, but it was great and a good start, and your staff and the people that were there working that night, it was so informative and so special, and I appreciate you for doing things like that. I think they really help. I think maybe doing that again next year or doing similar things at cluster schools probably makes a great sense for everybody. But the teachers were there, the parents were engaged, and I learned a lot. So thank you for all of those things.
Thank you, Ms. Goodwin. We share our wealth that evening, so many of us were in sites in different schools throughout the district, and you will hear more from our partners in curriculum specializing for students with specific learning disabilities and dyslexia, the pilot reading program, what we're doing.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Shirley Brown.
I also would like to thank you for all the work you've done this past year, and I attended in person one of those parent training and was able to talk with some parents, and overall most of them seemed to be happy with what they were getting at their school and all the other information that you provided for them, not only what we have, but the connections they have to other organizations throughout the state. I have two questions. One of them is, I know that there was a problem when the students were moved from the access points and then into the regular high school. How is that transition now? Students that may have been in access points now working in the high schools, are they adjusting? Are they being bullied like was happening with some of these other students, or have we got that under control somewhat?
So just recently, with all of this that has evolved, we actually completed what we call transition plan checklist. And I can firsthand talk about this because we just recently transferred 2 students over at Brookside. That plan really helped us target the needs of our students, and it's individualized. So it actually helped the entire team keep focus of what this child needs. But the beauty of this is that it also continues on with close monitoring. On a monthly basis, the team meets, and we have what we call an impact structure. We reach out to our liaisons, and we ask about the status of how the students are doing, and we closely monitor that. Recently, there was a student that was struggling and shared all the data with Ms. Sonia, and Ms. Sonia went ahead and provided additional supports. So we're constantly looking at this and monitoring on a monthly basis because we've picked up that this is needed on a monthly basis.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to hear that. And the other thing is at the other end, when students just start to come into our school, and I had a call from, actually it was a neighbor who has a 3-year-old and has, because of COVID, she's working from home now. And because of COVID, her child has rarely left the house. And I think when she was looking at childcare facilities and everything like that, they point out, he doesn't really speak much, and of course he's very clingy, and they suggested that she contact the school district to get testing done and perhaps get services done. I wasn't real sure on the processes she needs to go to. I mean, what kind of outreach do we have so that parents who have children like this who haven't been out there or that may need to be tested, what kind of outreach do we have to those parents of 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds to let them know that we provide services for them so that when they start kindergarten, they can start, with the regular class, and they won't be needing some of these services perhaps?
So for all viewing audience, the process begins with Child Find. We provide services for 3-year-olds. It's called Child Find, and they can access our district office. We have an outstanding preschool diagnostic team. Our director, Tracy Cardenas, and one of our program specialists, Vicky Stilogros, is here with us. But for many years here in Sarasota County, we have been very fortunate to be able to provide preschool services for students with disability. And aligned to Goal 1, Strategy 2, we're expanding those services for non-disabled students. So call our offices 927-9000, ask for the preschool diagnostic team, and there will be staff that will guide those parents. We also do outreach. We just recently conducted our agency fairs for families, and that was held at STC. We had over 59 agencies represented at STC, and we had over 120 parents coming in just seeking for information. We also send brochures to all our pediatricians, local pediatricians. We do outreach presentations just to let them know about opportunities within our school district in early childhood education.
Well, there's nothing I can add to that. Well, that's very good. Thank you very much.
Bridget Ziegler?
Thank you. Well, I appreciate the work. I know this has been a major focus for the district and your team, and I appreciate the way you embraced it about an opportunity to really evaluate and improve and better serve our students and our staff and our families. I had a couple of quick questions. I know that there was an IQ threshold change from DOE, but there was not clarity, and I know I spoke with the chancellor not too long ago to see if that had been clarified. Is that clarified? Because especially as we were talking about the transition, do we know? Is it 67? Is it 70? Has that been, do we have it in writing?
It's 67.
Okay.
And we have procedures in place. What Tammy was referring to, the assurances, our team, there's 6 program specialists, and the 2 of us with program managers that we go over every single file in recommendations based by the IEP team to make sure that students are meeting the eligibility criteria. So it's 67 and below. And we are all guided by procedures to align to make sure that we're in place with the rules.
Okay, good, because I didn't want any ambiguity for anyone's standpoint. Okay. The other part was, I know that you mentioned dyslexia, so I'm very encouraged to see that. I know in the couple topics we have throughout today, we've received, I know I myself and I think other board members received a lot of focus on dyslexia, and I know it's been discussed, so I'm eager to hear about that. But the final part was, I know you mentioned the ESE website. Is that under My SCS for families, or is that on our? Because I'm on here and this, and I can get with communications. Because I think we pull some from DOE and from US DOE and then Florida DOE. But I just wanted to make sure it was accessible, because I know that we have a gifted as well, but kind of the FAQs overview for parents, not just gifted, but all of the nuances. So I'll work through that to see.
It's in our Sarasota website.
Okay.
The website, the improvements of our ESC department website, including preschool, including gifted, including fiddlers, because these are all discretionary supports to our ESC department, are all in our Sarasota County website. And Lena has worked very close together to improve those practices, because it's about access, about information.
Right, absolutely, and being in a manner that's easy, at least for
Correct.
families at the forefront, so that they can get a baseline of understanding. I think it gives them more confidence, starting with the partnership, and then kind of a sense of how to navigate it, because it's a lot of jargon that most families don't necessarily know.
And I know you mentioned the My SIS. That is more for internal.
That's what, that's what I thought. That's why I want to make sure it was outward.
Right. And so the ESC is for the public, for our parents. And then My SIS tab, we have customized it for our instructional staff, and it's actually available to everyone. So that's more internal for our district.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you very, very much.
Dr. Asplin?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you, Sonia, to you and your team. I know a year and a half ago, we received the corrective action letter. There was quite a bit on there, and you all embraced it and worked with the DOE very effectively to improve our practice and our procedures and our protocols. And I think you all have done a fantastic job, and I really appreciate that. I know the whole district appreciates that, appreciates you and what you have done and the changes that you have made. And I know at the same time, you'll continue to look for improvement as we move forward. But I really appreciate all that you and your team have done this year.
Is it appropriate to ask our team to stand and give them applause?
Okay, team, please stand.
Well, thank you. If I may say, Ms. Goodwin, this is about our children and families, and every single one here is passionate about what we do every day, and we guide with love. And we're very excited about the next colleagues that are coming up, because we continue to guide the practices of understanding disabilities and how it aligns to access to education. And it's really important when we're working with our students, our families, understanding what are the deficits in order for us to improve instruction. So thank you for the opportunity and curriculum, Dr. Johnson.
Just before I call on 2 other board members, I just wanted to give Dan DeLeo an opportunity to say a few words about the magic word for me, which is dyslexia. And I know that the Community Foundation is working on that at this time, and Dan is the chair of that board. So, Dan.
Sure. I know you are aware, we received a very significant gift at the Community Foundation that's devoted specifically to dyslexia, and we are very excited about partnering with the district and think we can make a real impact, and we are really excited about the future of that particular endeavor. So thank you for highlighting dyslexia as an issue.
Dr. Johnson?
Karen Rose? We got 2 more comments. Sorry. Karen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say I did join the online parent training opportunity, and I was extraordinarily impressed. Very well done. And I want to thank you for sharing the feedback that you got from that training. That was also informative. My question is, with all the work that you're doing, which is significant and recognized, will there be any type of survey from getting information from teachers on where they stand with the work that's been done so that we can see their perspective in the classroom, surveys relative to the individual education process and the resources and everything that you've put in place?
Yes, we guide any type of training or feedback is guided by the surveys we send out to our teachers, to any stakeholder, any type of training we do with parents, teachers, because teachers are the ones that are on the day-to-day implementing those services. So we guide our practices for next year. Our professional development design within our department is guided by feedback. We just align also to strategic goals because our focus is instruction. If children are happy, parents are happy, and teachers are able to continue their journey in providing those services to parents. Yes, Ms. Rose.
Professional development, great. Relative to resources and support systems in place, are we getting feedback from classroom teachers with that? That's the piece I was interested in.
So there's
most.
2 big surveys that are out there. One is the FDOE survey that is out to parents. You see it on our marquee because we promote that. FDOE gathers input district-wide by each district in the state of Florida, and then we use the Fiddlers survey that goes, we are the guarantee for the Fiddlers grant. Fiddlers supports all the services in PD for our teachers and families, and they send another survey to parents and teachers and stakeholders in terms of what do they need for us to be able to provide through professional development. And we'll be using those surveys. They're closed by the end of June to design professional development coming up next school year.
Thank you. I appreciate the answer, and I look forward to seeing those results, and thank you for the work you're doing.
Thank you.
Ms. Rose, I could also add, too, we actually have some liaison survey data because in the process of rolling these new procedures out, we've made sure that we provided a lot of individualized instruction to liaisons. And as we move forward, I think we have a lot of feedback we could share, but there will also be feedback that will be coming from the teachers because they'll be a part of that team. But I think we're off to a good start as far as supporting the liaisons and the school-based teams, and we will be able to, we could share that information with you. The liaison survey results are phenomenal.
Excellent. I would love to see it. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Tom Edwards.
Good morning. I'd like to share the word that Sonia used this morning as a celebration. So thank you for all of that hard work and all of the efforts that you put in. When I got here, it was around the time that you had to sit down and start doing that hard work. So I've been an active participant on the sidelines, and I attended 2 of those 3 forums that you had for our parents, and I saw dramatic improvement from the first one to the second one, and that gives me great comfort that you guys continually move in the direction of what else can we do to do better. When I got here also, what I saw, and I don't want to make light of this either, is that on the Condition 3 quarterly report page, at the top of the page, you talk about compliance. I don't think the public realizes how much time and effort goes into compliance in and around ESE. And when I got here, my initial observation was that it was all consuming, and that's where you spent the bulk of your time and to the cost of our parents. And what I've seen is now it's become just a part of the job, and your focus has shifted to the parents and the families. And that was my observation from the beginning. And I have to say thank you. That job well done for receiving that feedback and incorporating it and moving forward. I have 3 quick questions. If they take a long time, we can talk about them offline. The first one is, what was your number 1 aha moment? What went off as a light bulb that you went, oh my gosh, I can't believe we weren't doing that?
I would say as much as we thought that we had information out there for our families, we quickly learned that that wasn't the case. When we started to look at our ESC website, we're like, wow, this is great. But then when we started to get feedback and we started to compare it to those feedbacks, we're like, uh-oh, we need to really ramp this up. And as a result, where it used to be just something that we would monitor maybe quarterly, we are now monitoring monthly. And my colleague just told me yesterday that maybe we should be doing it on a weekly basis.
Wow, that's so great to hear. What is your greatest challenge ahead?
I'm going to speak in terms of, we are a very small department, but we are a very large district. And what lies ahead is the challenges in the social emotional health that is impacting all students with disability, and how we guide and collaborate with our school-based teams, because they are the ones that receive the students, analyze data, design instructional programs, and providing those intense supports that they need. It's about instructional practices and redesigning what we have, because we have to work within our resources to be able that we are providing quality instructional programs for our students. Compliance is a given. Is refocusing and really looking at how do we continue to connect those resources to our teachers so they feel empowered to be able to teach our most challenging students. And it's not only challenges in the social health, it's the instructional understanding what that disability and how it's impacting the ability for them to read. So when you empower a teacher with resources and good quality of knowing what to do, then they're able to see the success because the children are learning. And that is for any student. So it's really always looking ahead. What else can we do? So my love has always been instruction and how we align that to our teachers. So I'm really excited because we are continuing to work together within departments to make that happen. So you can see it and you can see evidence.
You tapped into my third question. Have you seen a change in outcomes for the students?
We are seeing it, and I think you're going to see evidence. Numbers tell one side of the story, but we're seeing just even in challenging IEPs, we're seeing outcomes where parents are seeing the growth of the students. So on an individual basis, IEPs across the district, we're seeing more and more satisfied customers because they're knowing that those teachers are invested in teaching their children. And it's really critical that we continue to honor and respect what the teachers do for all children, but more significant, the challenges that they're facing with our most significant students, because they are, what we're seeing in my years in education, are great challenges for our teachers to work with. And so we're seeing some celebrations across the district. And to me, it was exciting to do the literacy nights with our curriculum partners because parents were so thankful. These are general developing students that are learning how to read. The power of reading so they can read is just incredible. And I think you're going to see that.
Sonia, can I add one more thing as well? The Student Services Department, we've worked very closely with them, and I wanted to make sure, because we mentioned the assurances, all of the psychologists and the social workers and all of the staff members in the Student Services Department really worked very closely with us and met really difficult timelines. So I just wanted to make it evident, too, that they are a big part of the success within this data, even though they're not a part of the PSS anymore. We're separated, but we're together. So,
Thank you. Madam Chair, Dr. Asplin, I got all the right answers. Thanks.
Well, those were excellent questions. Those are really excellent questions. I just have to say to Tammy again, this is the last month, so you're leaving at the end of the month. You're going to be an assistant superintendent, correct? I mean, you still got time. But I just want to wish you the very best of luck. I think there are some wonderful, wonderful people in Polk County. They are so fortunate to be getting you. I hope you're very happy there. And thank you for all you have done for us and for our students here in Sarasota County. I know that everyone in the department always sings your praises, and everyone that I ever hear that interacts with you knows what a great job you've done. So very, very best of luck. Many, many thanks, and go forth and be happy.
yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much. I can't talk, but thank you so much.
Thank you, Sonia. Is that the end of? Thank you. And now we have a few changes of the seats at the front of us. Next up, we have a reading pilot, and Allison Johnson is going to lead this for us.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So excellent job, Sonia and your team. Great transition, because we are back. If you remember, in January, we presented the ESC Reading Initiative pilot. And so our goal today is to give you an update about the process and everything that's been taking place, led, of course, by Allison Johnson. You guys know Mrs. Ellington. Of course, Rachel will be presenting next for Reading Recovery, but I also have two special guests with me today. So we have Jackie over from Tuttle. So good morning, and we have Lisette from Lower Nokomis. So we appreciate you guys being here as well. For us, really our priority today is really to give you really the impact in the work that we've been doing when it comes to training teachers. So you heard about a lot of things that are in place because of the ESC department, student support. Well, curriculum, we work hand in hand together. And part of that is training our teachers to make sure that they know what it is they need to do to support students. So I would like to turn it over to Ms. Allison Johnson.
Hello. Thank you so much for allowing us to come back today and to share with you the updates from the Reading Initiative Pilot Grant. Let me see. Here we go. Here we go. All righty. So when I was reflecting on this presentation and preparing for the presentation and thinking about everything that we have done this year, this idea of power kept coming back to me. And how powerful this opportunity was, and how it led to powerful teachers, powerful connections, powerful outcomes, and hopefully will lead to some powerful possibilities. You might remember that this was a fortunate opportunity for us. We were 1 in 10 Florida districts chosen to participate in this grant. And we decided to focus our grant on ESE teachers and to provide them with the foundational literacy knowledge that they need to be literacy experts. This was also a powerful opportunity for us to connect with a strategic plan. And we feel like we tied in with Goal 1, Strategy 2 and 3, Goal 3, Strategy 2, and Goal 4, Strategy 4. We had 28 elementary schools and charter schools participating, over 70 teachers, and over 200 students. And this group of students that participated with us was a very diverse group of students. Students grades K through 5, students receiving services in inclusion classrooms and self-contained classrooms, and push-in and pull-out environments. And these were students who were receiving ESE services under the IDA categories of LD, ED, IND, ASD, amongst others. So really a very diverse group of students were able to participate in this opportunity. So this grant had 2 aspects. One was the professional learning, and one was the materials. Our teachers in Sarasota County have access to a great core curriculum. So what we wanted to do was to provide them with additional research-based interventions that they could use in their Tier 2 and Tier 3 instruction. We also wanted to make sure that our teachers had a full training on these interventions, had full access to these interventions, and had all the components that they would need to implement these interventions with fidelity. Leveled literacy intervention is a small group intervention designed to help struggling readers accelerate to achieve grade level. It provides explicit instruction in phonological awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, reading comprehension, oral language, and writing. It delivers systematic lessons targeted to the student's reading level and needs, and it increases reading volume and engagement. LLI has a proven track record when used with students with disabilities. It's grounded in theoretical knowledge and backed by research that shows its effectiveness. The LLI data collection project looked at over 800 students with IEPs grades K through 5. And in 4 months, these students were able to accelerate enough growth for 7.5 months. The Center for Research and Education Policy also shows that LLI positively impacted students' literacy achievement. It is also pre-approved for ESSA, and on What Works Clearinghouse, its review showed that LLI had positive effects on a child's general reading achievement. Another intervention that our teachers received is the Phonics Spelling and Word Study System. And it's a systematic study of letters, sounds, and words, and it connects oral language with written language. It allows for an extensive direct phonics instructional approach in conjunction with a comprehensive approach. So students are able to learn skills in isolation and focus on specific skills, and then take those skills and apply them to meaningful reading and writing. And it really is this in and out approach that makes this intervention different and makes this intervention powerful. The Phonics Spelling and Word Study System is a direct systematic intervention. It has specifically planned and sequenced lessons, and it goes from simple to complex. So it starts out with the early literacy concepts, knowledge about how print works, and builds on those skills all the way up to word-solving actions, and that's the ability to flexibly solve words. A powerful literacy intervention plan includes direct systematic phonics instruction within a comprehensive literacy design, and it includes multi-sensory approaches, high-quality books, read-alouds, small group guided reading, and meaningful writing. And we feel like the interventions that we provided to our teachers does all these things. Like Dr. Johnson said, we have two teachers with us here today, and so I'm going to ask Lizette Crouch, who is a teacher at Laurel Nokomis School, to speak with us about some of her experiences.
Oh, okay, great. As Allison said, my name is Lizette Crouch. I am an ESC resource teacher at Laurel Nokomis. I mostly work with second grade students, and I'm going to talk to you about how the ESC Reading Initiative impacted my students and myself this year. The training we received throughout the year was impressive. It focused again on foundational literacy, which is essential for our struggling readers. I am also trained and certified in Orton-Gillingham, which is another systematic multisensory approach to reading and often focused for students with dyslexia. But this training, I believe, took my knowledge to another level, tying in literature components to those beginning reading skills, as well as analyzing reader deficits through reading records, made my small group time more explicit and purposeful. This training gave ESC teachers time with the materials and the information presented, as well as time to collaborate with each other. Quality professional development not only builds teacher expertise, but passion, and I feel like my passion was reignited for teaching reading this year. The supplemental materials of the LLI program, also called the Leveled Literacy Intervention Program, is targeted to help close those reading gaps. I found the material to be engaging for my students. There are sets of leveled books, and I also utilized the shared reading program that Allison mentioned, as well as the phonics reading and word study system. I mostly use the materials as they are intended with the LLI program. However, since I am certified in Orton-Gillingham, I still use those elements during my word study lessons too. Overall, the impact on my second grade struggling readers has been positive. Our teachers find our struggling readers in first grade and begin to implement interventions. If those interventions aren't successful in second grade, those kids often become our possible retainees for third. Therefore, it's imperative to have intensive supports and instruction to close those gaps in second grade. My original 4 students who started the pilot from the beginning averaged a reading record increase of about 8 levels since January. All of them read over 80 words per minute on grade level text, and 2 of the 4 are already reading over 100 words per minute, which is their goal for the end of the year. I have since added LLI to all of my Tier 3 reading groups and my ESC reading groups. My group of students who were non-readers when they started the program in February increased their reading record at least by 4 levels. And a problem I have faced in the past is the students not transferring what we do in small group to the general education classrooms. And this year, I've gotten comments from parents and teachers saying that they are seeing significant increases within the classroom. Also, the data that I presented to you earlier are from the students' progress monitoring, which the teachers are in the middle of completing the end of the year. And so that's telling me that it's transferring into the general education classroom, since the progress monitoring is based on classroom curriculum and assessments. So this just makes me excited to continue the program next year and to be able to work with other teachers in sharing materials and training.
Great. Thank you so much. We know that one of the most powerful components in a child's learning journey is the expertise of their teacher. Having a highly expert, inspired, and passionate teacher helps build success for all students. And we really feel like the teachers who participated in this grant are more expert and are more passionate and are feeling more inspired. Well, how did we do that? Well, we did that through professional learning. And our professional learning that we provided our teachers was, hold on one second, let me skip to the next slide, there you go. Our professional learning that we provided our teachers was in-depth and ongoing. We met with these teachers starting in October, and we met with them monthly. We gave them theory and then the application. They had the opportunity to learn something and then go back and try it in the schools and then come back and rethink and refine. And these teachers were always striving to learn more. They were given the knowledge and the opportunity to apply it. And we know that really it's the knowledge that is the power. It's the knowledge that's the power here. And the more our teachers understand about literacy and about their students, the better decisions that they are able to make. Powerful teachers, they closely observe students. They notice patterns, they identify priorities, and they adjust their teaching. And they are constantly analyzing and responding to what they're seeing. This allows teachers to make in-the-moment decisions specifically based on the needs of the students in front of them, and this is responsive teaching. And it's that precise observation of literacy behaviors that allows for that powerful, responsive teaching. We have a cohort of expert teachers, of highly responsive teachers, who know how to better observe, understand, and make instructional decisions based on the needs of their student. Both of these teachers are very powerful teachers, and I'm going to ask Jackie right now to speak a little bit about her experience working with us this year.
Hi, my name is Jackie Quintana Mayo. I am a ESE teacher at Tuttle Elementary School, which is a Title I school. This reading program has been wonderful. It has given me the access to new materials, new resources, materials that are proven to help students learn. It also gave me the monthly training that I needed to use those materials and to become a better reading teacher. The most powerful gift to me of this program has been how much my students have enjoyed reading the books. They have read books about all sorts of topics, science, robots, classic stories, funny stories. They have read books that they love, and every week they look forward to new books, and their love for reading has grown immensely. Also, this program, to me, is different from many other programs because it provides extra books. So we have the books that we use in the classroom in the small group, but also there's similar books, the same books in black and white, and they we send them home with the students for them to share with their families. Every week, my students want to take the books home. They read the books to their parents. I have one third grader who she loves to take the books home and read the books to her younger sister, who is also a first grader in our school. Also, they read the books to their parents. And you have to understand and take into consideration that some of my parents do not even speak English. So it's twofold. We have the kids reading to the parents and teaching them a little bit of the language in the books. But also, I have seen an incredible amount of their confidence in reading, and their self-esteem has increased so much because they're able to learn how to read the books in school. They take them home, they read it to their siblings, they read it to their parents, and then they bring them back, and then they get new ones to go home. To me, the impact for the families has been immense, and their self-esteem for these kids that sometimes started really low in the year, and now they're doing great. I have a lot of success stories, and actually, my kids have increased from 5 to 7, levels as the year has progressed. I feel really thankful to have been chosen to participate in the Reading Initiative program. I am eager and more than happy to learn even more about it. I want to share it with other teachers, and I am so incredibly thankful that I'm going to be able to use this program, all these books, materials, resources, and also the support that we get in a daily basis from our trainees, the trainers. So it has been wonderful, and it has made me a better reading teacher.
So good. Thank you so much. Thank you both so much. So in addition to prioritizing teacher learning, literacy knowledge and materials, we also really wanted to prioritize true professional learning communities. And these are professional learning communities that are across the school and across the district. So that was also another priority of this grant. Let me see, I'll wait till the slide comes up. There you go. All right. All right, so these powerful connections with these powerful professional learning communities across the school and across the district. And this is how we build capacity, through powerful connections. Our teachers were learning together and from one another. They shared a common language and a common goal. And they had this collective efficacy. And collective efficacy is so important when we're talking about success, because collective efficacy is when teachers see themselves as part of a system or a team that is working together for the success of their students. It is what empowers us and ignites us and excites us to work harder together for our students. And I really feel like this cohort of teachers is feeling that. So in addition to making connections across the schools and across the district with our professionals, we also wanted to make it a priority to make these connections with our families. Jackie mentioned about one way that we're connecting with families by taking these books home and connecting that way. But we also wanted to have a family literacy night. That was very important to us. And so last month, we hosted 4 family literacy nights across the district. Over 100 students and families attended, and over 1,000 books were taken home. And this event was really a true district-wide undertaking and a great example of us working as one for the success of all. The events were supported by PTOs, paraprofessionals, teachers, program specialists, school administrators, district leaders, school board members, many of which donated their time and energy just to be there to support our students and to support us. Families left with smiles on their faces. They left with more understanding of how to help their children at home and some additional tricks and tools that they can use to support their child. We were really fortunate to have our communication team attend one of these events, and they made an amazing video for us that highlights some of the great things that happened that evening. So I will flip it over to this great video.
On April 26th, families from throughout Sarasota County came together on 4 campuses for the district's first ever ESE Family Literacy Night.
We are so grateful to have you here tonight. It tells us a lot about how much you value your students' education and that you realize the importance of really just being in it with them in this reading journey. We were one of 10 districts in the state of Florida that were chosen to be part of a reading grant. And through that reading grant, we were able to do a lot of training and provide a lot of materials to our teachers teaching in the Exceptional Student Education Department.
This is the first time that we've really been able to focus on ESE teachers, that ESE teachers can collaborate, not only within our schools, but then now also across the district. So we're all able to leave at the end of these trainings with some really great materials, some really great insightful information.
We have had this really great opportunity to not only train the teachers, but also to bring in parents and have you join us in this literacy endeavor.
Our ESE teachers shared tips and tricks for parents to use at home to help their children learn to read.
It would be really good to look through the book yourself first and think about, what do I think my child might need help understanding?
One of the special ways that you can help people read is to act out books, and maybe your kids already do this.
I think a lot of times coming as an educator, because we know it, sometimes we might think that our parents know it. And so, starting at square one, and what does it look like when I want to read with my child? What are the things I should be talking about?
If you read just one book a day to your child, they would have read 1,825 books by their 5th birthday. So in this, every day counts, every book counts.
They were able to make it something that could have been, a little tough, fun, and engaging.
it's really true to form when they say like it takes a village.
You could read a lot, like 20 minutes, and then you can read like around 2 million words per year.
Not every district has these kind of opportunities, so when we have them, to utilize the tools that we have available.
Reading is fun.
Thank you so much. I love that video. It made me want to tear up again. I, cried the first time I saw it. It was such a great overview of the work that I feel like we're doing and the impact that we're making. So let me show you some other impacts we're making, because I know we need to see some data too, right? We want to definitely see some data. So our teachers were asked to track data on students participating in this intervention. A student's reading progress was determined by looking at their pre and post instructional reading level using the benchmark assessment system. We compared this growth to the time equivalency score, which is the time in months a typically progressing student takes to move through to the next text level. So we tracked data on students for about 3 months. Our teachers were involved in this learning for much longer than that, but we started tracking data in January. So in 3 months' time, our students were able to double their month's growth. So for example, our kindergartners in 3 months' time, they grew just over 6 months. Our first graders grew 5 months. Our second graders grew 6 months. Our third graders grew almost 7 months. And our fourth and fifth graders grew almost 8 months. So they were able to accelerate the amount of time it took them to learn the same material. I think that's very powerful. Over 95% of our students made progress, and over 50% of them made significant progress. And we are saying significant progress means that these students were able to grow more than 3 text levels. I was really excited to see that the data that we collected also matches results that we see on these students' iReady diagnostic scores. So not only did we see these positive results on our data, we also saw this acceleration on their iReady scores. And the next 2 slides that you have are just a sampling of some of the growth that we saw. We couldn't include everyone in here, but these are some samplings of the growth that we saw. And this is what's possible when we have highly responsive teachers, explicit, structured, targeted interventions that are connected to text. So again, we are very pleased with these results. And like our teachers said over here too, they are seeing the same progress in the progress monitoring scores that the content teachers, the general education teachers are collecting. But some of the most powerful outcomes really cannot be measured on a data table, but they are powerful outcomes nonetheless. And these are outcomes that are seen by our ESE teachers, our co-teachers, our parents, and even the students themselves. Our teachers and our students are feeling more confident and more competent. And we know that success breeds success for our teachers and our students. We did a survey, and on this survey that we did with our teachers, all teachers reported that their students are more engaged and excited about reading. All teachers reported that their students are reading more. All teachers reported that their students are making progress. All teachers reported that they are feeling more confident. All teachers reported they are feeling more excited to teach. And all teachers reported that they are wanting to continue to learn. Very powerful outcomes. So what's next? Where does this lead us? So we think this provides us some opportunities for some powerful possibilities. We definitely want to continue to learn. We know that we have just started to learn what we need to know about literacy. Our teachers are in the beginning stages of their understanding of literacy. So we want to continue to learn. We also want to continue to make connections with our paraprofessionals, our general education teachers, make connections at our pre-K, our middle school, and our high schools. We also want to continue our partnerships. Like it was mentioned earlier, Sarasota County and the Foundation of Sarasota, Community Foundation of Sarasota, are working together to purposely provide our classroom teachers and our ESE teachers with a deeper understanding of dyslexia, structured literacy, and the sciences of writing. And we're excited about that future partnership. We also want to continue to align ourselves to the strategic plan. And we want to continue to grow. Continuing to build capacity across the district and across the schools, we know is what leads to student growth. So I want to leave you with these two slides here, these two last slides. They might look familiar because they are the slides that we included in our presentation in January. And in January, when we included them, this was our hopes and our goals for this grant. This is what we hoped to accomplish. And I want to just reflect on that again. So what we had hoped for our teachers is that we would be creating new professional relationships. We were hoping that we would have shared experiences and shared perspectives. We were hoping that we could build a community with a common vision and common language. And we were hoping we could grow their literacy expertise, to build capacity, and to have a group of responsive, observant, and in-the-moment teachers. And I think we've done this. And for our students, here is what guided us in January. We were hoping that we would see student progress, that we would begin to close the gap through acceleration. We were hoping our students would feel more confident and have more pride in what they were doing. And we were hoping to create lifelong readers and writers. And we wanted to reframe the way they thought about themselves as students. And again, I think that we have done this. I am so proud to be part of this work, and I'm excited about what the future holds for us. Thank you so much for having us here today to share the results of the Reading Initiative Pilot Grant.
Well, I've had a smile on my face the whole time the presentation's been going on. This is a great, joyful presentation, and thank you for this. This is the kind of thing we need to be doing for these students. I think we've got a key that we can unlock the door to learning for some of these students who have really found it very difficult to be engaged, to feel confident, to read, to learn, because you can't do anything if you can't read. And we know you learn to read and then read to learn. And how in the world can we do that if we don't put some of these programs in place? So I am delighted in the way this is going. And I can't think, but this will help us to teach children of any persuasion, of any ability, because a lot of the lessons that you're learning in your PLCs and so forth can certainly be passed on to other teachers. So I am extremely grateful and happy to hear this. One question. I'm always worried about summer slide. What are we doing about that?
Well, it would be really important for us, this cohort of teachers, to regroup at the beginning of the school year to make sure that they have their groups in place, that they are ready to get started. It'll be important for us to think about students who maybe are transitioning from one teacher to another, that those teachers are working together to show that this intervention worked for these students, this is where we left off, and hopefully to continue that.
But are we doing anything I know that big set of books that students were given out, which was wonderful, but are we doing anything in terms of a game or a contest or anything over the summer to keep these kids engaged in learning?
Well, we have a few things. We do partner, as you know, with the Patterson Foundation, and they have this Book is Cool program that they make sure the families know about so that students can get books. We also have in all of our 10 title schools that will have summer learning academies, and our 5 ESE SRC sites, summer reading camp and extended school year sites, we have the Suncoast Summer Book Challenge, where they'll be reading and earning rewards and things like that. So that's a little bit of an incentive for a friendly competition kind of thing.
Great.
And then, of course, the work that our teachers will do in those programs.
That's what I wanted to hear. Shirley Brown.
Well, I was talking to a kindergarten teacher that got her kids excited about reading. Well, they were preparing for that holiday last week, May 4th, and she reached out to the Goodwill bookstores and had them gather up all of the Star Wars books. And, for $50, she got a big stack of them, and she took them into her class. Now, they were definitely above kindergarten reading level, but there were some words they knew. But she found that these kids, they used to go to their centers. They were so excited about these books that they all went up front and read in little groups. And they even decided that, they were going to be book clubs. But she caught kids sneaking the books onto the playground and hiding in corners to read. Look at these books. So when they're bothering her now, we want to learn to read. We want to be able to read more. And like I said, the principal saw them sitting in the hall reading instead of being out in the playground. And she sat down. They go, well, we're a book club. We're reading this book. And so she got to hand it to her. Heels and skirt and all, she sat down and read with them. And that's what, reading is fun. Reading opens up so much. And that's what we need to work with our teachers and to get those kids excited about reading. And it sounds like you're doing that. And, that's what we want. We want kids who want to learn more. And I applaud that teacher for what she did. But I'm also applauding all of you for what you've done and exciting those kids about reading, because that really opens up so much more. Thank you so much.
Bridget?
Thank you. Well, I agree, Ms. Quintana Meo. Did I say it right? Did I say it, Quintana Meo?
You did.
I have little girls as well, and the confidence piece is game-changing when it gets to reading. And so I know I've witnessed it personally. And I think when you mention the materials, to me, that's a huge part of them enjoying what they're reading and continuing that inspiration. So wherever we go with this, that being a key factor. And I know when we talk about a variety of initiatives, having those books, letting children pick those books, making them fun books, and what really allows them to continue and hone in their skills. My one question broadly is, when we look at these graphs, because I know that this was focused on ESE, and I know ESE certified, they will also teach general ed as well. When we look at the growth, is that only exceptional student education students, or is that the entire?
So when we look at these graphs here, we are looking at only students who participated in the grant. So that about over 200, about 225 students who we track data on through the grant. So yes,
And
they're
so
all ESE students.
They're all
ESE?
ESE?
They sure are.
Okay,
They're all
I just wanted
ESE
to
students.
clarify that. All right, thank you
Yes.
so much.
And like I mentioned earlier, a really wide variety of students, ESE students.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Tom?
So, Teacher Appreciation Week, me to you. I have a lot of questions, but I know that Allison and Rachel are going to be here, and I like the fact that these two literacy conversations are back to back, so I'm going to save a lot of my questions for the end of Reading Recovery. But my question is to Ms. Quintana Meo. Because you're in a Title I school, and I know we're focused specifically on ESE, because it's real easy to be excited and go, oh my gosh, we found the next greatest thing, and say, oh, we're going to use it on everyone. But since you're in a Title I school, and our Title I schools are challenged in the lowest 25% quartile,
Absolutely.
do you see the application easily transferable?
Absolutely. Remember, I work with the ESC, but along with the ESC, there ESOL, and then we have students that come from other countries that are struggling because of the changing culture and environment. So I feel that this program will benefit all the kids in a Title I school. The materials and the training that we went through allows us to will allow the whole school to be able to do interventions with all kinds of kids. ESC, yes, but Title I, I feel like we're all on the same boat, and having this program maybe get implemented as a whole school would be wonderful. So absolutely, Title I, it's a special situation. So many different things, and problems and concerns are in the Title I school. but I'm telling you, yesterday was one of the best teaching days of my life. So one of the students that participated in the program with me, he's in the group, and when he started, he had been retained. He came from another school, and he told me flat out, I'm having problems with short vowel sounds. And we started from the beginning of the year. Then I got the training for this program, and he loves science, and he loves animals. So the books that we got are so amazing, because not only do they read, but they also learn about different things: history, science, animals, robots. Yesterday he did Diagnostic 3 iReady, and he got a 538.
Wow.
When he finished, he just grabbed his head, and he couldn't believe it. And he screamed for me, and he's like, look what I did. And then all the kids got up and started hugging him. And I had tears in my eyes. And I think this program was monumental. It helped him so much because of the books and the materials that we got and the training that we got. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you for sharing that. Wow. Also, thanks for clarifying what my suspicions have been, is that people, I think in the past, thought of Title I schools as black schools. It's economically challenged schools, which includes all races. So that's the part that, and all of the traumas and issues that are connected with being economically challenged in this time period. So all of those things that the students are bringing to the classroom from their home life is important for us to understand, so that we're addressing their literacy issues in a big way. And so thank you for clarifying that. Lastly, I just want to say that when you were talking about the last time you were here was January, that was probably the most impactful session that I've had as a school board member since I've been here. I was so blown away, and and it feels like yesterday that you were here. Until now, when you told us that story, it's even better. So thanks.
Karen.
Thank you. You are putting together a lot of pieces to reading and literacy for our elementary students that is starting to take shape. And I know I've had conversations with Mr. Renoff at length and Dr. Asplin, and my current understanding is the reading recovery is looking at addressing our first graders and getting them to grade level, and then looking at the leveled literacy that's newer in the literacy program, if my understanding is correct, to keep them at that level until they get to third grade, with our ultimate goal being that they are meeting the state standards of grade level at third grade. Is that a correct understanding?
The first grade reading recovery, correct. The level literacy interventions are interventions throughout. I would also say, Mrs. Rose, that there are other interventions with Benchmark Advance, iReady toolkits that we utilize to also support students. So not just reading recovery, LLI, there are additional pieces that we also use, including the trainings for the ESC Reading Initiative pilot as well.
Thank you for that clarification. And it looks good, it sounds good, the passion is there. I'm not denying I've been concerned just looking at the data alone over the past 7 years. But what I want to clarify is you're continuing to build, embed, and monitor from a variety of perspectives, which brings hope, regardless, with all these pieces, that we're going to be serving all of our students, and particularly looking at our special ed and all the new opportunities available to teachers and students. My question, when I listened to the community, and we did get a few emails in the community as a whole, you've talked about collective and buy-in, and all of passion and expertise, and I think you've reflected it and modeled it. What the community has been asking for from exceptional student education, special education perspective is programs that they perceive the basis of the science of reading. And I was incredibly wanting to hear more from Lisette, and that you said that you are trained in Orton Gillingham. And when I listened to our moms and dads that are part of Dyslexia Florida, which is a state organization, and locally, and some of our local ESE experts that have been invested, they are fixated in, and I will have to tell you, I do agree with them as a former ESE teacher. It's not negating the work you've done. Please don't think that at all. The passion and the organization, the levels, how you're putting this all together is obvious. I would like to ask you, what does the Orton Gillingham do for all the pieces that have been presented in your experience? Because you did highlight it, and I would like to hear where you feel that complements what has been presented today.
Okay. Well, normally we set aside about 30 minutes for our LLI lessons. I usually do my lessons for about an hour because I do continue to use the Orton Gillingham. And it's very systematic, and it's very focused on phonics and teaching specific phonics skills. So for example, with one of my groups right now, we're working on final blends, and we've been doing that for weeks, but it's a slower approach. We don't just say this is what a final blend is and then move on to the next lesson. So we'll work on final blends for T's, final blends for L's sounds. And it's something they get practice on every single day. And I was originally asked to be trained Orton Gillingham through Fiddlers through the district. I couldn't do it that summer, and I went to SAC the following year, and I asked if I could become trained over the summer that year. And so I've been doing Orton Gillingham for about 2 years prior to this, but I know there's some controversy between the two. I think it's a good marriage personally because I get to bring in the literacy components. My kids are second graders, and I also have done resource for third grade. So I'm able to bring in some of those standard elements in addition to the Orton Gillingham components that we're working on.
Thank you very much. I do want to just add a piece that it's a aha for me right now. And exactly what you described is what it mirrors what moms and parents of special ed have described to me for years. And again, I want to overemphasize, I'm not negating the work. The work that you've done is something that's extraordinarily important to me in bringing this forth, especially with special education. We haven't had this before, and it has to show progress. What I do want to make a plea that we have, a community that has different perspectives on what we should be doing and what we shouldn't be doing. My goal as a leader has been to bring us together as a whole, collectively, words that we use pretty regularly. And I would like to encourage, I know Mr. DeLeo, Attorney DeLeo shared the Community Foundation's investment in ESE, and that is, any investment from any of our partners or foundations is a glorious piece. I would like to encourage you to look, in addition to the programs that we've been doing traditionally, to look at our community as a whole, collectively, and any group over time, no matter how small they are or large they are. I would like to see us the model is right there at Laurel Nokomis being used, where I think that we could make 100% of our community happy at the same time that we're going to get results. It's obvious that results are forthcoming. I would like to see the Orton Gillingham program, which, yes, does have some contrast to the other programs, and we create a collective whole. I think it would be something that would be very well received by our whole entire collective community.
Can I add one thing really quick, too? Just kind of thinking about this conversation. One of the things I'm really proud about this grant is that we really focus on professional learning. That is really the power here, so that we have teachers like Lizette who understand literacy, understand her students, and can really pull from different things. Like Dr. Johnson said, our teachers have a wide range of intervention tools that they have access to. So I think the direction we're going is empowering these teachers to feel confident enough and to understand their students enough that if they see their student needs more of this or more of that, they then can kind of combine these things. So the power really is in this expert teacher who knows how to meet the needs of that specific student.
Agreed. There are parents in the Dyslexia Florida group that have left our school system because we haven't offered, and this is the reality I've lived in for a multitude of years, because we haven't offered the programs that they have experienced success with at some of our schools and other schools. And I'm not denying the power of professional development whatsoever. I'm probably your biggest believer. What I'm strongly encouraging is for parents as partners, and that for every teacher to have, we're doing this training and we are doing reading recovery, which obviously we have parents that it's the best thing in planet Earth because it gave their child success. I'm all for that. We have parents that their children didn't succeed. That's the data. That may have, in the Orton Gillingham, because it's a different approach, a different model, a different research base. I'm asking that the Community Foundation listen to our entire community. I know that I've encouraged Mr. Renoff to meet with parents from the Dyslexia Florida group. And I'm encouraging the Community Foundation to help bring us together as a whole. And that it is included, you're obviously layering this literacy program. And it isn't me or anyone else trying to say that your work isn't great. Any work with literacy is incredibly positive. And again, particularly with special ed, because we don't have a trend or history of doing that. I am seriously and sincerely asking that we build upon the work that is phenomenal that you are doing. You're obviously adding programs, and that we encompass the feedback over multiple years from multiple families.
Can I speak to that, Ms. Russell? Well, I'll let Ms. Ellington, and then we'll piggyback. Go ahead. That's fine.
I was just going to say that we have been having those conversations. In fact, Mr. Renoff, is that what you're going to say?
That's exactly what I was
Mr.
gonna
Renoff
say. Go
scheduled
ahead.
some time with us to meet with those parents. We've had a couple of those initial conversations, and those will continue. And then we've also met with the Community Foundation, Kirsten and her team and our team, to have those conversations, as well as submitting a proposal. We've gone back and forth with some drafts and some conversations, feedback from them. So that's in the works right now, and hopefully we'll be able to bring more information soon, unless you have some that I don't have.
Well, just additional information. The last piece was we did put a proposal together. It's being brought to the board, as Mr. DeLeo knows, and then we are waiting for their response of our proposal. So
And does it include multiple reading literacy as the model at Laurel? And if it doesn't, you don't have to answer now. I am strongly encouraging it. We talk about wanting this community to come together as a whole, whether each of us as an individual believe there's controversy out there. I do, and I am sincerely asking that we build upon the greatness and provide something that includes the science of reading, where we're covering all of our families. They're researching, and for them, their research is credible, their experiences are credible, and I want to have a collective whole community that we're addressing with the excitement that's going on in exceptional student education.
Yes.
I'm pushing it. I know I am. But
Well, I would just like to add to that, because, the estimate is that 1 in 5 students has dyslexia. So it's a big problem. And I've been discussing it with parents in this community for 12 years that I've been on the board. And we've had discussions about iReady not relating well to the dyslexic student, and also the emphasis on phonics. I mean, what a novel idea. All of a sudden, it's in again, when it was out for a while. Pat Gardner and I used to talk about this a lot at the union. So I just like what I'm hearing. I think it's positive. 260 students, is that correct? That's not enough. So we need to expand this program. We need to expand this professional learning community, which I know Dr. Asplin is really interested in doing. And I think, you know, this is the beginning of great things to happen. So I'm very excited about it, and thank you all for all the work you're doing. Shirley Brown.
I just wanted to mention a book I just finished, Goodnight Vienna. It takes place as the Hitler is invading Austria, or freeing, whatever, but just before the Second World War. And it centers on this governess taking care of a girl who was very frustrated because she has dyslexia. And when they were just, you read it, or you're shaking your, it's, you know, how she was being treated by other people and how she was feeling. But it really got into the mind of, I think, of the girl with dyslexia and the governess and how she was working with her. So anyone who has parents with or interested in that, I would say it's a good book, but it also deals with the girl with dyslexia. They talked about a grant program. I would imagine grants usually last a year. Are we going to be continuing these funds, or will we be able to encourage more professional development? Yes?
Yes, we are. I know we've been talking about it frequently, and we have set that aside for next year to continue this.
Great. Thank you.
Anything else, Dr.
Yeah, I just wanted to again say thank you to this team. I know you've done fantastic work. You know, when the pilot came about this year, and we were fortunate to receive that pilot, that was wonderful. You know, $700,000. Now what? And we wanted to put it toward our ESE department in our reading area, which was fantastic. But I do want to thank all of you, everyone in here who has that experience that you have in education. You are wonderful people, and I know that you vetted different programs very quickly so we could get started, because we received that money in the first semester, and we were starting the program right here at the second semester, and to benefit our students. And so I appreciate that. And Alice, what you said earlier is exactly right. I agree 100%. You know, there's a lot of programs out there, but there's nothing like a great teacher that knows what they're doing. And I think of it as a doctor who can really analyze and understand a student and prescribe what's needed. And we do have many different programs in our school system. And to be able to help a child and know exactly what they need and move forward, that is key. And it also builds capacity for our teachers and the whole PLC process, working together, collaborating together, building that capacity, that teacher efficacy, so that they can move forward and work together to figure out what our students need on an individual basis and prescribe that for them, whether it's LLI, well, it's any program. And so we need to continue that and move forward. And we do appreciate the community Foundation. They are working with us on that Strauss Fund, which is going to help us with the dyslexia issue, and we're moving ahead with that. And so thank you very much, Dan, for that, and Roxy. I know that we work closely with them, and Kirsten. But I want us to remember, again, back to what you said, Allison, so important, and that's why we keep pushing the professional learning community piece and all that. It's about our teacher training and understanding efficacy of our teachers, the relationships of our teachers being interdependent of each other so they can work together, analyze data, and know what's best for our students so they can move forward with the programs we have. And if we have programs that don't work, we get rid of them and we find new ones. But right now we have quite a few programs, don't we, out there? And so, so I'm excited about where we're going, and with the strategic plan as we move forward, it can only help our students grow and be successful. So again, thank you very much for everything that you were doing. I really appreciate it.
Thank you all. And next up, we have item number 4, which is the strategic plan. goal 4, no?
Reading recovery is next.
Oh, I'm sorry. I jumped ahead, didn't I? Next up, we have reading recovery and literacy lessons. And to kick this off, we have Rachel Chappelle. I don't know how I...
Good morning again. So as Mrs. Rose said, we strategically did place these back to back so that we could stay up here and have an additional discussion about instruction going on in elementary school. So I do appreciate you guys having us again. Of course, Mrs. Chappell will be the one presenting, but we do have a team with us today. We have Mrs. Amy Archer from Garden Elementary, Stacy Belanca, did I say it right? And Jennifer Kingsbury, there we go. Look. And then, of course, Mrs. Ellington again. Really, the next topic of discussion is about reading recovery as well as literacy lessons. Give us the opportunity to provide you guys feedback on what's been going on this year and also include additional data. That's why we have Mrs. Canalupo up here. So I do appreciate the time again. And, of course, at the end, we will answer any questions that you guys have. So without further ado, Mrs. Chappell.
Push the button.
Always forget to push the button. Madam Chair and School Board, thank you all so much. We really do appreciate the opportunity to come and share with you today. We're privileged that you will walk alongside us as we kind of journey through this story of how reading recovery and literacy lessons is impacting our district in a mighty way. I appreciate you reading ahead some of the stories that I sent you because we will go through them somewhat quickly to share with you additional information. So I just want to start by reading this quote to you so that it can kind of set the stage for the way I would like to share this impactful journey with you. It's by Hanré Nouwen, who was a Dutch Catholic priest, professor, and writer. A mosaic consists of thousands of little stones. Some are blue, some are green, some are yellow, some are gold. And when we bring our faces close to the mosaic, we can admire the beauty of each stone. But as we step away from it, we can see that all these little stones reveal to us a beautiful picture, telling a story that none of these stones can tell by itself. These stories that I tell you today, in and of themselves, will each be beautiful. I promise you. However, I challenge you to really hear the whole of it, to sit back and see the impact and appreciate the progress. We will look at the investment in teacher expertise and how that has led to building capacity across the district and how the preventative intervention has been cause for much celebration. So reading recovery and literacy lessons is very unique to Sarasota County. We were recently published because of this exceptional implementation. Trained teachers can be leveraged as literacy leaders at the school level to build capacity and improve early literacy understanding and practice. We are aligned to the strategic plan goals 1, strategy 2, 3, and 5, and goal 4, strategy 2 and 3. I have to start by acknowledging the complexity of literacy learning. I wish we had more time to discuss this very intricate work of the brain as it links word recognition and language comprehension and skilled reading, and the significance of the reciprocal relationships between reading and writing and oral language. This work of early literacy and the body of knowledge around understanding how children learn to read is very robust and it's intriguing. And what we're learning new all the time. I trust that you agree, though, that it might come easy for some children. We know that each student takes a different path to becoming a true reader and writer, that there is no easy solution, golden ticket, magic bullet, or quick fix when it comes to teaching reading, and it certainly is true when it comes to helping the striving reader close the learning gap towards proficiency. So what is reading recovery? Well, reading recovery is a highly effective short-term intervention of one-to-one tutoring for low-achieving first graders. The intervention is most effective when it's used as a supplement to good classroom teaching. It's non-scripted. It's, and for first grade students only. It doesn't come with a kit. It doesn't come as a program. It's a daily lesson that is designed by a very knowledgeable teacher that goes through extensive training in order to be able to inform her instructional decisions. Reading recovery teachers teach 4 of these one-on-one tutorials a day and numerous small groups in the other portion of their day. Over the course of the year, the average is about 42 students that individual teacher will touch. Literacy lessons, on the other hand, I want to make sure is very clear, is the expansion of reading recovery. It's the intervention or student service that's specialized instruction provided to striving readers who are either in our ESE or ELL populations. Again, a teacher, not a program. And sometimes that can be easily confused with LLI, or leveled literacy intervention, that was just spoken about in the last presentation. Do keep in mind, though, that students receiving either reading recovery as an intervention or literacy lessons are also a part of Tier 1 core instruction that's provided by the classroom teacher. And this core curriculum that was adopted newly this year meets all science of reading criteria. It's reading recovery that provides that one-on-one, more prescriptive approach to the students with the greatest needs. The goal is to dramatically reduce the number of first grade students who have this extreme difficulty with learning to read and write, and reduce the cost of these learners to our educational systems. The intention is to get first graders working at or near the average of their classmates, and students should be able to transfer that learning from their one-on-one tutorials to the classroom with independence in about 24 to 40 hours of instruction. For literacy lessons, on the other hand, the intent is to primarily serve students who continue to experience difficulty with early literacy beyond first grade, usually up to about age 9. Our goal is to help them surpass this reading acquisition phase and be able to access instruction from their classroom teacher as close to grade level expectation as possible. Our intended outcome for all readers is very multifaceted. We want enjoyment, engagement, comprehension, and ultimately to build content knowledge. I slipped this one in here just to make sure that we understand that literacy lessons, sometimes LL or lit lessons, teachers do not equal that particular product, LLI. You bet. Yes, these are individual teachers who are trained similarly to reading recovery teachers to work specifically in those special population areas with specialized one-on-one responsive teaching. So to recap, reading recovery is a Tier 3 intervention for first graders, supplement to strong Tier 1 instruction. As determined by the Striving Reader Decision Tree for Grade 1, reading recovery could be a Tier 3 intervention for students performing in the lowest quartile, and this is determined via the school's multi-tiered systems of support team. I would kind of like to share with you the expansion of growing literacy leaders and support staff across the district. Investment in literacy expertise starts for us at the university level for reading recovery and literacy lessons teachers and teacher leaders. And we constantly are grappling with what's best for children learning to read, and we stay up to date with the most researched and evidence-based practices. So district administrators set the vision for increased literacy achievement. Then these school principals leverage trained literacy leaders to build capacity with classroom teachers and special population professionals. The classroom teachers learn from their trained colleagues and build efficacy through collaboration and coaching relationships. Students receive one-on-one individualized intervention or small group instruction from these highly trained literacy individuals, and families celebrate the new found confidence and literacy progress in their young readers. We do collaborate and learn from surrounding Florida districts who are also invested in this work around professional development, implementation, and celebration of outcomes. Sarasota has been the leader in bringing this work to the state of Florida, and we're currently in 4 other districts: Charlotte, Hillsborough, Pinellas, and Palm Beach. Manatee and Duval districts are projected to join the effort next year. So reading recovery and literacy lessons teachers take graduate course level credits during their training year, and they continue professional learning beyond. Everything is poured into that teacher via highly trained experts and collaboration through shared experiences with colleagues. It is backed by Linda Darling-Hammond and others' work as a highly effective teacher professional learning model because it is content focused. It's a collaboration through job-embedded contexts. There's coaching and expert support, opportunities for feedback and reflection, and it's sustained over ongoing professional development. So it's not a once-and-done kind of approach. The Reading Recovery cohort is a PLC in its very truest sense. With a direct alignment to the multi-tiered systems of support. They work closely with one another and problem solve daily around students and their academic achievement. These teachers, I promise you, leave no stone unturned when it comes to working with students and determining their next steps. They also work with staff members and colleagues around best practices in literacy instruction, and they collaborate with those staff members around student data regularly. This is just one way we're building capacity and fostering efficacy in others. So in the next series of slides, you'll see several examples of how our reading recovery and literacy lessons teachers are working to build capacity in many different areas and with different groups at their schools. This is an Alta Vista reading recovery teacher who has been inviting the classroom teachers in to see the individualized lessons. And those classroom teachers are consistently talking about how impactful it is to see their students in action because they leave with all kinds of ideas and strategies to be used with all of her students. This is a Tuttle reading recovery teacher. She's providing professional learning around the new best standards to the specials area teachers and oral language modules to kindergarten and first grade teachers as well as paraprofessionals. Here's a reading recovery teacher at Englewood, Kathy Monda, who makes the newspaper with a community partnership that she's made to open a leveled library at Englewood Elementary for students to ensure their reading success. This literacy lessons teacher at Wilkinson Elementary just hosted an ESOL Parents Night so that they could learn more about how to help their young reader at home be successful, also in the classroom and on state testing. Morgana Robson, a literacy lessons teacher at Fruitville Elementary, is a great resource to teachers when completing their reading assessments of students and helping them, really taking the time to help them puzzle around specific students and determine next steps in reading instruction. I can't leave the students out. This is a group of 5th graders at Glen Allen who are realizing the difference that they're making in the lives of young readers. These 5th graders work weekly with reading recovery students on individualized tasks that the reading recovery teacher helps them design, and they have created a very exciting bond with what they call their Becker Buddy. The examples of literacy leadership on each campus and across the district are really difficult to number. So I would like to invite the team from Garden Elementary to speak to us today about the impact that you're seeing and how you have built capacity at Garden Elementary. I know. Salima.
Sure.
Salima.
Yes, no, thank you, Rachel. And thank you all so much for the opportunity to describe the impact that reading recovery has had at Garden Elementary School. We have celebrated the 70-point gain that Garden experienced when comparing our 18-19 FSA scores to our 2021 FSA scores at a previous board workshop. And I wanted to share with you that embedded in that impressive data are the results from our reading recovery students. And I'm pleased to share that 88% of our Gen Ed students who participated in the FSA scored a level 3 or higher on that 2021 reading FSA, and 50% of those students scored at a level 4, which is so exciting. Our site-based literacy expert and reading recovery teacher, Stacy Belanca, is going to provide you with some additional details to help you better understand how we achieve this success and the intentional work that we have done to build and strengthen literacy throughout our school community. Stacy?
Thank you. Previously on that slide, I'm not sure if you had a chance to glance at it, but I hope you kind of focus on the background of that slide, and you'll see that image in the background of the rippling effect. So I want you to just picture that pond, a pond so still without a wave in sight. The pond is calm, but when you throw a rock at it, you can see that the splash of the rock creates ripples that extend to form waves. That image reminds me that one small change can have an enormous impact, and I truly believe that that's what Reading Recovery has done at Garden Elementary. As stated earlier, Reading Recovery is a highly effective one-on-one short-term intervention for our struggling first grade students. And Rachel stated earlier that the ultimate goal is to dramatically reduce the number of these first grade students who have extreme difficulty learning to read and write, and to reduce the cost of these learners to the educational system. And as Mrs. Archer just previously stated, we did have 88% of our Reading Recovery students pass the Reading FSA with a 3 or higher for those students who went into the Reading Recovery program. And Rachel also stated that part of my job is to work one-on-one, not only with those students from first grade, but then I also have the second half of my day dedicated to providing intensive small group intervention to struggling K through 3rd grade students using research-based intervention materials. And since the implementation of these research-based intervention materials, I have seen a positive effect on the general reading achievement of these students, positive effect on their reading fluency, and I just think that the implementation of the level literacy system has really benefited our students at Garden Elementary. With the overwhelming success of the students, I wanted to share my new learning with teachers. As a Reading Recovery teacher, I am viewed as a literacy expert at our school. I have received specialized training in the implementation of high-impact strategies in the area of literacy instruction. Being an expert in literacy without sharing my learning with others allows for a limited reach, and our goal was to focus on building literacy capacity within our school. Obtaining full buy-in required that we meet each teacher where they were and let the teachers see how well these high-impact strategies worked within their classroom. So we started slow. In addition to the kindergarten through 2nd grade literacy modules, we decided to implement literacy trainings for all staff members. We dedicated 15 minutes during our staff meetings to teach these high-impact strategies to all of our staff members K through 5. Teachers were able to walk away with learning something personalized, relevant, and useful that could be implemented into their classrooms. The following school year, we provided level literacy intervention training to all of our ESE, ESOL, paraprofessionals, and contract service providers to support our Tier 2 and Tier 3 instruction. So these teachers were trained in providing intensive small group supplementary literacy intervention to struggling students. And as a result, these teachers stated that they felt better equipped with responding to the needs of their students. They felt that the LLI had a positive impact on the reading achievement of their students, and they definitely saw that enthusiasm and the confidence related to reading and writing improve in their students. Since extending my reach and working with teachers, I noticed that teachers have displayed a positive attitude to professional development. Right now, they're even seeking out additional professional development from me. So I thought that was a great tell on how I'm affecting our school community. They exhibited deeper implementation of evidence-based instructional strategies, and they have a stronger focus on academic pursuits. In addition, we also saw that the student behavior improved in our school. Students had a better positive belief system about their ability to grow and learn in our school. So in summary, I believe that the implementation of Reading Recovery has had a positive impact on our school community. And here to discuss her experiences with the implementation of Reading and Recovery at our school is Jennifer Kingsbury, one of our first grade teachers.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Kingsbury, and I do teach first grade. I'm here to let you know how I, as a general education teacher, have benefited from the Reading Recovery Program at our school. I've had 2 students receive the one-on-one services from Mrs. Belanca, as well as several other students participate in her small group intervention. The growth that I've seen in those students has been nothing short of amazing. Not only have they grown in their reading skills, but their confidence has gone through the roof. They have gone from shy, apprehensive students, afraid to participate in classroom discussions, to confident, independent students willing to offer their thoughts and their reasons for those thoughts. These skills and attributes are apparent not only in reading, but in all content areas and in all settings. You may think that reading recovery only benefits those students participating in the small group or one-on-one setting, but this is far from the truth. Our program has been in place at Garden for 5 years, and during those years, I've seen more growth in my students than in the previous 17 years of my career prior to that. Why? I tell you with confidence, it is because of the site-based literacy training and ongoing support I have received from our reading recovery teacher, Mrs. Belanca. 5 years ago, Mrs. Belanca began providing professional development using the literacy modules to our first grade team. I have implemented the high-impact instructional strategies learned in these modules to refine my delivery of my ELA instruction, which has resulted in accelerated growth for all of my students. As a matter of fact, I just completed the end-of-the-year data collection for my current independent professional development plan, and I'm proud to share that 100% of my students demonstrated growth in reading by increasing 6 levels or more, as measured by running records. 100% of my students met or exceeded their learning goals in reading for the 21-22 school year. I am so proud of my students and their performance, and I appreciate having the opportunity to share the impact that the professional learning and literacy training that I have received from our reading recovery teacher has had on my practice and on the academic performance of my students. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer and Stacy. I am so incredibly proud of your successes and the success that our students and staff have experienced under your leadership. Thank you so, so much. With an increase of 10% in our overall reading proficiency, I think it's fair to say that our students, our ELA teachers, our paraprofessionals who support our students in ELA have all benefited from the literacy learning opportunities that we have hosted at Garden Elementary. And as our school community begins to plan for the 22-23 school year, we will uphold a steadfast focus on maintaining the momentum we have built with our literacy efforts. Prioritization will be given to support the implementation of PLCs so that we may benefit from increased levels of collegiality, collective efficacy, and collaboration to enhance the overall improvement of staff and student performance at Garden Elementary. We will maintain an intentional focus on building sustainable systems to personalize learning to accelerate the growth for all of our students in a healthy and supportive learning environment. And we're probably going to have a little bit of fun along the way. Ultimately, we will continue to do whatever it takes to make it great to be a Garden Gator. Thank you.
I love the Garden Gators.
Me too.
I happen to love Gators, but I do love the Garden Gators, and you have a wonderful school. And Amy, just congratulations to you on being Principal of the Year.
Thank you.
We are so proud of you
for
your next step on the state level. So,
yeah, thank you.
Congratulations.
Very exciting, and thank you guys for sharing not only your journey, but also how reading recovery has impacted your school and at the classroom level as well. So I wanted to share with you another principal who strongly supports the implementation of reading recovery and literacy lessons in her building.
I am blessed to have 2 amazing reading recovery teachers and 1 inspirational literacy lessons teacher at Tuttle Elementary School. Their impact has been significant in our school. Beyond their incredible work with students throughout the entire school day, these highly trained ladies are the literacy experts that my teachers collaborate and problem solve with daily. I am personally inspired to grow and learn aside this team to best serve as a literacy leader at my school. Once you see reading recovery in action, you will understand its value in our educational system. My name is Patty Felino. I'm the principal at Tuttle Elementary School.
So here are some of the tenets of reading recovery and literacy lessons instruction. You may not have realized the ways that it is aligned to science of reading principles or how reading recovery and literacy lessons instruction is appropriate and effective for students with dyslexic characteristics. There are many. Our scope and sequence teaches teachers how to move from the simple to complex skills. Our phonics and problem-solving strategies naturally spiral due to increasing text level gradient. Skills are taught and ample time for practice and application is provided to get mastery and transfer of skills. It includes phonemic awareness, phonics, fluency, concepts about print. Students work with words and are taught to think about how words work. It is multimodal and multisensory, connecting the looking, hearing, saying, and writing, and there is daily writing application to practice phonics skills and respond to reading. Both reading recovery and literacy lessons are non-scripted, but rather individually responsive lessons that are designed for acceleration by a teacher with the knowledge to do so. Part of that responsiveness comes from the realization that we may all have a common desired outcome, but that real readers each take their own pathway to get there, and these teachers are able to systematically and explicitly direct that individual's path. I mentioned the intended outcomes of reading recovery and literacy lessons a bit earlier, but I would be remiss, and here they are again, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention that there are really two positive outcomes of reading recovery. That students reach the average of their class and are ready for grade level expectations, or that students have made progress, but they continue to need further support. This too is a positive outcome, because instead of continuing to struggle in the classroom, the interventionist is able to work with others to tailor support to his or her current educational needs and further design specialized instruction. Students completing literacy lessons, the expansion of reading recovery, often move into grade level small groups. They have their IEP goals revised. Some even go on consult, needing no further service. The teachers in a reading recovery lesson or literacy lessons bond with students in a way that is really difficult to explain. The trust that they build with these students encourages them to take risks and work really hard. As the lesson series progresses, the teacher works diligently with the student and the classroom teacher to see a transfer of independence to the classroom setting. Effective reading teachers know that regardless of skill and strategy, if motivation and engagement are not present, students will not succeed, that success breeds success. Many ask what the reading recovery and literacy lessons teachers do when they're not teaching their one-on-one lessons, and as you have seen so much in addition to their efforts with individual students, over the course of the last 7 years, we've trained 3 teacher leaders, 57 reading recovery and literacy lessons teachers, and those teachers, prior to 21-22, have worked with 5,628 kindergarten through 3rd grade readers in small groups, 1,359 individual tutorial lessons through reading recovery, and have helped to support over 400 classroom teachers. So now it's time to celebrate a little bit. We have to take a look at some compelling data and testimonials to the life change in these students. This is a Laurel Nokomis student. She's a 3rd grader now. And Ms. Swedberg catches her engaged like this at parent pickup almost every day. And you could definitely say that to look at her, you would have never known that she used to struggle. Victor Hugo wrote, "To learn to read is to light a fire. that every syllable is spelled out is a spark. It's pictures like these that makes why we do what we do so important. I know that Sarasota County Schools wants to foster a deep thinking in readers. We want to encourage authentic encounters with text to have students think, compose, and write their own ideas, and ultimately for us to coach readers who know how to keep on learning. This is an example of progress beyond the intervention. This student at Alta Vista has gone from reading recovery to news anchor and even advanced work. Parents are consistently sending us messages like these: phone calls, text messages, emails, and pictures of students reading at home. The stories are endless. They are so appreciative of the intense work that's being done with their students and ultimately for the progress that they're seeing unfold right before their eyes. Tears of frustration are often replaced with tears of joy and gratitude. You're going to meet Maram in a little bit on a video, and she is really just one student who embodies true literacy success beyond the reading recovery intervention, and she will share a little bit of her powerful story upcoming in a few minutes. So I'm going to have Denise share with you a little bit because we're going to move into some specific data to look at the impact statistically as well. And so I'm going to give Denise just an opportunity to share a bit as well.
So I'm going to look at some of the outcomes from reading recovery on a bigger scale. We've done some studies locally and looked at the success, and we have some really nice data charts that I think we have presented and will present again at a different school. But I had, first, before I even say any of the national or the statistical findings, I want to say that I had the privilege of going to see reading recovery a couple of weeks ago one morning. I was asked, and Rachel, I don't know if you asked me, but I came anyway. And if you haven't seen it, you have to see it to understand it, you know? So I really wanted, as I was reading about it and looking at results, I was like, well, what exactly does it mean? And unless you see it, how it's this perfect blend of building capacity and working with children one-on-one, you just really don't understand it, I don't think. You have to see it. So I hope you all have the same opportunity that I had. Okay, so I went and I was looking at the research on reading recovery, and the first thing I found that it is probably one of the most studied reading programs over the past 30 years. Lots and lots of studies on reading recovery, but as with most interventions in any of the social sciences, including education, it's very difficult to measure causality, right? Was it this treatment that had that effect? And why does that happen? It's because we're not the physiological sciences. We can't go in and measure as they do. So, and that's due to several reasons. One is that you don't want to deny treatment to any group, right? If you know something works, you want to give it to everybody. You can't have this control group, per se. For educators or anybody, that would be unethical. It's difficult to conduct true experiments within a school setting. Interventions are not occurring while nothing else is occurring, right? You can't just isolate these children and use them in a study that way. So most results that we find for many, many interventions are affected by this, and they're reported in journals, and they're really kind of quasi-experimental results. You really can't say this caused that. A lot of times when we purchase, and Kelly knows this because we've been there together, when a vendor is trying to sell us something, they report all of their own findings. Well, they're a vendor, so why would you believe that, right? They're really not doing this outside lens, this objective lens. But since reading recovery's been around so long, What Works Clearinghouse has really done a really good job of looking at dozens and dozens and dozens of studies. And if you don't know what Works Clearinghouse is, it's one of those outside objective agencies that hold programs, educational programs, to an extremely high level of statistical significance and importance. They don't look at studies if they didn't do their homework and they didn't have a true experimental approach, a true statistical approach. So I went there. That's where I would usually go to look, to see. And as I suspected, there were many studies done on reading recovery. And what's the most important piece of this is that even with their very, very high standards of experimental design, they found positive effects on each of these domains. And in alphabetics, comprehension, reading fluency, and general reading achievement. So another study was published thereafter by a group that got an I3 grant. An I3 grant is a grant that will only fund studies where they have the ability to spread the effect, right? So they will only give money, and they give a lot of money, to research that is going to make a difference that can be replicated. So that study also found really high effects. That will be incorporated into the What Works Clearinghouse study shortly, within the next year or so, is from what I understand. So when you look at the evidence and compilation from different groups, different organizations, yes, you will see many that will say, well, this caused this or didn't cause that. But unless you go to these kind of levels, you're not going to find into this level of experimental design. I would always be suspect, and that's just my background. But if you look at the evidence, and we have it clear as day here, that it really does, yes, it has a very high effect, and a moderate to high effect, a 0.4 or greater, which in Hattie's work, you wouldn't even look at anything under a 0.4. And some were even as high as 0.9. So from my limited research, she is surely the expert, not me, but coming in from somebody on the outside and really looking at it, I think you would easily find that it is one of the highest reviewed intervention, and that it also is rated as one of the highest interventions. So that was my piece.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. So we know that reading success matters. The narrative really isn't complete unless we look at it statistically as well. And we have to think about the idea that retention is a leading predictor in dropping out of school, and we must consider what would happen without an intervention like this. This graph shows the continued decrease in retentions, kindergarten through second grade, over the last 7 years. Reading Recovery has saved the district hundreds of thousands of dollars yearly due to the reduction of retentions in first grade alone. So I want to pause here for just a moment to explain this graph a little further. It shows how the Reading Recovery students as a whole and also individual student groups compare in overall growth on the observation survey to the average first grader who makes 1 year's growth. Just as a side note, the observation survey of early literacy achievement is a standardized assessment of early literacy foundational skills, broad range. The average first grader makes 1 year's growth. You can see that bar to the far right. And in Sarasota, on average, our Reading Recovery students not only start significantly below the average, which is the red line at the bottom, but they catch up and surpass the average first grader, making 1.5 years total growth. Our Sarasota student groups, when disaggregated, also make significant growth. You can see 1.5 to 1.6 years growth depending on the student group. When our first round of Reading Recovery students exit the intervention at mid-year, they have already surpassed their average age peer. This graph shows that students receiving the Reading Recovery intervention continue to make growth in the classroom and finish the year on average higher than their peers in text level. This is a graph that shows the round 2 students and how they come in. So after round 1 students exit the intervention, round 2 students are picked up at mid-year, and you can see these students at mid-year take off. By the end of their lesson series, round 2 students also exceed average first graders in text level. So here's Jeremy, Nicole, Zane, and countless others that tell the story of these increased text levels and writing scores, and they reach the average of their class and they continue to achieve in school well beyond the time in their intervention. Additionally, we have trained teachers and classroom teachers, principals, and parents who have all experienced the richness that Reading Recovery and literacy lessons influence, the richness of their influence, and truly feel like they can make a difference. Each one is a little stone telling a story that none could tell by itself. I really encourage you to come see us in action. The teaching, the professional learning, it's hard to feel the true power unless you witness it with your own eyes. I have to also mention that reading recovery and literacy lessons would not be possible in our district and others around us without the generosity of our community partners. Gulf Coast Community Foundation, Keith Monda, Veronica Brady, Charles and Marjorie Branzik Foundation are all invaluable and are a large part of reading recovery and literacy lessons success here in Sarasota. They too saw the vision of investing in teacher expertise to change student lives and build capacity district-wide simultaneously. Again, thank you for your attention and for this opportunity. We look forward to being able to do it again and hosting you at any one of our reading recovery training centers. We have a short video that the communications department has put together for us to sum it up.
My name is Mareem. I am a 7th grader at Booker Middle School. I was reading recovery student with Miss Fisher in 1st grade at Tuttle Elementary School. I struggled to learn to read and write until Miss Fisher taught me how, and I remember enjoying being with her.
My name is Ann Woodward, and my daughter Beverly was in the reading recovery program last year. I don't know where we would be today if it hadn't been for the program. Beverly was a non-reader when she started and ended 1st grade, only one reading level below where she should have been.
Caleb Owen's been in reading recovery this year, and reading recovery has meant the world to our family. Before Kayla entered the program, she was struggling with her letter recognition, her phonics. She was not really reading and had minimal confidence in herself.
I remember being embarrassed in my first years of school because I couldn't keep up with the other kids in reading. Of course, my weakness in reading filtered through to all of my subjects. I fell behind in everything. I recall how being a part of reading recovery made me feel special. Since then, 40 years later, I've been able to reap the benefits of not being a struggling reader anymore.
When I think of reading recovery, I think this is absolutely saving lives. This is the most targeted, individualized instruction available to help with early literacy. I dare say it's the best thing that has happened to Sarasota County students.
You know, when I think about our reading recovery program, there are two pieces that really stand out for me about just the impact that it has had over the years. Not only is it really helping our kiddos grow academically and changing the academic paths of our students, but it is helping our teachers become experts because we have built-in ongoing professional development with our reading recovery teachers.
The reading recovery training that I received has challenged me to grow professionally and reflect daily on my teaching in order to problem solve around each of my students.
After 17 years as an educator, reading recovery has been a gift. Through my ongoing professional learning and daily practice, my greatest takeaway has been honoring and giving value to my students' individual reading journeys.
I have seen complete joy take over a child's face and voice when reading just clicks. Tapping into and opening that joy is what reading recovery does each and every day.
Reading recovery gave me the confidence to believe in myself. Now, 7 years later, I am an honor student excelling. I have gotten A's and B's in reading ever since reading recovery.
I was the first in my family to go to college, and now I am a financial manager with Achiever with an MBA.
Miss Mathievert taught me to read and write, and now I can easily do both. Now look what I did on my last reading test all on my own.
So reading recovery does what it sets out to do, and that is change the trajectory of a 1st grader's reading journey.
Well, thank you all. This was wonderful. And Dr. Johnson, any closing comments from you?
No, truthfully, just appreciate the time of you guys from the ESC Reading Initiative, Lit Lessons, and now Reading Recovery. Our goal, if you notice, and I think Dr. Asplin did a wonderful job of explaining this, is to build capacities in our teachers, right? It's to give them the skills to make tough decisions in the class when you have 18 students or small group instruction. So for us, the programs that we have in place are wonderful, and I totally agree with that. Working with the Strauss Foundation with dyslexia, all these things to try to give them the opportunity to be successful. But the overarching piece is building capacity in our teachers. So please, hopefully, if you leave with anything, that would be our message today.
And I would say to our community partners as well who are here, encourage those parents to read to babies, to read to youngsters, because we know how important that is. And children love that, reading time every night. So I would encourage all of the Healthy Start, first, what is it? I'm thinking the wrong name now. But at any rate, I would encourage all of our early learning partners to really encourage parents to do that. I know everybody is very busy, but that's one of the most important things that they can do for students is teach them a love of at least listening to a story on a nightly basis. Shirley?
Thank you for this presentation. I'm so glad it was as in-depth as it was also, and that we had feedback from the principals and the teachers. The page that I thought was the best in your presentation was this one, in that, we started, several years ago testing the kids, and teachers started being graded on that. And I would think that there were some teachers that were out there that they got their grades back and, either they felt like a failure or they pegged some of those kids as failures. And we know some of those kids felt like failures. So, is that what we label them the rest of their lives? No. We go in there and we define what the problem is. We analyze why is it occurring. We implement, what are we going to do about it? And then evaluate, is it working? Now, reading recovery and the literacy lessons, I would imagine, are working for the majority of our students. But as we heard, this morning, we also have programs we're going to be specifically for students with dyslexia, that this might not be the right program for it. Or, as the teacher said, blending those programs so that we get what's right, and which is a wonderful thing. And to see some of these gains, I'm excited. I'm excited to see the gains, especially from our lower quartile. I've often been asked, what are you going to do now that you're not on the school board or won't be on the school board? My church, Church of the Palms, has an after-school tutoring program. I would like to work with our school district to train some of those tutors in what we're supposed to do with students who have reading problems. And even for parents, maybe we can even put something up on our website so that, we can tell this is what you need to do if your student is struggling with this, or perhaps even come out or even train some of those volunteers in the school that comes in for reading. I know there are several organizations out there that bring kids, individuals in, community members in to work with those. So, we all want to be a part of this. We all want to see our kids succeed. And I want to work with that, with my community. After I'm done on the board, we're going to still work with this. And thank you. And I'm just so glad to see this. And I know sometimes reading recovery gets a bad rap, but it isn't all things for all students, and you're not proclaiming that it is. But it's helping a majority of our students, and we're looking for other ways for those students it's not helping. But I love that we're analyzing, we're finding the solutions, and we're making it work for our kids. Thank you all so much.
Bridget?
Excuse me. Thank you so much. I have a lot of data in front of me, and for the sake of time, these are discussions I can continue to have with Dr. Aspen and even Dr. Cantalupo. Thank you very much, because the data part means a lot to me. Not being an educator, I think what was said before, and I believe this, I don't think any child fits in one box. I think they all learn in different, I can say with my 3 children, I can see very, very different learning styles and character traits that play into that. So that I want us to be able to customize education instruction as much as possible. So when it comes down to saying, kind of where we went throughout this process today is making sure that we provide, there are multiple tools in the toolkit for our educators so they understand how to use that, they can understand how to recognize that. And I think that's that's what we should be striving to do. So I applaud that all day long, and continuing to evaluate hear the feedback from I believe that from the educators on the ground level. Does this work? Is the professional development actually connecting with the time and also the outcomes? I mean, kind of high level, but from where I sit, one of the things that, and I have to thank Dr. Cantalupo again, with some of the data that they provided us over the series of years. So I have about a 5-year spread right in front of me. And I think one of the things that was concerning is, and this is broadly, so it's not specific to reading recovery, but when we look at K, first, second, and we start to see those lower quartile numbers and that gap kind of continue, and I'm focusing on reading in specific, I'm not getting into math, we're still seeing that progression. And to your point, not the causation versus correlation piece, understand there's a number of variables. And so again, we defer to the professionals, educators on that front line. Do you have those? Is this working? And so that's just where I find a challenge. I think one of the things that I'd always, and I did, WWC, I love that site. So it helps someone like me a lot. The only challenge that I found, because I've heard a lot of the back and forth, and again, there are different styles that work and some don't, but I'm going to go to the data piece. And the one thing, because it's short, it's a short-term intervention, as that said, like over and over and over again. It's interesting at the top, summary, WWC has a little asterisk that I thought was interesting, saying that they couldn't, based on their, I have too many tabs up, but I'll copy and paste it. It was ultimately, they weren't able to conclude because it didn't fall within their evidence standards. There are 202 studies, and yes, it's been around since 1970. It's been one of the most overly studied rating programs out there, 3 of which they did provide that fell within WWC's in their evidence-based standards, and those 3 met, but of that of the 97 pulled, only 93 worked. So I'll send this over to you. But I think, to me, again, I go back to I want to be careful with evidence and looking at those things, because then that's a piece. But I think also what we see at our local, at our district, that evidence, that data, and again, even through there, each child, and it's not. Those are all going to be different stories. So I just wanted to explain how I look at this. So it's not attacking on one program or not, because I'm going to defer to y'all who are on the front lines of it when it comes down to, I certainly don't want, I mean, every day, and I know this is everyone in this room, we don't want to see that, I say red because that's what the color of our graphs look like, but we just want to make sure that lower quartile, and what we start to see is that it's right around second, third, fourth, what have you. And again, I don't diminish the challenges, but as our interventions, we're focusing, for example, reading recovery as a first grade. I know that we teach that in professional development for our teachers that go through K through 5, so those can be utilized. But I guess my broader question is, it is geared towards first grade. You made a good point that if we didn't catch them then, it would potentially be, we'd have even more students that are far behind, and then that can pull down a classroom. So I understand the ripple effect and all of that. But I think where it goes down to is this one working? How else can we, and I think that's where Dr. Aspen was going, is how do we add more of these, because we still have areas that we're losing students, and you start to see it around second and third grade, and then those just tear up. And I'm not telling you anything, guys, that you don't know, but I think the way visually that you presented it to us, and I was grateful for that. I think Dr. Aspen, that was the first time any superintendent has presented the data that way, and it helped me as a board member to see, okay, wait, there's a bigger story here. Now, what those solutions are, these are helpful, but the question is, as we move forward, are these actually closing that lower quartile or not? So I appreciate the time and effort. I know that there's no magic bullet. We can keep striving for it, but it is important to kind of peel back the onion and figure out what levers to push. And I am excited that our staff and school-based administration, I want them to be as empowered as possible to share with those different, what works, what doesn't, because you guys really know. So thank you.
So your point is this working or not?
I think I think it remains to be seen. I mean, really, as we look, the data has been presented to us as a board in a very different manner, and this has been around for 7 years? 5 at your school. And so I think that's where, we can talk about the cost, but again, I don't want to be penny wise, pound foolish. I think there is still evidence that we are not, we have a reading gap that continues starting in second grade is where you really start to see it take off. And so that's my concern. Do I have the answer? If I had the answer, I would certainly have already given that. I wouldn't even go through that whole diatribe. But I think, that's just where I look, and I think as we continue through this, however we can remove that. It's just that second grade is where you start to see it. And so the question is that short-term intervention really the way to go? Or do we lose them after second grade? And I know you track each student from reading recovery specifically.
Direct service and support is provided to those first graders, but we monitor, especially our reading recovery alum, through fifth grade and provide them with supplemental support when needed, or just even keeping a close tab on them. But we do that with all of our students. We problem solve constantly and work within our ability to provide personalized learning to every student so that they can reach their full potential. It's tricky at a school like ours because we hover around that 50% free and reduced lunch where we don't quite meet, for funding for title, but we have a high need population. And that's what I think the reading recovery component that it offers the biggest impact is the ability to impact that tier 1 instruction, having a site-based literacy expert to be able to provide all of our teachers with really great strategies, and really emphasizing that responsive teaching, that it's not a program, it's not a script, it's really teachers doing what they are exceptional at doing, is responding to our students' needs and filling those gaps.
And can I add to that? Thank you, Ms. Archer, is that part of the presentation from last time was really us looking at MTSS. I can't see because Ms. Ellington. And our progress monitoring tool, right, with benchmark advanced and interventions we have in place. The whole purpose, kind of the last two, are to show you the layers, right? So now that we have a full progress monitoring in place, every single elementary school, our goal, besides the first graders getting reading recovery, is to be able to track all kids, as Mrs. Archer said, and ensuring that we put interventions in place to close those gaps. So we have that in place now, and I think part of it now is going from year to year and ensuring that we don't lose those kids and that we're paying attention to every single child. So hopefully the presentations we keep showing you, you're at least being able to see, hey, that layers on top of layers of how we're making sure that we're capturing every child.
And for the first time, we have those aligned standards-based resources for those other grade levels when they need to continue the interventions. We have those consistently at all the schools, and before we didn't.
Karen?
Thank you. I have to highlight Principal Amy Archer. You are bringing enormous wisdom to your school with years of experience, and highlight your team because you have taken a school that is as close to being title as it can get with the 50% free and reduced lunch, which in and of itself brings challenges. And you've, taking your school from what was a C-rated to an equivalent of an A-rated school in the peak of COVID. And I don't know how you can exemplify any more systems in optimal place. And what I hear you saying in this presentation, and particularly in your last presentation at the beginning of the year, was literacy. And in addition, the interventions for every individual student. And I am thankful for Principal Patty Folino at Tuttle, former literacy specialist that I worked with as a principal and a teacher. We have phenomenal experience and skill set. And Kelly Ellington, you come with more credibility and worth that is a great tribute to our district. And I celebrate all of this with you. I'm going to tell you that whether I was a special education teacher or a principal, I get this feeling that we can't talk about our challenges. And so I challenge myself. I mean, every year when we would start the year, either as a special education teacher or as a principal, celebrating. And I celebrate with you and recognize the work, the building of the work with benchmark lessons, putting the layers on, and I see it, I want to speak to it, and I want to recognize it as the whole driving where you want to go. I am going to challenge you the way I challenged myself, that we challenged ourselves as teachers in elementary school, my elementary school for 13 years, or as a principal in multiple middle schools, and I'm going to challenge you with this data, not because I feel like we don't talk about it, and I feel like we have to. We celebrate, we get energy, we recognize the impossible and phenomenal, and we also challenge and recognize what has occurred. And in 2021, reading recovery, and I'm not saying this because it's good or bad, I'm challenging you to continue to do what you're doing. 50% of the students met grade level on the FSA. That, to me, ends up at a bottom line. And I also look at the 7 years of trend data in the Florida State Assessment for third grade since the inception, which didn't include all schools. It started as a pilot and built up. And that students at grade 3 in reading over that 7 years have not improved. There's no significant improvement. We have not gone past our high that we started with of somewhere in, we fluctuate between low 70s and high 60s, and that encompasses any challenges that came with COVID. And I'm going to say that you are a well-oiled machine over there, Garden, because of what you accomplished. And then I want to add into that the title schools of Wilkinson and Booker. And again, I'm celebrating with you because you have accomplished a lot, but I am telling you how I've experienced success year after year. And that is to do exactly what you're doing, build the layers, find out your weaknesses, build upon your strengths, but also to look and be very transparent with your challenges, because I think it gives actually more energy to building those layers. In your presentation was great. I mean, you touched on every single piece. What I ask you to touch on, because I will do it with myself as I always have, what are your weaknesses so that we can watch those grow as we celebrate what you're building and your successes. Thank you.
Tom.
Okay, so I started my school board journey with Rachel and Allison, and to have it all come back around again is rather gratifying. I've seen behind the glass 3 times, and I hear these 100%. I mean, how do you argue with those results? And yet, I struggle with an email I got yesterday from a parent that is very credibly cited with why we shouldn't be investing in reading recovery. It's, I've got an NPR that came through this weekend that said reading recovery looks like the results drop off in 4th and 5th grade. So I'm in a juxtaposition, and yet, some of us have been educators for a long time. Some of us have been sitting in education or in board member positions for a long time. And when I got here, I looked at the same data. I looked at the data that's been going on for many years, and there's not been a whole lot of improvement in that data. So here's where I'm at. What I heard this morning, just this morning, is that there is not a one-size-fits-all, and that we are struggling as educators, as board members, to try and find, and what I'm beginning to envision is that we're going to have literacy teachers, literacy expert teachers who can pick and choose the right program on demand, literally on the fly. And that's what I'm kind of sensing where we're at in terms of all of these programs and all of the success of these programs. Because I'll tell you, since I've been here, whether it's Wilkinson or Emma E. or some of our, I've had conversations with Dr. Asplin that these numbers are not, and I've been having that conversation for a year since I've been sitting here. We've explored magnet program, we've explored community partnership programs, and so the other place that I need to go back here is with my business acumen. In the 2 programs that we're talking about, what I sort of zero down into what works for a struggling child is very small groups or one-on-one, that's incredibly expensive. Not saying that money is an object, but when we're running a big school district, when you get down to making sure that every single student can pass third grade reading, that's a lot of money and a lot of resources and a lot of teachers. As I just look at it from the outside looking in, I am not an educator. So I think the PLC direction is the right direction. I think that these programs, because I need to make sure, because I get confused in these community conversations. You have one end of the community who says we shouldn't be investing in reading recovery, it's a horrible program, and you have the other end of the community that's saying it saved my child's life. So we're not going to satisfy the community. We have to get to every student.
If I could respond to that, I really do feel like there isn't a one-size-fits-all approach, and reading recovery in itself is a very dynamic enterprise. We value internal and external evaluation, which is a lot of what Denise spoke to. I work from the guise that I function on my current thinking, right? And I teach all my teachers to do that. We're only as informed as our current thinking. And so we are never finished learning. And if there's one thing that I've learned in the very large amount of research that I've done over the last couple of years, it is that unfortunately, the sciences of reading are not quite settled yet. And dyslexia and science of reading and phonics instruction, though they are every single one very, very important to me and important to this entire district, we can't be narrow-minded. We have to look at all of the sciences of reading and how they are very, very important to teaching young children how to read. And so I promise you that this work that we're doing is not once and done, that we are constantly working under the guise of our current thinking and constantly looking at current research, working with more community partners to be able to build capacity, because I really do feel like what you're saying is true. And where we are making a difference is by getting into those classrooms so that we can change the practice of the literacy practices of those classroom teachers, to not be in a situation where we have so many students that need intervention to begin with.
Thank you.
Dr. Asplin.
Thank you. I love this conversation. This is a great conversation. I first of all want to say thank you all for a great job that you've done and that you continue to do. I will say that back to what Mr. Edwards was saying, I think Ms. Rose too, like, you know, when you're looking at reading, one thing that I've learned in being a secondary person, there was a lot I needed to learn about reading, not being in elementary school. And that one-on-one or small group instruction is so important. And if you could afford to have one-on-one across the board, that would be fantastic. But I know that's not going to happen. And that's something that we deal with all the time. And we even talk about counselors, right? 400 counselors. It's always a ratio issue. And in reading, it's so very important. And with our Tier 1 students, that's most of our students. And we do have our benchmark curriculum. And as was said here earlier, Ms. Ellington, I know you said it, you know, the benchmark curriculum does align with our best standards, and it's something that we can use across the board with our Tier 1 students. And so then what are we looking at? We're looking at our Tier 2 and our Tier 3, and that's what we're talking about today. And then you drop down to not a few students, but a smaller group of students. And if you could have a one-on-one, that'd be great, but it's small group instruction and so on. The other thing is, you know, I know in my whole 33 years of experience, there has never, ever been a program that every single person I run into says it's good. There's always a problem with any program that you choose. The hard part's trying to find what one works for us and what's going to help our teachers. And the main thing that I still go back to is building the capacity and the experience of our teachers. and helping them in their collaborative groups, understanding how to teach literacy and exactly what the standards are, and helping each other with that. I think that is the best thing that we can do, because they will analyze, diagnose, and then prescribe for our students. And so we need to keep doing that. As far as continuing to move forward, and Ms. Rose touched on it too. Okay, so, we're a pretty good darn district, right? And we have a lot of great things going on, but we always have students who have needs, and I know that you all know that, and you're working on that constantly. But to make sure that we're always looking at what the needs are, and I know our principals are always doing that within their schools to build their school improvement plans and so on, and we need to do that. Now, third grade reading, I will tell you, when you look at the FSA, back in 17, 18, now we're just talking ranking, which is different than criteria, right? So if you look at ranking, in 17, 18 in Sarasota, we ranked 7th in third grade. In 18, 19, we also ranked 7th in third grade. In 2021, we ranked 5th in third grade. When you look at the ranking, this sounds good, but our total number went down, right? It's just others went down farther than we did, so we still have a lot to do. And back to what Ms. Rose said, the low 70s, high 60s, yeah, that's where we are all the time. We need to improve that. And I know everybody in this room wants for that to happen, and we continue to work on that. But we have to be careful when we're looking at rankings versus, our total numbers and so forth. Those other districts, when you look at ours, we had 3,300 third graders. The other districts in front of us, 95 third graders in the whole school. In their whole district. 163 in their whole district. Baker, 376 in their whole district. Smaller numbers. And yes, Ms. Ziegler, I heard you say percent. You're right. You're looking at percent. But at the same time, when you have 95 kids and you can maybe provide a one-on-one easier, that happens, right? Compared to 3,300, you can't do the one-on-one thing as much. So there's a lot of things going on there. So the best thing we can do is build the capacity of our teachers, have them work together on that, and continue that movement, and then know what it is we need to work on every single year and work on that and push forward. And you all are doing that, and I appreciate that. And part of it too, and what is your name again? I'm sorry. Jennifer Kingsbury. And I know you're a teacher at the school at Garden, and I'm sorry. Stacy. So you are the reading recovery teacher, and you're helping the tier 1 teachers with building their capacity on reading. And that is what's going to overcome the one-on-one piece, because the more regular ed teachers that we have learning how to teach reading, the better. And that's what this is all about. And I just need everybody to understand that. And then it takes time for us to get there. So let's work together and get there. Anyway, thank you very much. You're doing a great job. Appreciate it.
Karen?
I feel the need to reiterate, I am celebrating and like what Reading Recovery is doing with the students it's doing with. I major like that you're building layers and every year adding something and expanding it. And the more you expand literacy in any form, the better we're going to do. And I know that Dr. Aspelin likes to counter me, and I love our conversations that you're pointing out positives. I always start out celebrating the positives, always, always, always. It energizes us to tackle our weaknesses. I want to hear our weaknesses because I want to see them move, and I know that all of you can do it. You exemplify it. I'm sorry, I have to highlight you, Principal Archer, your team, Garden, you exemplify it. Intervention, intervention, intervention. I'm also a firm believer in elementary school with 14 and a half years of experience. You have to do small group, and you have to do one-on-one, and you have to intervene individually. And I'm quite sure that you have found ways to do that and that you will continue to do so, and it's our job to support you. And for the record, I have visited Reading Recovery, the labs. They are impressive. They are phenomenal. My challenge to myself and to you is to look at those weaknesses, not take away the successes, not delete what's working, but build layers, build menus, build literacy skills in every teacher. So I think we're on our way. I'm challenging us to expand and cover the areas that we haven't, and I hear you doing that. And also, as Mr. Edwards referenced, it's not so much for me about what our community doesn't like, because there's enough of our community that loves the things that are happening and should when it's working, but to add to that menu years of research and parental research and of what they feel works for their student, which I know teachers do, and I know you partner, and that's part of the literacy. Because what I hear you saying is reading recovery was your basis of becoming a reading recovery literacy leader coach, and you're taking those literacy skills, which cross over multiple approaches, and embedding them in all classrooms in elementary school, and that is the answer. So the purpose of me going on and on is to make clarifications for our community, to give us energy to come together and support what works for a lot of students, and continue to build as you are every student that's exemplified in Garden Elementary.
Well, I want to thank you all for being here today. This is a great program, and I think we're doing some wonderful things for our students, and look forward to working with you over the summer. I do hope that you're challenging students to stay involved, to not have the summer slide, and that's a big thing to me. And the ways of doing that are summer leadership. You're having summer leadership at Garden?
We are not having summer leadership, but we are only sliding at local parks in the area. We won't be experiencing a summer slide. We encourage our students to participate in summer learning. We've done a big initiative with the This Book is Cool. I think we were
Great.
one of the highest with the New Worlds reading. We had more than 150 students participate. So we try to maintain communication through our social media platforms and encourage our students to learn even while they're having fun during the summer. We also have an iReady summer learning initiative planned for those families who opt in.
And school is almost out, isn't it?
My goodness.
I think the kids
Yes.
are counting the days. But thank you all for being here. Wonderful presentation. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, and thank you for your support.
And with that, we're going to have a 5-minute break before we start again at 12, just a stretch. Thank you.
Jane, why aren't we having a lunch today?
1 minute. I'd like to call this workshop back to order today, May the 10th, 2022. And next up, we have item number 4, which is our strategic plan, Goal 4. And up to discuss that is Craig Maniglia and his lovely, wonderful staff. And as we said, cutting it down to 5 minutes? No, not really, but you didn't even smile at that. But at any rate, Craig, take it away.
Well, good morning. Thank you all for letting us be here. We're here today to share Goal 4 of the strategic plan and the progress monitoring so far, and that is to collaborate and engage school communities to support the achievement of all of our students. So I am the goal lead, and I have the support of Dr. DePillo, Kelsey Wheely, Tori Ewald, Brian Hirsch. Our strategy leads are Mina Azrab with Strategy 1, Tara Conradry, Strategy 2, Jennifer Anderson, Strategy 3, and Mr. Joe Benswanger, Strategy 4. And I got to do this too, so our goal is to support the student achievement. Let me start over. Our goal is to support student achievement goals and provide creative communication support of division-wide initiatives and to promote a positive perception of Sarasota County schools. So to me, many parts of communication already exist in everybody's goal and throughout the school system. It's basically our foundation for day-to-day work. We're everywhere. As was kind of evident today when you saw many of the pieces that my department does and many of the things from social media to videos and supporting them all along. So it's important to know that when we developed this strategic plan, I wasn't real sure that communication should be a goal, because it is kind of a foundation. It's everywhere. It is in everybody's business almost on a daily routine. But then as we started to develop it and talk more and more about it, I saw how it would really enrich to have it as a goal, because what it basically does is breaks down all these silos that we have. So if you look at my team directly, I have curriculum people, I have IT people, and my specific goal, or the school district's goal 4, we have a completely different look and approach because we have so many different lenses in this goal. So for me, the breaking down the silos is probably the best thing that this strategic plan is going to do for our district, because we're no longer working in a tunnel, we're working together. So let's see here. This goal has 2 North Star metrics, or outcome metrics as we've referred to them. And these metrics were designed to get feedback from all stakeholders through yearly staff and family climate surveys. Metric 1 is to maintain the percentage of families who strongly agree with this statement district communications are effective. And those currently set at 85%. Metric 2 was to set a baseline through an employee climate survey to track the efficacy of internal communication. That had never been tracked prior to the strategic plan. So in strategy 1, strengthen our brand through effective marketing and two-way district and school-based communications. Strategy 2 is to empower parents as partners in their children's education. And strategy 3 is to collaborate with volunteers, community foundations, and organizations to support our staff and students. And strategy 4 is to build stronger platforms for effective, timely, internal employee communications. So we've, like everybody else has done, we've built our heat map to talk about where we currently are. Strategy 1 is in pretty good shape. And it is in pretty good shape because all through COVID and everything, and me coming new to the district, we started implementing a whole lot of different types of communication structures. So then when the strategic plan came about, we were able to move those into the strategic plan and goal 1 and try to keep up with it. So some of these things were things that need to happen right away, which we were able to complete. And some of these things are ongoing and they're kind of in a maintenance, maintaining what we're doing. So it's ongoing. Just because it's green doesn't mean it's finished. It's an ongoing thing and continually being updated. Strategy 2 needs a little attention, and that's because it's brand new. It's a whole new idea, and we're fortunate to have Tara on the team and work through this with us because it's going to make a huge difference in our schools to have a parent liaison dealing with people every day through communication and making sure the family's getting what they need. Strategy 3 is mixed. We've added a new component with our business partners in strategy and foundations, and we have a volunteer program that has been on hiatus for 2 years. Okay, so to resurrect all these things, it's like starting over. It's not like riding a bike. It's things change. So we're working through these with new databases and trying to figure out how we're going to best do this, which also brings on another outsider to our communications team and Brian to help out. So it's another way to cross these bridges. And then strategy 4 needs probably the most attention here because it's a completely new idea and changing platforms and bringing intranet ideas in. And the collaboration with IT and Joe Binswanger is going to be, extremely useful and helpful to the school district to make this happen. So some of our major accomplishments, and I'll go through these quickly, but I think it would be a shame not to mention them here at this level. We started the Dr. Aspen on the Move. It was a series showcasing our schools, our programs, the excellent students we have. But we've garnered more than 270,000 views in this series. Okay, so think about that for a minute. We're a school district. We have 270,000 views, and that's across all views, social media, all the things we're doing. But the average viewer is watching for 3 minutes. So we're putting out a 3.5-minute video, and we're holding that audience for over 3 minutes. The 2022 referendum was renewed at 85%. That's the highest voter turnout and percentage ever in Sarasota County Schools since the referendum started. Now, that was in collaboration with some community partners. Obviously, Chairwoman Goodwin was a big play in that. Our attorney, Dan DeLeo, who helped that. But from the district's marketing perspective, we had 10,000 distributed cards that we put out. We had 340 social and web posts garnering 640,000 views. Okay, those are some big numbers for a school district of this size to get this kind of return on investment. We also did 28 media spotlights and had 14 speaking engagements with the superintendent at various community locations. We had moving forward, we had a facilitation of a combined 658 media inquiries and opportunities outbound and inbound so far this year. So what does that exactly mean? Externally, we had 4,909 total hits, print and news, which equals, if it were a monetary gain of almost $200 million is what we would have spent to have that kind of exposure. And the views to those, because they were national, some international, over 21 billion views of our stuff that sit in paper. And these are all tracked by a service that we subscribe to called Meltwater. So these aren't numbers that we're tracking. These are being fed to us by our publications and stuff every time we appear in a print. We created TV advertisements for HR vacancies. And what that did for us is it provided an additional 10,000 hits to our website within 10 minutes of these 15-second spots airing. So when you talk about trying to fill vacancies, we're not making them come find us on our website. We're going out looking for where they are. And that's a big step for a school district to be able to do something like that. And we were able to partner with one of the local networks to make it very cost affordable. We created new leadership in school board monthly briefings. We created a new Sarasota County Schools branding guide for logos, emails, letterhead, and PowerPoints, which is available for download on the website. We created and distributed 16 school choice showcase brochures for our middle school and high schools. We hosted 5 superintendent-led town hall meetings, which we used to develop this strategic plan. We've coordinated 10 principal search meetings and reports in the 21-22 school year to help our HR department select and hire a principal. We have a parent and family engagement champion identified at every school. That's huge considering we've had turnover in that department, and Tara's here by herself, but we have one at every school. We began stakeholder collaboration with community organizations and district departments serving Sarasota County schools, parents, and families. We reinstated a volunteer program after a 2-year hiatus due to COVID, and we were able to host an in-person celebration for our volunteers and business partners just a week ago at STC, which was a pretty good celebration. And, you know, I got to thank Jennifer for that and my team who supported, but that was a huge undertaking for being down for 2 years to try to resurrect that, get these great people selected and have that kind of a party for them. So a celebration as we've been using today. So moving forward, we do have some perceived challenges, and these are challenges not only in communications, they're district-wide, but they seem to hit our office quite a bit. So human capital is across all of our strategies. You know, we constantly have turnover in everybody's department. They leave for better opportunities, better money, and it's hard to maintain. But somehow, with the great staff we have, they just buckle down and gear up and get more people. Funding for software and hardware and staffing for strategies 3 and 4 is a perceived challenge for us. Hiring a parent and family administrator to run strategy 2 is going to be a challenge. Create a robust and easy-to-use database for volunteer and business partner activities in strategy 3. Design, implement, train an internet system for all staff in strategy 4. And then, as in everything else we do here, change management is very difficult to get our stakeholder buy-in on new technology and change all, and that's across all strategies. And of course, that's across everybody's platform here. Whenever you make a big change, to get the buy-in is really difficult. So training employees on our new processes and systems, and then I'll leave you with a perceived strategy is our marketing dollars. And that's to support human resources and also to inform our community about the positive outcomes. There's a lot of noise in our community, and the only way to combat that is to market ourselves as the good things we're doing, right? So that's a perceived challenge, because if we don't have marketing dollars and ability to do that, we're just doing the same old thing. So that would be a pretty big change for us. So our metric update here is the parent staff survey. They now have questions about communications concerning mode, frequency, and information. So that's a good deal, because we're in the dark a lot of the time. Do you want a text? Do you want a phone call? Do you want an email? Now we're starting to get information on how people would like to receive their information. And in 2022, the percentage of staff positively responding to a question about the efficacy of internal communication in the annual climate survey came in at 86%. So that means we're doing what we're doing. However, the end number on there is kind of low, right? We're talking about maybe 30% of our staff that actually take these surveys. But in the survey world, people who usually don't take the survey are happy with what they're getting. So that's a number that you can say is fairly good. People who are unhappy will normally take a survey and say, I don't like what I'm getting. So we feel pretty good about that number. And our goal will be to maintain that and try to raise that a percentage or 2 in each school year. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mina here, who is our goal lead on Strategy 1, and he has the help of Tori and Kelsey, who sat alongside of him to build this strategy.
Great, thank you, Craig. Hi, I'm Mina Azrab, for those who don't know me. I'm the manager of digital communications, and thank you all for the opportunity to share the work of our team today. Really quick, I'd like to highlight Craig's leadership for fine-tuning our team's video product to focus on school marketing. He mentioned you've seen a couple of those videos today. That work was there. He came in, he really focused us on school marketing, and I think you've all seen a big shift in the evolution of our department. So I just wanted to give him a shout out. As your digital media manager, I've been leading our district in the areas of digital, branding, and print since '07. Every specialist that you see in front of you on our team has at least 2 areas of expertise in either web, social, public relations, media relations, photography, video production, print production, interactive technology, and more. Your team is small, well-respected, and best known for their proactive customer service. I'll start. I'm not going to try to read what's on the screen. I'll try to expand on what Craig has already mentioned, so I apologize if I repeat a few things. For Strategy 1, marketing, two-way district and school-based communications, the celebration, our accomplishments, the work that has been done. We'll start with Asplin on the Move. To expand on that, a fact is during the first season of Asplin on the Move, our YouTube subscribers increased by a record 89%. Went from something mid-2000s to a little over 50. So I think now we're at like 6.7 thousand subscribers. And for all of you know, we're not trendy people. We're like a school district. So to double our YouTube subscribers is a pretty big deal. We're proud of that. Social media, Craig mentioned the 2.6 mil, an attendance growth of 24% in follows, indicating more people are opting in for our updates. And as you know, when you opt in and you follow, updates are automatically inserted in your personal social feeds. So that's a big deal for us as well. We revised the social media guidelines for off-topic comments. We've responded to approximately 1,000 direct messages and improved response times thanks to Tori's fantastic job with social media. And I'd be remiss if I didn't go back and tip our hats off to Katie, John, and Adam for their amazing work on Asplin on the Move. I want to make sure I get their celebration and kudos in there. Going to online, our district and 40 school websites received over 10 million views this year. That represents roughly an increase of 2% year over year. Updates, as Craig mentioned, are nonstop thanks to hot topics like vacancies, calendars, student registrations, and COVID. We've completed over 1,000 web updates and responded to approximately 800 contact form requests. One thing I did want to note earlier, I think, Bridget, you had a question about the ESC website and the updates to that. We set that link up at /ESC for the ESC team, and we added that link to all school websites under parents and students. So those are some of the behind-the-scenes updates that we are constantly doing to optimize the visibility of real sensitive areas that are trying to improve. And so back to Craig's point, we're always behind the scenes. We don't take a whole lot of time to brag. This is kind of our celebration time right now. Moving on, search engine optimization is ongoing to ensure our customers easily find what they are looking for. Next, we're going to be working with IT, potentially making high school computer web browsers better promote their school's online presence, which will improve the promotion of event calendars at schools, their social feeds, and enhance their school's spirit. Moving on to media relations, external hits, as Craig mentioned, came in close to 5,000. The ad value equivalent of $200 million, I just wanted to explain that real quick. When Meltwater does that, or a lot of folks do this in PR, the AVE is a measurement that reasonably indicates the prominence or exposure. So you kind of compare one news story to another to see which one gained more exposure. It's not like we're spending those dollars to get that exposure. So just wanted to point that out. Thanks to Kelsey's wonderful work in media relations. Moving on, TV marketing, Craig covered that. If you can open up the folders that we left on your desk, I think we left them underneath your microphone. There's an SCS folder, and I'm just going to real quick go through some of the handouts. Leadership and School Board monthly briefs from left. We'll go left to right. In the upper left are the monthly briefs that Craig had mentioned. Those are being produced monthly. Just below that is the one-page visual branding guide, also on our website at /branding, with additional assets such as email signatures distributed to all staff. You all are familiar with the yearly map right there in the lower left. This year, we added financials to the back. In prior years, our financials were in a separate piece called Facts at Your Fingertips, which we merged with the map for cost savings. Moving to the upper right, where the big paperclip and the 16 school choice brochures are, just want to take a second to describe the process of creating these. We produce for each school and ensure each principal act as a creative director during the creation of these brochures. They pick out the school photos that they feel fit their school the best, what school programs they would like to highlight, any narrative changes, any staff changes that they would like to add to their brochure. The cost, and as you can tell, it's a high-quality offset print job, is about 8 cents a side, okay? And currently our print is 16,000. I run 16,000 or 1,000 per school. We have 16 middle school and high schools at once, and that provides us the cost savings. Moving to the fall, hopefully the fall, maybe the spring of next year, we'd like to expand to elementary schools, which would bring us to about 39,000 brochures printed yearly. And then, not finally, two more. Moving down from that big paper clip, this is another important one. This is a team effort. The principal search meetings and messaging for principal vacancies. We conduct those like our community at town halls that were superintendent-led. We facilitate these meetings. Craig and I do, and we coordinate with the EDs, with HR, with IT, and who offer just incredible support every time we're out. The computers are available. The survey tools are always working, so we appreciate that support. Afterwards, after these meetings are done and they commence and they're over, we create a site analysis report that goes to HR to include with the principal vacancy. What is in front of you is Gulfgate's package. Once the new school principal is chosen, connect messaging, usually by Kelsey and the group, and media announcements along with professional headshots are all produced and distributed by our team. We've completed, I think I've counted about 20, Craig mentioned 10 in the last couple of years, but we've done 20 of these principal searches in this manner since 2018. And then moving down to the blue card, y'all are familiar with the referendum card. And the only thing I can say about the referendum this time around is having been here and worked on 4 referendum campaigns, and I think Jane's been on 4 as well, maybe more. My count might be low. I felt that this was the smoothest to roll out and communicate, and there were very little questions of what the allocations were, and Craig did a great job going over our team's role. I also want to tip our hats to Mitzi, Lisa, Krista, and the rest of their team for being so responsive when we need financials for publication. So those numbers, look easy for us to just present to the community, but in the back rooms of the landings, there's constant, fact checking, accuracy checking, making sure that we're within $1, maybe pennies of each number before it goes out. So I just want to give them a thanks. So moving on to slide 2, our perceived challenges, buy-in from stakeholders in the belief that marketing communications practices are a key component in every successful organization's vision, this being the strategic plan. Vision is pretty big. Size matters. We're a big ship that may take time to maneuver, and sometimes our size can get in the way. Staff turnover. 2 people who are members of this strategy recently took opportunities elsewhere. It's not an uncommon thing right now. We see folks leaving departments, and we've got other departments running very well shorthanded. But that does put into question the timing and the capacity of our team of some of the activities in our strategy. Cloudy education sentiment mentioned by Craig as well, especially in the national political arena. Moving on, next steps. We're going to continue to promote and optimize the use of our wonderful branding. And then moving on, this is me getting kind of cute. Clouds do form, but it's always sunny in Sarasota. Even when sentiment gets cloudy, we will diligently and persistently share the SCS shine. So that goes back to marketing and the promotion. And thirdly, measure if you want to improve. So climate survey and data presented to you today will continue to be used to refine our process and objectives moving forward. And finally, with that, I've come to the end of Strategy 1 and want to again express how proud I am of this team's work and hope you are as well. Thank you again for your time today, and now kicking it back over to Craig.
Thanks, Mina. So now we'll go over to Tara here, and she'll discuss Strategy 2.
Thank you so much. So good afternoon. While this work lives in Goal 4, it is directly connected to Goal 1. to personalize and accelerate growth for all students, and Goal 2, to foster a healthy, supportive learning environment. We'll take a closer look at the 4 distinct but interdependent activities to empower parents in their children's education. Driven by the district strategic plan, we will develop a Sarasota County Schools comprehensive parent and family engagement plan that unifies the work across district departments and schools, identifies effective evidence-based strategies and practices, and communicates a shared vision. Activity 2 focuses on building the capacity of staff when working with parents and families. You know, parent and family engagement isn't an add-on or a standalone program or a separate initiative. We want to think about parent and family engagement as an instructional strategy, just as effective as the strategies we just learned about: responsive instruction, immediate feedback, when we think about parent and family engagement. Activity 3 is about building the capacity of adult family members to help their children at home with challenging state standards, and to listen to parents and families in a variety of innovative and meaningful formats and forums. And finally, we'll cultivate, identify, and strengthen a model for continuous improvement that's driven by stakeholder feedback, data, and results. As it's been mentioned here a couple of times today, the cornerstone of the district strategic work is our professional learning communities, or PLCs. You've heard that PLCs provide a framework to discuss learning, requires collaboration and accountability, and is results-driven. We can think about parent and family engagement in this same way with these 4 essential questions. And they're there for you to review in the essence of time. This right-on-time work directly aligns with the district-wide PLC launch. To date, our parent and family engagement champions have been identified at each school. Preliminary work was carried out with our Title I parent and family engagement champions to share best practices like helping families know what students should be able to know and do, and welcoming new families. And we've identified some barriers, like conflicting work and activity schedules. Additionally, we have also curated robust resources and community partnerships to create those home-school connections. There is a difference between parent involvement and engagement. The goal of family engagement is not to just serve our clients, but to gain partners. We are thoughtfully reviewing the parent and family engagement administrator role to ensure that we will attract the highest quality candidates who will provide true leadership, innovation, and energy to this critical work. Our 2022 annual parent survey is in process right now. So for those of us in the room and listening at home, we encourage you, if you haven't yet participated in our annual parent survey, to do that. We look forward to expanding our work with our parent and family engagement champions, who will become part of the parent and family engagement guiding coalition who will drive this. It truly is an honor to shepherd this critical work, where instructional leaders, teachers, support staff, and community and parents and families are working as one for the success of all. And when we say all, we mean all when we're talking about learning, not just student learning, but adult learning, those adults in our schools and adults in the homes of our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. Now we'll move on to Strategy 3, and Jennifer Anderson will head that up for us.
Good afternoon, Chair Goodwin, school board members, Dr. Asplin, and fellow staff. I'm Jennifer Anderson.
Move the microphone a little closer to you, Jennifer,
Sure.
please. Thank you.
I am Jennifer Anderson, the Office of Community Relations Coordinator. Patricia Reed and I manage the district's volunteer and business partner program. The overarching goal of the Community Relations Office is to collaborate and support the achievements of our students. The backbone of Strategy 3's goal is working together as one, making our volunteer and business partner registration process easy to provide opportunities for communication and collaboration between the schools and their needs for volunteers and business partners that lead to the growth and success of our students. Next, I wanted to cover some of our functions. As you may be aware, Craig mentioned, we quickly transitioned from having 0 volunteers this school year to rapidly responding to the school's requests for volunteers and mentors. This includes Take Stock, Big Brothers, etc. Just over 50% of our volunteers are currently active. These volunteers renewed their status this year in the system, and approximately 6,050 are active out of our 13,000 registered volunteers. We have 40,800 volunteer hours documented this school year. Volunteer activity overall is a bit lower this year than in previous years before COVID. However, the needs and responses from the volunteers have been on a steady increase. The schools have approximately 1,400 active business partners. We also collaborate with district entities. For example, the chefs from STC catered our event along with their students. Riverview High School provided the color guard. We had a singer from Booker High, and the jazz band represented Pineview High School. We firmly believe in integrating students into the volunteer process as volunteers. There are opportunities and potential to utilize the volunteer and business partner base more effectively throughout the district. Our office is currently working on projects with schools to enhance our role in providing support that would lead to higher student achievement. At this time, I would like to ask Brian Hirsch to speak about the $1 million in philanthropic dollars donated to our district.
Thanks, Jennifer. And I think, as you could hear, even in the conversations this morning, how much we really benefit and rely on our outstanding philanthropic community to be able to achieve the instructional results that we desire. And so, just to highlight, while we average about $1 million each year from our philanthropic community, there are also significant in-kind contributions as well. And bottom line really being across all of these areas, and I'm so glad to come to you even from Goal 1 and a lead there as a strategy of really recognizing that it's our community's assets and their time and talent and resources that at the end of the day benefit our students. So while it's $1 million in direct services, direct gifts, we know that there's so much more in kind as well, and that it really takes the entire community to achieve these instructional results. Thanks, Jennifer.
Thank you, Brian. Now I'd like to mention some of our key accomplishments. We organized and hosted the annual Volunteer and Business Partner Recognition event for the first time in 2 years. District winners were submitted to the FDOE 2022 Commissioners Award. We support the district with reading programs and summer initiatives and assisted with supporting the truancy prevention program that's being implemented now. We provide ongoing support to our school-based volunteer and business coordinators, plugging in volunteers and partners where needed, and assisting with the approval process. We hosted the Barnes & Noble Book Fair to encourage the public to purchase books for our schools and raise money for our district. We sent many of the books to our elementary schools for their book vending machines. Something new for our department is conducting surveys. Patricia has led this initiative. Our surveys consisted of school-based coordinators and front desk staff expectations of our office and needs, inquiring about the volunteer needs of our teachers. Patricia is also working on restructuring the business partner program. For example, please look in your folder for the business partner agreement. We are also redesigning the guest speaker process to simplify it. Another example in your folder. We are also in the process of redesigning our web page to make the process more user-friendly. In regards to the volunteer portal and database, we receive daily feedback from schools regarding registration needs and inquiries as to how to navigate system protocols. We are working on setting up meetings to create transparent processes and policies for our system. Time needs to be dedicated to training school coordinators and front desk staff at the school level next year. A few of our future goals are to participate in academic open houses throughout the district and community, to recruit volunteers and share volunteer needs. We'd also like to provide networking opportunities for our business partners. We are pursuing writing grants to support targeted programs that the district deems appropriate for filling the gap. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jennifer. So now we'll move on to Mr. Benswanger here, and he'll discuss the technology aspect of Goal 4.
Thank you, Craig, and thank you for having me here today. And my apologies, Ms. Rose, that we have a hard time seeing each other and making eye contact today. So yes, I am here to discuss strategy for building a stronger platform for effective, timely internal employee communications. And if I can begin by borrowing a quote from Mr. George Bernard Shaw, that the single biggest problem in communication is the illusion that it has taken place. And one of our goals with this strategy is to make sure that effective communication has taken place and leveraging platforms for our various stakeholders across the district to get those communications. And while this wasn't part of my original plan for the presentation, but watching the board workshop earlier today, I wanted to highlight how the ESE department, in working in collaboration with them, leveraged the folder in My SCS for their ESE important information and resources for staff to make it more readily available as kind of one of the examples of early success along this strategy in that line. And one of the key accomplishments, I think, as we progress down this that will continue to take place is the critical conversations among the departments for a cohesive, comprehensive solution that meets the needs of all staff. And with that, Craig, if you don't mind to go to the next slide, because in line with Ms. Rose's comments earlier about kind of acknowledging our challenges, one of the challenges that we do recognize is that with an organization as large as ours, there are a number of ways that staff prefer to access the information. And so how do we provide as many avenues as possible and platforms as possible to meet all those varying needs? So that certainly will be a challenge as we move forward with that. And one of the things that we want to make sure, because much of what we talk about is at least potentially student data. And so how do we often refer to the term a walled garden, but how do we create a place where staff can go and interact with the data and information that's appropriate to them while also ensuring the most secure avenues as possible. And so that's where we begin to look at leveraging kind of the ecosystem, the technological ecosystems that we have in place through a modern SharePoint site, in addition to Microsoft Teams and Outlook, and kind of building those three areas together where it becomes a seamless interaction as staff work through that. And one of the opportunities then we can do within a modern SharePoint site is present data through our Power BI dashboards that are relevant to the staff member's role in the organization. So if it's a principal at Philippi Shores, she's seen, Ms. Staley's seen the content that's relative to Philippi Shores right there in a presentation method that is within those three ecosystems, including also KPIs on the operational side based on the staff that are there. So as we kind of step into the next steps of this strategy, one of the things that we'll be doing is providing a variety of solutions that meet these needs, ranging from what I'll say more financially dependent to less financially dependent, and then it kind of depends on the district to the direction we'd like to go. In what I'll say less formal conversations, I've joked around and said, if time and people is no object, we can build something really impressive. But part of what I've also recognized today as we listen to the various things talked about at the board workshop is there are a lot of different demands on the district financially. And so we have to make some tough decisions along the way as to what's most important, because there is only a finite amount of financial resources. And with that, I really want to thank Craig and the rest of the team for always including IT as part of these conversations, because it really helps to be part of those conversations up front.
Thank you, Joe. So in a nutshell, that's basically our program as fast as we could do it. And I want to definitely thank our team here. They work really hard. They have a lot of work to do, not only on my team, but everybody on this team has a separate job on top of the strategic plan. So with that, if there's any questions, we would go ahead and entertain those or comments. Thank you.
Bridget.
I'll be very brief. I'm very excited about this. I think communication is such a key component, and it trickles through all throughout. I think, Joe, you mentioned that's a perfect quote. When you think of some of the challenges we've had, I think a lot of them can be overcome if we reflect on them. It comes back down to communication, just the approach, the style. I've seen such a huge transition over the course of my time here, and I'm very, very, very excited and impressed, and appreciate all the work that you guys are doing. So thank you.
Shirley?
Yes, I too am happy with the positive messages that are going out. I especially like, and I don't know if you've had a hand in what the Education Foundation is putting out on the Teacher of the Year and the Strive Student Awards and things like that. I enjoy reading those stories, and I think that's wonderful. One of the things that we talked about earlier was those comments that were coming up during the YouTube. Do they still, I see there's comments out there still. Is there still somebody that's spending the time looking at those?
Yes, ma'am. Though we've managed to get around that. There is we were able to take the comments down during the YouTube broadcast, so there are no live commenting going on during our YouTube broadcasts. There states that there was a legal challenge to that, and it was presided that we do not have to have those comments open, so we've taken those comments down. We can also, on 2A comments, when something is off topic to a suggested post, we can also remove those. However, we hesitate to do that because sometimes that just creates a little bit more fury and fire to a situation. What we need to caution is when a third party puts a comment up, we get calls all the time, take that down, do that. Well, we have no control over that. All we can do is report that to the platform's administration, and they can take it down within 3, sometimes 4 days if they deem it to be inappropriate. So to answer your question directly, we are not seeing the YouTube traffic conversations that were going back and forth of the infighting during our meetings.
But why do we have those comments at all? I mean, I think we're an outliner that we even post any.
Well,
even the newspaper doesn't do it anymore.
Well, two-way communications is part of being transparent to your public. So why we allow for two-way communications, because not everybody agrees with everything we do. So we want to hear both sides so that we can actually do what our job is and to kind of meet the needs of all of our constituents. Sometimes they get vulgar, which we can delete. Sometimes they have nothing to do with the topic, which we can now delete. However, to me, two-way communications is the most important part of communications, because otherwise we become a dictative society and just tell people what we want them to hear.
Okay, thank you. And the other thing is that we're trying to promote a positive perception of Sarasota County schools. And I think that's an important part of our strategic plan. And, you know, it's goal number 4. I mean, it was an important part. And I think that's something that we as school board members all ought to look at ourselves when we're posting something on social media. You know, we need to ask ourselves, you know, will this support our staff and students and our school district as a whole? And, you know, does it support, you know, our strategic plan? Because, you know, I think it's unfortunate that sometimes we ourselves post negative things out there that I don't think support our students or the plan. And I think just if we would ask ourselves while we're there as a school board member, because I know there's things you do as a campaign and then there's things you do as a school board member, but as school board members, I think we need to be thinking about, as a school board member, am I supporting my students and my staff when I'm doing this? And what message am I telling the community? And does that message, you know, jive with what the strategic plan is that we approved for a positive message for our school district? And, you know, I think if we can say yes, 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 great, go ahead and post it. But if we're doubtful, you know, maybe we need to, you know, be thinking twice about some of the things we're posting, because I think it's important that you're right. We should be looking at a positive plan that we have out there. Thank you.
Tom?
Okay, so I had a very interesting conversation with Dr. Asplin this week where I gave him probably the 44th idea that I thought we should do, and he looked at me he said, that's a really good idea, but how do you think we're going to get that done? There's a strategic plan in place. There's so much that we want to accomplish. From a communications point of view, I think there's a big load of work to be done. I think your plan addresses all of the framework of the work that needs to be done, and I'm looking at a couple of things. Marketing is a big, big umbrella, and I look at marketing because we're going to have to compete with charter schools. The new law that got passed by Tallahassee, taking away the authority from school boards and moving it to the state level, you can pretty much bet that their agenda is to make sure charter schools compete with public schools, and that is going to be huge. Along the lines of what Mrs. Brown is talking about is that, unfortunately, what ends up consuming a lot of the oxygen in the room is the negativity that, whether it's laws that got passed or school board meetings or any of that kind of negativity, unfortunately, does suck up a lot of the oxygen about all of the wonderful things that are actually going on in public schools. All of the things that I've learned to really admire from our administrators, our teachers, all of the great work that's being done. And that gets eclipsed if it weren't for the work that you're already doing. So I appreciate exactly what's there. But I really need, now that we have this framework, I'd love to be able to, not in this forum, but at some other time with Dr. Asplin, with any number of you, just sit down and give you my thoughts from a business perspective on a one-on-one about areas that we can offer in terms of improvement. Mr. Biswanger talked on technology, and what can we afford to do is always going to be a big question, because lots of times I hear all this money needs to be spent in a classroom. So that's going to be our challenge as it relates to communications. But that ultimately has to our strategic plan, which I'm so excited about. It's its own goal. So just one last tidbit that I want to throw out there. This is something that I also have talked to Dr. Asplin about. If I don't get invited by a school, a specific school, about an arts event or something that's going on, I don't know about it. Lots of times I'll say, what did you do last night, Dr. Asplin? I'll say, oh, I went here, and I didn't know anything about that. So, and I do like to be involved in the community and part of what's happening on our schools, whether it's elementary or high. So if there were a central place where schools could load in, this is what's going on in our community. So there's an ongoing basis for not just me as a school board member, but for our community. We have lots of retirement communities. We have lots of folks that have time to volunteer or whatever. The more we can reach out to them through those kinds of means, I think that would be a great opportunity. So that's just a quick, I think, down and dirty FYI. Can we get that to happen?
Dr. Asplin.
All right, thank you very much. Just wanted to tell you all thank you for everything you do. I know you've made me look really good on those videos, the Aspen on the Move videos. I appreciate that. Do a great job. And Kelsey, I want to personally thank you too. I know you work with all the media outlets and it's constantly in and out, trying to figure out what to do, what to say, what to write, and what to come to us about. And I really appreciate all that you do there. And Joe, thanks for all your help with the technology. Really appreciate that. But anyway, every one of you do a great job in what you're working on every day. And I know that we're always looking to see where we can improve. Every one of our departments is always looking for that. And as we have new information or new ideas that we need to ponder or look at, or how we can market ourselves, we're certainly going to do that, like Mr. Edwards said. And I know that you all want that as well. So we'll continue to work on that. And in the meantime, I know you guys, your team here does a great job, Craig. So thank you very much.
Karen?
Thank you. I just want to commend you. I think you've upped the ante in communications and marketing in an extraordinary manner, having been part of our history. And I think I agree with Dr. Asplin. You're definitely marketing him very well, as he stated, and our schools. I think the greatest, in my experience, is, in my perception, non-negotiable, the greatest marketing tool for our schools is quality schools and word of mouth of parents. That will bring a line for school choice everywhere, every day. So for me, it is how our parents perceive us and how they exchange that in their communities. My emphasis with your team is the impact on instruction, which you've touched, and really emphasizing the importance of technology, not only in everything we've been doing instructionally, but what we are going to be doing in the future to prepare students for careers and prepare us to transition on a dime. Thank you.
Well, I would also like to say thank you, Craig. I think you're doing a great job. One of the great indicators I thought was that volunteer recognition event, because I thought that was very high class. I thought it was very well executed, and I think everybody enjoyed themselves. And my favorite thing, it was quick in and out, which always works for me. But I just thought it was very impactful and good for our volunteers, our business partners, and I really enjoyed the venue and where we had it. I just thought that was a really great event. So you can do more of those as far as I'm concerned, and I'd be very happy with that. Give up Michael's on East and go to that format is really a good one. And I really want to say that I'm happy about the parent engagement piece. I think that is so important, because if we're going to do all these initiatives academically, we've got to have the parents buy in, and have to make sure they understand all the great things that we do. And then the collective we. None of us should be using I in anything we do. We all ought to be a collective we, because we are a collective we in everything we do on the school board, everything we do in the community. And, you know, it's so, makes me so happy to have a good communications department, because for a lot of years we struggled in that space quite a bit, and I'll leave it at that. But I just wanted to, again, say thank you to all of you. Joe and I have had some conversations lately about kids having computers and what we're going to do next year and some of that. Of course, my friend Brian and I go back a long way, don't we? And some of the things that you're doing for the school district in this communication space are very, very important. And I have to say to Mina, because Mina and I have worked together for a long time, you do a great job on that very large, oversized website. it's a big website.
I've
but
learned
you-
to take your compliments. I like it.
But
That was a good one. I like
you
it.
know how I feel about you, but I think it's great. I think it does the job, and we can see in the 8,095 pages that we have out there what's going on. But I just think you all are doing a great job. And Kelsey, I know that you probably have the best job there is in working with media. That's a joke. But I just think that you all are doing good, whether it's, photographs at board meetings or anything else. You all are doing an amazing job. And Craig, you're doing an amazing job. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And anything else? Then I think we'll move on to operating budget. Ms. Corcoran. Oh, Bonnie is coming for it. Bonnie Penner. Good afternoon, Krista. Nice seeing you both.
You too. So good afternoon. Today, we will be presenting our operating budget. Just want to say, as kind of a newcomer to the department, this has been really exciting working with such a quality budget team. You'll probably, or you've probably already heard, the budget process was refined a little bit this year. Starting with zero-based budgeting at the department level, which was something new that I'm sure was fun to implement. One of the other issues in creating this budget that all school districts have dealt with this year is the forecasting of FTE. And I know Krista and her team has done a wonderful job with that. But between students coming back after COVID and the increasing of voucher programs, it has been a challenge to truly budget the number of students that will be coming back to our schools. The other thing I think Krista might hit on a little bit today is also taking this budgeting process and incorporating some reporting on the strategic plan so that we can show how the budget is supporting the strategic plan. So that's been a really big process. That is close, very close. So I'm going to turn it over to Krista so she can get into some of the details on our operating budget.
Good afternoon, everybody. We hope you're doing well today. We know you got our packet of information, so we'll just get started with that. And just to let you know, this is where we stand at this moment in time. So you never know what's going to happen, like we did with the pandemic, but this is where we stand. So last time we were before you, we gave you a budget amendment that lets you know we were going to be ending at a little over 12% for the financial condition ratio. This 22-23 general fund estimate is basically starting with a little bit better than that, because as we do our projected actuals for 21-22, we believe we'll come in about 13%. So with that getting started, the overall general fund revenues are going to be increasing by approximately 4%, and that includes our transfers in, and it comes to about $524 million. It's $490 million without the transfers. There's also going to be in the revenue estimate of $1.9 million FEMA reimbursement. Of course, we're not sure if we're going to get that, but we're putting it in as we might, and that's for our reimbursement of our expenditures for COVID and things from March through September 2020. The other part of the revenue increase is the FEFP, the Florida Educational Finance Program. As you know, our BSA was increased by about $214 per BSA, and the overall was increased by about $458 with all of the categoricals and funding. Our FTE estimate that was due to the state back in January has us increasing just slightly from where we are now. From where the third calculation was, it's about 930 FTE. It's a little bit less now because we just had our last calculation, and we are have more students that are enrolling. So it's just a little bit north of 700 from where we are now. to $45,637. Of that increase, about half of that is slated to be scholarships. The rest would be within the district or charter schools. So moving on, these scholarships, as you can see, for 21-22 was $13.2 million. That was deducted out of our revenue. And for next year, we are projecting $19.8 million to be deducted. So this budget that comes before you, this estimate includes that already in there. So some of the key changes for the FEFP revenues are the teacher salary increase allocation went up by about $4 million, and that will allow us to maintain the $50,000 starting salary for our teachers. The class size reduction also went up, but of course that is also due to, we have some growth coming. And overall, the local revenues, those increased, and that was mainly due, or is due to our increase in property values of about 9%. As you know, we're really increasing that. As a point of interest, that was when we were reviewing it, Mitzi, Bonnie, and I, just to let you guys know, the required local effort millage has gone up for the first time since 13-14. So we're really grateful for that, very blessed.
Krista, I just want to mention too, right now the required local effort that is being proposed is an estimate. That will change when we come back and provide the tentative budget. But at this point, the increase would amount to about a $7.40 increase per $100,000 of assessed value.
Thank you. So also, thankfully, in March 22, our referendum was also renewed, which is going to help us, and we're estimating to receive another $5.4 million to the budget as a result of that as well. So, that continues to fund the 30 minutes of extra instruction every day for our teachers and our aides, as well as the supplemental programs in arts and music and science. So it does a lot of wonderful things. So thank you to everybody for renewing that. The other part that's in here, or isn't in here this time, is this year in our budget, we were able to get a transfer from the ESSER and the ARP, and that was to basically offset the expenses that we already incurred. So that was in this year's transfer, but next year that's not budgeted because obviously we are moving forward now. So the other part, capital transfers are increasing slightly due to, as we go through the zero-based budgeting process, we always vet with all of our cost center heads what expenditures could be put into the capital transfer. So those are always vetted, and any new ones that can be put in, we do that. So that's why that's increasing slightly. But the capital safety and security grant will not be received in 22-23 like it was this year. And the reading initiative pilot grant for $704,000 will not be received in 22-23. That was in this year. So on to the appropriations. We have for 22-23 at this point in time estimated $545 million in the appropriations. That's a 5% increase from the current year budget, and a 6% from what we actually think we'll actually end up spending this year. The carry forward of all the schools, as they all have carry forward monies, is discretionary budget is about $11 million. That's in this budget. So of those budgetary items, as you know, our largest expense is our salary and benefits, and it's 78% of the budget. And it does account for, it's about a 4.5% increase from the current year, and it does account for the 0.5 increase contractually for our salaries for our staff, and also a $15 an hour minimum wage requirement starting as of October 1st for us. Also, as approved in the most recent bargaining agreement, we do anticipate the $2,500 conferral of advanced degrees for teachers that have their bachelor's plus 30 and master's plus 45. We are also, as we always do, we go fully burdened into this budget, meaning that we count for all of our positions being filled, which our HR department I know works very diligently on. They do a great job. And so that's also as a part of it. We also included the 12 extra custodians because, we've really been needing those. So those are also part of the budget you guys approved. So on to purchase.
I'm sorry, I was just going to mention too, The budget also includes the increase in the FRS rate, which was not significant this year, thank goodness. The regular rate went up to 10.95% from 10.82%. So we were very fortunate that it was not a significant increase this year.
Yes, thank you. We've been having that every year. So purchase services for the district are increasing about 5%. And the major drivers are virtual school payments, which I know Bonnie's going to talk to you about in just a second, the insurance premiums and repairs and maintenance and rental and software license renewals. And as you know, inflation's also, a main factor in these things. But I'll let Bonnie talk to you as to why virtual school payments are increasing with, what happened.
And this has to do with the change in law this upcoming year, in which it used to be that we would not forward payment to virtual school providers unless a student successfully completed, because that was how we earned our dollars. But moving forward, we're being required to also pay our virtual providers regardless of completion. So there will be an additional cost for that.
So a decrease in the purchase services is the referendum expense was in this year and in the board's budget, but it won't be in next year. So that was $450,000. Charter school payments are also increasing based on their projected enrollment. And in energy services, while we do anticipate an increase, obviously from Florida Power and Light, our facilities team has worked with the company Synergistics. You guys approved that contract in which they expect to give us savings overall. So that's very exciting. We'll be glad to have that. Materials and supplies represent the largest percentage increase, 35%. So that's over the actuals of 21-22. Again, that has a lot to do with the cost of consumables. And capital outlay is expected to increase slightly for furniture and equipment costs. We usually try to put that through the capital millage as much as possible. And increases in other expenses, which is always the main factor for these, which is also a blessing, is our IB, AP, and ACE, our add-on FTE, where our students take the advanced classes and they pass the tests and they get the credit for it. But those tests are very expensive, so that's where those costs go. The other part that's in that is the PICO funding for the charters that flows through there as well. So all in all, the budget as presented right now, it looks like it will end with a financial condition ratio of 7.99. So with that, I don't know if you have any questions, but Bonnie and Mitzi asked me to show you an example of what the budget team has been working really diligently on. Deanna's knee-deep in those reports right now. But we basically, when we did our zero-based budgeting for the first time this year, as everybody put in their budget, they had to align it to a strategy and a goal. So that was very exciting. So we got all those in. And so as we're continuing to build it, the ESD, which is our software system, has been working with us to be able to vet the reports. So we just have a simple little draft as to what it's going to look like. It is not, is not complete. It's just to give you an idea of what the system will actually produce. So we're kind of excited about it. So we'll share that with you.
Mrs. Brown.
I have a few questions. One of them, line item 78, the food service indirect. We had 400,000 last year, well, this year, but next year that's a zero amount. Is that COVID related from the federal government, or?
That's a great question. No, what it is right now we're still in a holding pattern, waiting to find out if the federal government's going to continue with the revenues for the food service, or if it will be transferred back to the purchaser, the students purchasing them. So yes, it is basically in relation to, we aren't sure what they're going to do. So at this point, as we always budget conservatively, we're saying that we're not going to be taking any indirect costs from them in case they have to start, they don't get the federal revenue. But if they do get the federal revenue, then you'll see us be able to collect on that. So yes.
Thank you. The other expense that I'm looking at is the purchase services 103. We broke out the charter service schools that we spend, but another one that's coming up, by coming up, I see it's rising, is perhaps we might need a second line for the purchase services, or do we, the flow-through dollars on the vouchers or scholarships? I mean, where do they come through as an expense?
They actually come through on line 51. So they
Okay,
actually
on
just
line
take
51, so they take
Yes,
it out
ma'am.
on top because
We don't even
do
see it. Yep.
Okay, then my other questions are on line 50 and 51. Last year, and I understand the FEFP and the 90% cap and how they look at all the other dollars they give us, but last year they said, well, they were giving us too much money, so they reduced our FEF, well, in other areas. So they reduced our FEFP dollars, and we got was it almost $8 million that ended up, we had to pick it up with our local taxes. And for some reason, it dropped down to just $1 million this current year. But the thing that increased considerably is the scholarships. We used to just do, I think, some of the McKay scholarships. I knew those were pass-throughs. But the budget increased with what we expected it to do last year. It almost doubled. And then we're going to see another increase. Well, we started out, we expected just over 7 million, or almost 7.5, and we ended up at 13 million. And next year we're looking at almost 20 million. That comes out as a negative. So they're reducing the dollars they give us, but those dollars still go out. So where do those dollars get made up from?
So it's really just a change in revenue.
It's a change in, they're
So-
reducing the revenue from the state, and so that's then coming from the local revenues, because there's no other place. I mean, we have to spend the other dollars the state gives us in those areas, right? I mean, we have to spend the money on transportation, safe schools, and all of these other things. Those are categoricals. So when they're reducing the dollars that they give us, they're basically telling us, you have to pay for it with your local dollars.
So there's kind of two pieces I'm thinking to your question. The way the vouchers work is we report the students and we earn the dollars for those students. And then before they give us those revenues, they deduct it back out. And that's creating a negative in this line item for the FEFP revenue. But as far as the categoricals and local versus state, I think what we're seeing is the categoricals are increasing, especially with the teacher salary increase. And even though we're a 90% district, those categoricals are eating away at the available FEFP dollars that come from the state, and they are somewhat being funded by the local portion. So there's two factors that are happening there. But the biggest issue by far, as far as what's truly having an impact on our revenues, are those vouchers that are, again, we
Those scholarships.
I'm sorry, the scholarships that we report the student FTE, and then the dollars get reduced from get pulled out of our revenues before we get the revenues.
Yeah, they pull it out, but they never actually give it to us, so that local, because I was under the impression that, there were certain pockets, I mean, the corporate scholarships, that they were coming from corporate dollars, but I'm looking at here and they're not coming from corporate dollars in Sarasota, they're coming from our local taxes.
Well, the corporate scholarships do not flow through this. This is the family empowerment scholarships, McKay scholarships, Gardner scholarships. Do you have a Hope? I'm trying to think whether the Hope.
What about
So we only
The
have one
Gardner
Hope.
McKay, well, perhaps what I'd like to see then is what we had in 2020, what's coming up, and then the other one. How many students and how many dollars? Because that seems to me, and I think I received some of that earlier, but that's a significant increase. And
and it's happening statewide. This is not unique to Sarasota. It's somewhat more glaring because of it being a 90% district and so much being funded through local. But you are seeing throughout the state these massive increases because the FES program is relatively new, and when it started out, it was small, but I think most districts are seeing it double and then double.
Well, that's also because the eligibility is increasing, which they really truly expected that you be able to, you know, I think it's over 200% of poverty. I think might even be up to 300% now. So they're increasing the eligibility. And I know we've got a report that's talking about, you know, after the beginning of the school year, where are these kids transferring in from? But I'd like to know, even on those scholarship programs, our numbers increased by, 1,300 last year. So where are all these other kids? They didn't leave our school and join. Some left our schools and joined, but the majority of the kids that are getting these scholarships, where did they come from?
They were already
Were they
there.
kids that were already in the private
Already there.
school and now they're getting the scholarships? They're, you know, that kind of information. And I think, Jane, I'd like to, because we can't talk about it someplace else, but Jane, I'd like, yeah, I know you're a member of the consortium and so is Tom. When we get to the consortium, I don't know, the consortium is those districts that are high property districts, and they're the ones that are also paying for these scholarships that are coming out of the FEFP. I'd like to bring that up with our other school districts and the consortium to look at that, because the state isn't paying for it, our local taxes are.
Well, and there's the whole deal of where do the auto taxes for the Hope Scholarship, where are those now? Because I know that when I bought a new car, that was one of the first things they asked me is, oh, by the way, you probably want to give this money to this scholarship. And I said, absolutely not.
They didn't ask me, and I sure hope they did. Well, not me, my husband, but I sure hope they didn't take it.
They probably did it automatically, but you know, there's a whole plethora of questions that I have around that. But yes, it's probably a good idea to talk about it on the state level. I'll talk to Tom.
Yeah.
Tom Sarah. Because that is a big concern to me as well. And the other thing is the purchase services that we do or don't do for the scholarship program. I know that they can go and buy from, the scholarship recipients can go in and buy things, almost like a service merchandise catalog, I've been told, on the Step Up for Students website. So they can buy Pelotons and games and all kinds of things. So isn't that special?
Oh, what was the percentage of the ending fund balance or the fund balance? We normally get a percentage on that, and that's something we always have to look for. And I know that a conservative budget shows a small one, and then we always end up a few million more at the end of the year.
Yeah, Krista, in the narrative, you have the very last line. We are budgeted to end.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. We're budgeted to end with a fund balance.
7.9. Yeah, that's right. I
7.99.
highlighted it. Thank you.
So I think we need to probably do some research, Shirley, and then on the state level, and then look at maybe having a workshop and discussing these scholarships and the impact to our district from those scholarships at a later time.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Bonnie. It's wonderful to have you here.
Thank you.
I don't want our Mitzi to leave, however. I must tell you that I'm saddened about that. Krista, we thank you for all your hard work. Mitzi, we thank you for all your hard work, too.
Yes. Thank you.
Moving right along. Next up, we're going to talk about the FSA grade calculation. Denise Cantalupo.
Good afternoon, Superintendent, members of the board, Mr. DeLeo and Kathy. Can you hear me? Okay, good. So I was looking at how to present this. I presented it so many times over the years, and I was sitting a couple weeks ago at my desk, and I thought, they really need to see a history of this, because this calculation, I can't tell you how many times it's changed. I have it actually in a folder over there if you want to see it, because I went through it all a couple of weeks ago. So I want to start there, and then I want to show you some of the nuances of the calculation, not just that this is what's measured, basically, but what affects this measurement and how it's been affected over time. So, okay, let's see if I can, which way? I'm doing right. I did that too. Okay, well, he'll get there. There you go. So, and I can tell you when to click if it doesn't work. Or if it works, I'll do it. Okay, there you go. So I think you all have copies of this because it's kind of small up there. But basically, this is our district calculation as it stands today. And you can see that it's based on large portion on achievement for English, language, arts, and mathematics. So you have the achievement in those two areas, and in science and in social studies. In English and math, you also have, we're looking at learning gains of the population of the school where there are learning gains. So grade 3, of course, doesn't have learning gains. And then the lowest quartile in those same grade levels. But on the side, I was some very significant points that I think we all have to remember, and that is that the district and the school grade calculation's been modified 9 times, as far as I can tell, major changes of the 17 years that it's been available. There were over 20 major changes in the calculation between 2004 and 2022. And what I mean by big changes, and I'm not even talking about the little tiny pieces, because that changes every year too, but of who's included and who's not. But they added and removed components over time. They changed the assessments. It was based on different sets of standards. They changed what was a learning gain. They changed the points in the components. They changed the overall scale of what points or percents are needed for an A, B, and so forth. So the reason I say that is because sometimes people will say in the public or to me, and they've done it for even when my children were at Booker, they said, well, it became whatever it was that year, but they were entirely different calculations. So there was no way you could compare them. But to try to explain that to the person I was talking to was just too difficult to have them understand. So the next is elementary level. Elementary level is important to look at because we see here that it's really based on the fewest number of components. There's only 7. So if you have more components, you have different things to influence, you may say. So we have reading and math achievement based on 3 grade levels is included. Reading and math learning gains based on 2 levels. Students in the lowest quartile will affect all 3 ELA cells. Students in the lowest quartile affect all 3 mathematics cells. Well, that's the same as middle school and high school, except it's different numbers of kids being affected. Writing is assessed, but scored within the ELA at this point in time. Wasn't always the case. Science is based solely on 5th grade scores, and there are no acceleration components. If you go to middle school, we see all the same components that we saw, but now we have 9 components because they added social studies based pretty much on the civics test, and science is based on their 8th grade science scores, but that's only, within each one of them, it's only 1 grade level at a time. So far less students. So again, different weight. Here we see most of the scores, again, based on English and mathematics, and acceleration is based mostly on your highest performing students because they're going into the accelerated coursework. We go to high school, we then add more components. We add the graduation rate, and the definition of the graduation rate has changed over time. It's been pretty stable the last couple of years. Again, the students in the lowest quartile affect the 3 reading, math affect the 3 math. Writing is assessed and scored with the ELA. Science and social studies based on EOC exams, acceleration based mostly on the highest performing students, and ELA grade 10 and Algebra 1 are graduation requirements. So different motivation indices there. So the whole model is based on percentages, and you know, percentages can be a great equalizer when looking at scores, but they're also very variable. There's much better scores you could use to do this, but you don't do it here because of transparency. But one thing we always have to keep in mind within each of the components and also across the entire calculation, and that is that they're affected by the size of the group. Really important to always remember, the smaller the group, the more one student counts, positively or negatively. So that's a basic math fact. We all know that. But nobody looks at that fine print when they're looking at the grades and they're understanding the calculation. So this affects comparisons across years, across grade spans, between different sized districts and schools. So just a little elementary kind of math here between a school A and school B, made up, of course, you know. So in school A, you have 100 students taking the ELA assessment. So you have 100 students that were in the denominator for achievement. 25 students scored level 3 and above. So you get 25 points. Each child is 1 point. You go to the other school, 400 children taking the test. 400 students are in the denominator. 25 students, again, same number, called 3 and above. So they'll get 6 points. But each child is weighted 0.25 of a point. So, I mean, that's one of many, many, many differences I could tell you about what's going on within those two size schools and what opportunities they would have or not have based on the size of the school. But the fact is, basic, simple math, that it really affects the calculation.
Do you remember when we had civics and we changed civics to 8th grade and we took out civics for 1 year? And I was really almost hysterical about that because I was afraid it was going to affect our middle school grade because it could have caused us to go down from an A to a B, and it was a big deal. I think only a couple of schools took civics that year, and as I understand it, we forgot to tell Pineview they weren't supposed to do civics.
I think we still did pretty well that year.
So
Thank
they
goodness.
kept going, but I think it was, you know, it was just a big concern. So these things are important.
And they change based on statutes that change pretty rapidly. So you have to keep abreast of it all. So just to sum up, you have different numbers of components in the grade span models. So you have elementary, middle, and high school include different numbers of components, different numbers of points to get an A, and all the other letters. Middle school and high school include an acceleration component where all students are not included in these components, and it's mostly higher performing students that we see. We've changed that over the years, and I have to say that, make a point of that. I can remember when my own kids were in high school, it was very difficult if you weren't the really high performer to get into an AP class. And then I know Steve came on board those years, and we really tried to put kids in this advanced coursework. And once we did, lo and behold, they succeeded. You know, so we didn't and I have charts somewhere back, I could blow the dust off them that can show that really significantly, how we didn't lose ground by inviting more kids into the courses. Other thing to remember, the cells are not independent of each other, so therefore a particular group of students affect multiple cells. So high performers are positively benefiting basically all the cells, directly or indirectly, where the lowest quartile affects all cells in elementary school, but not all cells in middle school and high school. So that's something we have to keep in mind. So in one slide to just summarize where we've been, I know this is kind of small, so I hope you have it up in front of you. But from school year 2004 to 2014, when we used the FCAT, Sarasota performed well in comparison to other districts with moderate improvement in achievement in all the areas. Again, our weakest area was in the performance of the lowest quartile. In between 09 and 10, the high school grade model changed significantly. FCAT was now only used in half of the points. High school acceleration, graduation rate, and post-secondary readiness was included. And I can't tell you how many times that calculation changed. We added bonus points, then we took away bonus points. It came almost like a game to figure out how it was going to be calculated the next year. FSA was introduced in 2015, And that year, the learning gains of the lowest quartile were not included, but writing was removed as a separate score. Writing was something we did very, very well in separately, and now it was blended with the ELA score. The lowest quartile was calculated for ELA and math using the FSA for the first time in 2015-16. As soon as that test was introduced, our ELA scores in the lowest quartile dropped from 67% using the FCAT to 43%. The ELA percentage then started to increase again to 46% by 2019. When we first introduced the mathematics FSA, math dropped from 65% using the FCAT to 44% in 2015-2016. And then slowly we started to rise again back to 50% by 2019. Between 15 and 21, our graduation increased from 81% to 92% using the federal rate, and we didn't get any additional bonus points for other things that we had with the graduation rate in the past. There were years that they included the old Florida rate, and then they took that out, and as you know, the federal rate is more difficult. The middle school acceleration increased from 55% to 75%. High school acceleration increased from 56 to 72. And we don't merely get points for just putting kids in the classes. We did at first, but now it's really their performance. So I graphed this sort of kind of funky looking graph over time to talk about learning gain at the lowest quartile over time, the FCAT versus the FSA. So way back when, we didn't include math at first, but we were including reading in this lowest quartile all the way back from 2004. And as you can see, we had our ups and downs, but if you look at this graph over time, reading slowly was creeping up. Math kind of stayed the same. We were going up and down versus, over the years. Year one, in 2015 of the FSA, there was no learning gain. So, of course, there's 0 there. And then we pick it up again before COVID, and you can see that we're 20 points below all over the place. And our standards changed completely. So you can see that, and I did it like this so you could really recognize that sometimes percentages, always have to be looked not only about cell size, but in context of what just happened. If you don't look at the standards, these are really meaningless. So here we have and we're creeping up, going right along there. We're starting at 43% in math, we're getting it up to 50, we're moving. But then we have COVID hits, and we have no scores again, and then we measure again in 2021, and we're kind of we went down, definitely went down to pre-COVID levels. But there's some reasons for that in addition. And this isn't to make excuses. I don't want anybody to think that, but it's just the facts. This is how these tests look over time. They're not, and we respond to them, as you can see, slowly. But they change, so even though the FCAT was around for 10 years, the next test, FSA, is 5 years. And these are like moving mountains, changing standards like this. So I try to, in my I'm not a standards expert, but I went back to FLDOE and I said, well, let's look at the philosophy at the time and what the standards were. So if you look at 2004 to 2015, the lifespan of the FCAT, you can see we were operating first on the Sunshine State, then we changed them somewhere in the middle to the next gen standards. We changed them slightly. But through all that time, these are the words that come from FLDOE. We're going to identify what students should know in the 21st century. Both content standards and those performance standards. The standards will delineate the academic achievement for which the state will hold schools accountable. Measured by the FCAT, and I kind of was giggling when I was reading these example assessment items because that first group, although definitely wasn't in high school in 2004, these are the kind of questions we knew back then in the 70s, right? Very kind of similar way of measurement. And we had some pretty steady performance over time going up. Then the Florida standards changed. These are now based on the Common Core between 15 and 22. You can call them what you will, but that was pretty much what they were based on. They emphasize what students need, again, to function in the 21st century. It's kind of interesting. It's always that. They're benchmarked against other high-performing countries. and they emphasize critical thinking. If you look at the two problems here, you can see how different we're getting at similar concepts, but we're measuring them entirely differently. So we have decreased performance among our lowest performing students. And now we have the best coming. These are going to be the best standards. And changed a little bit in wording, receive the world-class education to prepare them for the future, eliminate Common Core, back to basics, understandable, concise, with glossaries. I have a very small idea of what the assessment will look like at this point in time, which, as a personal agenda, is quite unfair. Our teachers don't know, our administrators don't know, and we can get very little information. And our change in performance, of course, is undetermined. Saying that, let's look at how we performed back in 1819. So we're taking the FSA, and this was the point that I wanted to make 2 points here. One is if this is kind of in descending order of the total points earned on school grades. So we have St. John's performing at top, a district of about 42,000 students, if I round up. And then we have these others in the middle here that scored higher in total points earned. Well, one did, Gilchrist. They've less than 3,000 kids. We go down to Lafayette, we're at 1,200. In fact, I had to figure out where these places were. I don't mean this is publicly recorded. It's probably a very nice place, Lafayette, and you get to know everybody because there's only 1,228 students. Nassau up a little, 12,000, and then Okaloosa was 31,000. So in terms of comparisons of percentages and points, you really can only compare St. John's and Sarasota, and then we took Dr. Asplin from St. John's, so that's a good thing. We didn't take him from one of the lower performing districts. Okay, so it's 1819. 2021, we paint a similar picture. Lafayette beat St. John's, but with their 1,200 students and so forth. I think you get the point I'm trying to make. So to me, it tells us, after going through this history lesson, I'm not there yet, is that despite changes in the formula, despite changes in assessments, despite changes in standards, despite a pandemic, Sarasota remains one of the top two. You may throw in another district here or there over time, but in total points earned, we're up there. So I don't know, a different way of looking at this. I didn't want to bore you with all that history, but you have to keep all that in mind. Okay. So ranking, people are interested in ranking, and of course, behind the scenes, we've been ranking everything for years. Of course, I'm going backwards now. Nope, hold on, I'll get it. It doesn't like it. You want to hit it again? Okay, one more. Okay, stay there. Okay, so here we have rankings that we've been calculating for a long time now. We can go back in millennia. But you've looked on the total left-hand side, you see the grade levels. For the top is reading, the bottom is math. On the left side, we were ranking by the average scale score for the district, but within grade level. And then on the right side, we're doing it over time for the percent 3 and above. And one thing really I think stands out when you look at this is that why do we do better when we rank by the average? And slightly better. It's different. It's because we're a high-performing district. That mean is it's being pulled up by the highest-performing kids, right? So just two different ways to look at it. But the biggest point here, with very few exceptions, we're definitely within the top 10. And often within the top 5. That's where it goes now. Go ahead. It's not working. Okay, so now let's talk about the lowest quartile. I appreciate the statement before. We should also be transparent and look at weaknesses. We know it's the lowest quartile. By definition, it's going to be the lowest quartile. But let's take a little look at who is in the lowest quartile, which are students that are in grade. There's a whole big calculation behind this. They have to be here at 2 points in time, et cetera, of students that are included and excluded, which I'm very proud to say the group in the back there, even though they're sitting there and made me come up alone, really do a lot of this calculation and cleaning up of data, Rodney and Kevin and George, who didn't come. So we see that the lowest quartile in reading is about 5,600 kids that year in 2019, grades 4 through 10. Look at the number who is ESE, almost 40%, 39% of those students are ESE. I mean, none of this is surprising. Number who are ELL, about 11%, and the number on free and reduced lunch, about 68%. And then how did those kids perform? Now, they're identified as lowest quartile the year before, right? So how did they perform in 19? You can see there's very few up in level 4s and 5, but for the most part, we have them in level 1 and 2, which is not proficient. Go one more. Okay. So I did this always pre and post pandemic. So you could see how we were into pretty much normal operations in 2019. And then right after the tragedy of the pandemic, our numbers switch a little bit. But we still have high numbers of children in the lowest quartile in reading. 40% of them are ESE. 8% are ELL. That went down a little bit. Free and reduced lunch is high, 62%. So we're seeing a real demographic where we see large numbers of kids on free and reduced lunch and large numbers of students who are ESE. We can go. So we took the lowest quartile, Kevin took the lowest quartile, and we broke it apart, just trying to see, and again, no surprise, this is a very, very, very diverse group of students. And I've said this several times when I've been up here, you can't just say ESE. There's so many different variations of ESE, as everybody knows, but if you look at the highest number of students is a specific learning disability, and then I went and I found the definition that's right in State Board rule about what is a specific learning disability. And if you read through that, it's not only somewhat vague, it includes large numbers of different types of students, so you even have to go deeper here. And what it doesn't include. And of course, they're not going to list them all in state statute, but my point in saying that, very in reference to what we were talking about earlier, is that it's different interventions for these students. And interventions that are research-based, and as you could see by what works, even though there was a couple hundred studies, there was only very few that could really meet the rigor, and those few supported the Reading Recovery Program at that point in time.
We've been talking about this for years. Why are we testing some of these students?
Exactly.
It's cruel. I mean, what we do is cruel.
I had several Ukraine students come yesterday, and you know how to make a decision on testing. Okay, so go one more. Yes. Oh, okay, 2 different schools. So I wanted to look at, just to show you the difference in 2019, before COVID, between a Title I school that was a B school on the left-hand side and a non-Title I school on the right-hand side. We pretty much matched the sizes of the schools, so we didn't have the cell size interfering with these percentages. So there was about 50, a little more than 50 in each group. A few things are important. We can see that most of our quartile, lowest quartile, are non-proficient in both sides. But what is very apparent is that we have 90% in that Title I-B school on free and reduced lunch. That huge factor that affects all of this, is interrelated with all of this. And 71% of those students are ESE. That was a B school in 19 and an A school for the non-title. But then we flip forward to 21, because 21, that calculation changed again. In 21, that same Title I school became a D. And if it was graded, now remember, it wasn't graded, but if it had been, and look at the size of the number of students. Now we only have 26 and 20 students, because we only measured the 5th grade that had a prior score. The 4th grade did not have a prior score. Right? So you cut that cell size in half, or more than that, because kids moved. And you can see that we have larger percentages in the lowest quartile. The number on free and reduced is still super high. ESE was pretty much similar in both groups. But that cell size affected everything, and it hurt that Title I school for a myriad of factors more. But especially those high percentage of free and reduced lunch, but also because we had this tiny cell size of 5th grade. Now, none of this is excuses, but it's just the way the math worked. Hey.
I don't understand how we get these A schools with so few students at level 4 and 5. I mean,
This is the lowest quartile, that's why.
oh, it's the lowest quartile.
So next, I just wanted to show this because this is super important too. The way they define the lowest quartile and how it affects, and these are those same schools, again, looking at in 19 when the Title I school was B and the non-Title I was an A. I'm looking at the second lowest quartile. So you have the lowest group of kids and the next one up, right? So look at the numbers of kids in level 1 and 2 in that Title IB school, the second level up, right? So even in the second level up in our Title I schools, we have kids that aren't performing because they're lower to begin with. And when you look at the non-Title I school, you have less kids in that level 1 and 2. When they define lowest quartile is what I'm saying. You have the lowest of the low in the Title I school, but then you go up a quartile and you still have low students. So that's why that proficiency rate is affected more with a Title I school than a non-Title I school. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay. And again, you can see the numbers on free and reduced lunch. The ESC group is pretty much the same in this example, but that number on free and reduced lunch is really high at 90%, even in the second group up. Go to 2021, and we see similar things. Again, we got to remember this is only our 5th grade, but you can see how everything was affected. And you can also see that we have large numbers of kids in level 1 and 2 because even in our second higher quartile, they are not proficient there, where they are in a non-Title I school. And the poverty level is at 80% in this year versus 56. Okay, so that's enough. People will probably be yawning by now behind me. So I kind of summarize this. Challenges ahead, of course, obvious. We have to look at that lowest quartile in reading and math, but it is a very diverse group of students, large numbers of ESE students, large numbers of lowest performing students in that first and second quartile, that especially in Title I schools. And we are faced with additional challenges post-COVID, still recovering, preparing students to meet new standards that were just released pretty much. Preparing students to perform in their new assessments, which is yet to be defined. We have to disaggregate all the test specifications which haven't been released. And we have to train all of our instructional personnel on all these assessments and all the standards. And design a test environment, which is part of my job, to make sure that we have enough computers in the classroom to test, or in the labs to test everybody as we go back to computer-based testing. And hopefully minimize.
Because there will be no testing pencil and paper.
Correct. So several years ago, they decided to remove that. I mean, to give us paper and pencil and remove computer-based testing. They went around their schedule and changed it. So now some of the schools that always doing what's right for kids, are not using the labs for those purposes anymore. So now we're in the middle of taking inventory and making sure that we have enough testing space for everybody 3 times a year. Okay, so I just, at the end of this, wanted to see how responsive our district is, and although not so much always involved with choosing what interventions, I leave that to my esteemed colleagues, but looking at our strategic plan, it was very easy to see how responsive everybody was when putting it together. So for Goal 1, personalized learning and accelerating growth, we're putting in our MTSS processes, expanding pre-K, going earlier even to identify those students and to have them in our classrooms so that we can provide the support needed. Using and being strategic with ESSER dollars. Schools started Jumpstart programs for an adjusted day or after-school scheduling to provide additional hours of strategic instruction. And we instituted an attendance program at these sites. And this is a week or two old, this data. It's even better now. but we know that tutoring is operative at 36 schools. Strategic tutoring has been logged for 4,490 students, and that we have over 57,000 hours of additional instruction has been logged in attendance by the attendance program we put into place. We're providing ongoing high-level training in reading using research-based tools, which everyone discussed earlier, introducing a concept in a very strategic and all-encompassing way in PLCs. And then we're scheduling, as best we can, professional learning for reading and math for everybody in the best standards and the new assessments when we have that information. For Goal 2, we're looking at the whole child, supporting social emotional instruction with things like Character Strong and a myriad of other programs, professional learning opportunities on mental health for families and staff, positive behavioral intervention support, including MTSS on this side for the child, not purely academic, but more on behavioral through PBIS, tiers 1, 2, and 3, ensuring every school's PBIS plan includes social, emotional, and behavior tiered interventions, providing professional learning on relationships based on inclusion, dignity, and support, increasing the capacity using ESSER dollars for behavioral specialists, school psychologists, by creating these localized teams Deb's creating within the county to be better responders where they're needed, increasing the number of staff trained in youth mental health first aid. Goal 3, under Allison's goal, we're trying to recruit qualified and diverse applicants, maintain those collaborative relationships with foundations and universities to help us promote recruitment efforts, hosting and attending their job fairs, promoting exceptional employees' experience to keep folks here, our high-performing folks, supporting and leveraging technology, resources and tools to respond to our customer needs, refining a communication plan, competitive compensation and benefits plan, etc., and wellness programs. Goal 4, which was just presented, so everything from talking about how we're going to optimize digital communication to our focus groups, collaborating with volunteers and foundations, again, empowering parents as partners, which is a really big component, articulating volunteer and business partnerships, and then creating an intranet that allows our departments to manage pertinent information in a better and a secure way. And then finally, Goal 5, which you'll hear about, I think, at the next meeting or one thereafter, efficiency of operations, zero-based budgeting, standard operational procedures, which will go throughout all the departments, leadership courses for new administrators and our district staff desiring to become administrators, energy consultants to work with our design teams for energy savings, and this was interesting, food gardens for not only for us to use, but also as an educational tool, and a district-wide customer service culture. So, next one, what can we expect coming up right now? In 21-22, we had the FSA. We introduced, the state introduced a progress monitoring tool that we used for a while last year. And we used different ones this year, but the state had one. It was our last, that's going to be our last accountability pre-transition, will be the results this year. Next year, of course, the FSA is gone. We have this progress monitoring. They're calling it progress monitoring. It's really interim monitoring because it's going to be 3 times a year. And what I know about it, it's going to be fast. So what that means to me is less items. And less items is always less reliability. So we have to look at that test really carefully as it unfolds and see what is the best use for it. They can stop accountability at the state level, but I don't have any idea of what they're going to do with teacher evaluation in that respect. We haven't had word. And then they'll establish a new baseline. But just because it is paused doesn't mean they won't publish. So they do that, and to me, it's just the same. So whether it counts or not, it's still out there. Then the following year, 23-24, they're going to develop new cut scores and then return to accountability. And I think this is my second to last slide. But just so you can see, it's sort of a going back in time, what these tests are going to look like and how different they really are. Based on different standards, this new test will be 3 times a year. And since it's such, I mean, they say the first 2 aren't high stakes, but it's still a standardized test, and people will take it very seriously. It'll be all computer-based, and we don't know the timing. I don't know the type of responses yet. I don't know if there's a listening section, and I don't know if there's a separate writing test. They were still deciding that. And then accountability. So as I said, so assist, and this is the new Senate Bill 2223, school grades and district grades will be calculated based on this new tool. 2223, school grades and district grades will serve as a baseline information year, but of course they can't include learning gain. Or maybe they can if they take it from one of the 2 progress monitoring tests to the end. I don't know how that will look. And then, well, they said, I'm sorry, the next one is said that the initial school grading scale will be set in 2223. And it's going to be interesting because it's not going to be the same as you think. It's going to be based on how we performed on the FSA, giving us the same percentage of A's, B's, C's, and D's, which is something they do. But it's not really, I don't think it will really be meaningful until the following year. And as soon as we know more, we'll be glad to provide that. Thank you. So, any questions on that part?
I don't think so. Don't say anything, Shirley. Keep quiet. Quickly.
It was very interesting. You must have some.
This was helpful. This was helpful.
To see the difference between the scores from the FCAT to the FSA, to me, I think our kids were. I'm sorry. I think that it was interesting to see the difference between the FCAT and the FSA. I mean, here we were on FCAT, same kids, and then all of a sudden they dropped down because of the new test.
I mean, new standards, I would say, had a definite play in that.
And I also think there's some talk about math should just be about numbers. And I think this shows when you have that change in assessment where it says, you have 35 bugs in 5 containers, how many containers do you need? That shows that kids have a problem they have to solve and they have to use numbers to do it. And I actually think that that's more valuable for a child, learn how to solve a problem, than to say, all right, give me a multiple, to show what's 21 divided by 3. Give me a multiple calculation to show that. And I'm like, what do you want? And that's just plain numbers. It's not solving a problem. So I like word problems because it shows the kids how to solve a problem, not just come up with a number.
And the latter would be much more confusing for a lower functioning child, probably.
Thank you.
Thank you, Denise.
Okay.
Makes me a little angry, but thank you anyway. Since 2004, these tests have not been our friend. And I've had many, many parents who have said, no test for my children. And I used to think that was pretty radical. I don't even think that's radical anymore. I used to think, their views were radical, but, they really aren't. Makes some sense. So next up, we're going to have Millie Wheeler. Welcome, Millie. Thank you. And Denise Cantalupo continue with us talking about student mobility. Not busing, right?
No. Vlad, do you want to put up the other one? The charter school one? And this will be brief. Several weeks ago, I was asked to answer basically these 2 questions. I think it's up there. It's not up there yet. Okie doke. I don't think this works. It's short. I promise I won't keep you there long. Basically, these 2 questions. So how many students transferred from our charter private schools to traditional K-12, and how did they do? And then the reverse, how many students transferred from traditional our K-12 schools to charter and private schools, and how did they perform? So in order to do this kind of calculation, it seems real simple, but you have to set some parameters about it. So I want to just tell you the parameters we use to answer the question. So starting at a traditional Sarasota County school and then transferring to a charter or private, which means to us that they began the 21-22 school year, SCS traditional, and we're looking at the most recent charter to a private school. That doesn't mean they didn't bounce around a little bit, but we're in a charter the most recently. And then if they started at a charter private and transferred to one of ours, they began 21-22 at a charter and then transferred most recently into a traditional school. Parameters. So traditional school, I'm talking about our public schools that are not charters. Charter private includes all Sarasota County charter schools, private schools, homeschools, scholarship students, family empowerment, and John McKay. When I talk about out-of-district or state, I include all students who enrolled into Sarasota but came from either out-of-state or county. And most recent transfer means what I just said, that they could have been multiple places but then ended up where we picked them up and measured them. So one of the things we wanted to see is there was a particular month where we saw these transfers happening back and forth. So January is, well, we see from a traditional to a charter, maybe early, which means that there may have been some sort of oddness in where they enrolled. They may have gone to their districted school and then said, oh, I'm going to a charter. But we first caught them at a traditional districted school, meaning they could have come in late. In January, we see the biggest move, and that's pretty much purposeful, because we don't want students moving, if we can help it, in between the semesters. We want them to finish one semester before they go to the next, especially at high school. So January is the month where we see most, and we were good with that. And then the next slide, oh, is this, that's the wrong, that's not the PowerPoint of my drive. Right? Did you take it off the drive? Oh, yes, it is. It's 286. Okay. I thought a number was wrong. Okay, so when we look at from charter schools transferred to an SES traditional school, we had 286 students, 3% that did that. We have about 10,871 charter students at the time the data was pulled. So you can see here the characteristics of that. 2% of them transferred during survey week. And this is something that we've tried to keep in check, because there was a time when right around survey week, we started seeing things shuffle, and we don't want to do that anymore. And we've pretty much, through Millie's help, trying to pin that down, because a child is counted in school grade if they are at that school for 2 points in time. So if you start moving them during the surveys, they are removed from school grade. And we didn't want any kind of funny business going around with moving kids that were discipline problems or so forth. 30%, again, during January they transferred. Most of the kids were in PK5, 10% with at least 1 day of OSS, 4% with at least 1 day of OSS. And another thing that I think we've really set the tone for is that every child, no matter where they decide to go, we're not moving them just if there's due process hasn't been done with behavioral issues. So we're really monitoring that if any school is trying to move one child to another, unless it's absolutely for other reasons we have to do it. We want everybody to go through due process at their home school before they move to another, whether that be charter or traditional. Of the 113 students who took the FSA, 46% or 52 of those kids were proficient, and more than that, 54% were not. So the next page, you'll see the kids that were in, 741 kids that went 2%, pretty much similar to the other, that went from traditional school and they transferred to a charter. But this 2% is out of 40,712 kids that were polled. You can see similar things. You know, we're trying to keep kids not transferring during the surveys. Most went in January. High numbers, higher in percentages here, in students grade 9 through 12, which is a difference from the other. Like similar numbers in OSS and ISS, again, because we try to do due process. And 25% of those 741 were from out of state originally. So of the 392 kids who took the FSA, 54% of them were level 3 or above, and 46%, the exact opposite, of which went from charter to hours.
Are we keeping those numbers from now on? Are we keeping
We can
up with
easily, we can do so, yes, just to
I
keep
think-
an eye on it
yeah, I
and
think
to
we
make
need-
sure that we don't have
Because we've-
unnecessary transition.
We've always had a couple of charter schools that would get rid of kids right after the February count, which means they got paid for them the whole year, and then they dropped them back to us. They're still doing that.
And
I know
we'll be-
specifically who two are.
And we'll be keeping tabs on each of the schools. Millie's watching. Any questions on that? It's a good question, good questions to answer and keep an eye on.
This is very helpful. Thank
Okay.
you. Very, very
Okay.
helpful.
Okay, well, thank you.
Hearing none? Thank you. We are eventually getting to the end of the line with our elongated comment and meeting today. The next step is the superintendent's contract. The superintendent is about to enter his third year of his contract. Does it seem like you've been here that long? It does. I know I asked you something about St. Johns County once, and you said you didn't remember. So I'm guessing that it may seem that you've been here longer than almost 2 years.
It's gone by quickly.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. But this contract will, or could be changed before before it ends. I think that's the changing of the contract would be something for the new board in November, December, whenever. But there was just not a lot in here about raises and compensation. So I wanted to have a discussion about that today, and that is the purpose of this section, is to talk about the base salary and, in fact, relative to an overall evaluation rate, if effective or higher on the evaluation completed by the board on or about the previous June, the superintendent may receive a salary increase as determined in the sole discretion of the board. So that's what we're going to talk about, and I think that Dr. Asplund is received a high-performance evaluation at his last evaluation. We are waiting, and probably the next contract should reflect that, should say that we, depending on how soon they can get the scores back to us for our next year, we would want to wait until we have those scores before we evaluate him this next time. So we're looking perhaps at in the fall, August or in the fall. But I just wanted to open that up for some discussion at this point. And don't all of you push the button at the same time, but Bridget?
Thank you. Well, there's a couple things here, and I know we've talked about this, and we've been here for a long day, and this is an important discussion. From the priority standpoint, I think that we talked about last time as we needing to amend this from the evaluation, given that we would be waiting for whether I'm just going to use the first Tuesday in September. I'll just use that hypothetically because we don't know when the dates are when they come back. But so that we are, and assuming that's mutually agreed upon, the board, that can be amended so that the board shall evaluate the superintendent striking June 30th of, said date to the first, I don't know what would be more appropriate, the first Tuesday in September, or if you want to put before September 10th, whatever, something to that effect, so that we're following the contract. Because if we were to evaluate it right now, and at least just hearing what my colleagues had said as well, pursuant to what the language is now, we wouldn't have the scores back for this year. So I thought that we need to do that before June 30th to be in compliance. So that would have to be drafted and then proposed. I think that would be from a priority standpoint. And then discussing the other avenues, I just wanted to put that in as what I thought one of the key goals of today would be, in given the time.
Shirley?
Well, yeah, I think there's two areas that we have to look for. One of them is under A, the base salary, that, we should have addressed that, because this is for this current year, the base salary, should it
Correct.
be adjusted, is a question we need to ask. Normally, what we had been doing is, giving administrators somewhere in the neighborhood of what we gave our employees. And I know it wasn't that long ago, but maybe somebody knows what that percentages was we gave our administrators.
5.25%.
And did that include the 0.5%? And what would that amount be if we gave that same amount to the superintendent in a dollar amount figure? If somebody could give us that. And then the other one is the performance pay. It was such a strange time with the COVID and everything, that we never set performance goals.
We did not. We don't have anything in this particular contract that stipulates those.
So we didn't set up performance goals for the current year, nor did we set up performance goals for the coming year.
Correct.
So, I mean, I would think we probably, let's see what the one goals were, but and I just don't even know what to say about the performance goals, but I would think that there would be two different things. There would be the base salary goal, and maybe that's where we ought to be looking at it this year, is the base salary. This is what we should have given him in July 1st going forward. And then, and I would imagine we'll have to look at either whether we're going to go on a base salary or a performance for beginning July 1 of 2022.
Well, the base salary is, in the first year was commencing.
215. Oh, I guess I could have pulled my calculator out too.
Through 2020 through 2021 of June 30th. So he came in 2020. So he's been here almost 2 years.
Do we add that $2,000 that he also earns us the special qualification salary, or does
No.
that not part
That
of
he
the
gets
base?
that regardless, so I don't.
Yeah, he gets that regardless,
That
but when
part
we
of his
calculate the increase, do we calculate the increase on the 215 base or the 215 plus the 2,000 from doing the FADs? That's
Well,
another.
let's talk to our illustrious Mitzi Corcoran about this.
Good afternoon. In the past, the superintendent's pay raises were always based on only the base. Any of the other items, the performance bonuses, of course, by their name are a bonus, so they're one time. If there's additional certifications obtained by the superintendent, which Dr. Asplin has done, they receive a $2,000 stipend per year for that particular item, but it isn't included in the base in terms of pay raise calculations and salaries. So, and you had asked what the amounts were. So at 5.25%, the superintendent's base salary would go from $215 to $226, $287.50. And at 5.75%, because of the extra 0.5%, it would be $227, $362.50.
I'm sorry, what would it be? Oh, you're giving me the total amount. All right.
Yeah, they're new.
With the extra 5%.
Oh, he didn't get that extra 5%?
He didn't yet.
The 0.5%, no. That
Okay.
He's gotten nothing since he started working for us. That's the point I'm making. 227, I'm sorry.
So at 5.75%, the new base salary for the superintendent, I know he's very embarrassed about all of this, is $227, $362.50. So you can split, you can split the baby.
So that's 5.75%.
Correct.
And that's with the previous 5%, 0.5%, along with the administrators have received, which was 5.25, for a total of 5.75%. Which brings us to 227, 352.50.
And then we're talking about too is not always doing a percent, but a dollar amount.
Correct.
you know, I would like to propose a $12,000 raise.
Which is kind of where we are.
So it would be 227 even.
Bridget.
Just so want to go back just as we look ahead. So I agree, again, if you read through this, and I know there was a lot of chaos, but as a board, we just have to, as we look ahead, we have to follow the contract and the rules and putting goals in place. I know last time I feel like we're having the same conversation over and over again. So if I recall, and I can go back and watch the tape, we utilized the initial 90-point plan as we evaluated for our evaluation. There was no further discussion about raises. But then you moving into this year, wanting to align the evaluation to the strategic plan, which we have completed the strategic plan probably, I want to say February may have been when we voted on it. So we are behind the ball, but I think these are conversations we've had, and it's not a best practice, but as you come in as a superintendent and guiding that ship and utilizing the strategic plan, I'm just trying to rehash here. So as far as how we move forward, we can make a motion about the raises and amend it for the evaluation so that the contract says, September, et cetera, to do the evaluation. But what I want to make sure we are much more concise on the evaluation for 22, 23. As we move to do that evaluation, that should trigger right on that, starting on to the whole next year. Because we're there already.
I
and
agree.
Especially as we go into, as Dr. Cantalupo, it was timely, and I know Dr. Aspen, we've talked about this a little bit too, is with the new evaluation, one piece being scores. I mean, there's a number of other elements. And so there's pending information on there. However, and this again is up to the board. This is something I had mentioned to the superintendent of saying, well, even if we don't know how they're going to be assessing it, surely proficiency is what, we're looking at that as an area, and we're looking at learning gains. And so as a board, if we don't have a very clear direction on what the state and how that evaluation is, I believe we as a board, so that we don't end up too far gone again, that we could stipulate those and make sure again that that's something that the superintendent agrees upon as well as we move into the next year, because I think it's completely unfair to the superintendent, it's unfair to the boards, overall. But it is where he is. It is where he is. It is where we are. And those are the things I want to make sure we knock out in whatever timing based on legal and what the other board members think.
One of the other pieces of this is, when would this be effective? If in fact we do give him a raise today, is this effective today? Is this retroactive back to the beginning of last year, as it is with other administrators? So those are the issues that I have as well. Karen?
Thank you. Have we, Dr. Asplund, evaluated all of our teachers for this year, or are we in the process? And all of our administrators, will they receive an evaluation before year end, meaning school year end? By June 30th. That's the differentiation for me. I was in favor of postponing the evaluation. I'm looking at the contrast to us I can see the automatic part of the percent that we're doing automatically for staff, but looking initially, I'm somewhat perplexed that we decided to postpone an evaluation without having this dialogue and how it compares. And I apologize, because this probably is uncomfortable for you, as someone mentioned, but I would like to stay consistent. And if we're going to look at raises that are not attached to performance and they're just automatic, I would hope that they were connected to evaluations. And having said that, are there any teachers in our district that were non-renewed, or administrators?
Oops.
Not names, just do they exist?
They exist. I just have to get the numbers for you. I don't have those in
It's
front of me.
just looking to see if
They-
they exist.
they do
So I'm
exist.
just looking at how we traditionally package, how we do things in a fashion that makes sense to our community. And I want to be cautious with that.
Well, I would just say that I understand exactly what you're saying, but we did evaluate and then did nothing with the evaluation for the superintendent, and he did receive a good evaluation. So I'm basing anything that I'm saying today on that evaluation that we've already given to him last year.
May I?
Yes.
Good point. I can rationalize that point and have it make sense across the board in our district. Did we give raises last year to staff and administrators based on everyone getting an evaluation and Dr. Asplund didn't get one? Is that what you're saying?
Well, and as you know, Karen, so evaluations for teachers, employees, everybody happens around April, May, June.
Right.
And then it's negotiated kind of after the fact, and that's why it retros back to August 1st. And so that evaluation that I had at the end of, or at the beginning of July or last summer was sort of like everybody else's. And then it was negotiated, and everybody, I believe, has received their prorated or whatever it was. All the way back to August 1st, everybody has received that at this time, right? And so if you decide to give me a raise, then that would align with what we just did for the rest of the group. Then this evaluation that happens this summer, or right now before June 30th, then that's again, we'd have to wait till the next compensation cycle.
Well, I guess I'm not in sync with what you're saying, because what I felt like Mrs. Goodwin was saying, that in the 2021 school year, we evaluated you, and please correct me if I'm wrong, for the 2021 school year.
Right.
We completed that evaluation.
Right.
And the staff and administrators, did they get a raise for the 2021 school year?
Yes, and they just got it in February,
Okay,
and it was retro back to August 1st.
okay.
Because it wasn't decided until January, I believe.
I want to clarify just one thing.
Please.
So and this doesn't have to do with raises, but this has to do with the evaluation cycle. So, and you'll probably remember, when we do the Pride, we do it by the end of the year, right? But then we have to wait until the scores come in to do any kind of student growth calculation. So that final evaluation for teachers is really late October the following year. And right now, we're doing the administrator evaluations, but they too will be incomplete until we have all of those growth calculations done. I just wanted to
Correct.
let you know that.
But those evaluations, once we do those, and correct me if I'm wrong, as I'm trying to make sense of all this, are eventually attached to performance pay.
Well, that's where you lose me,
The
because I
growth,
send it
the-
over.
the
But yes, I
scores.
mean, you have to wait until that's completely done before, if they're going to do any
But
differentiation
that
of pay,
exists, and it is
you would have to
attached
wait.
pay.
But we
Yes,
don't know.
no?
we
I
did
need
not
the
have-
finance lady here.
We did not have differentiation of pay or of salary increases in any of our administrators. They all received the same thing. I personally have always been against that, but, that's my philosophy.
When it comes to the teacher evaluation, though, when we get their final scores for 21-22's year, that will be what would be used to determine highly effective
Right.
for raises in the 22-23 school year.
Okay, thank you.
Tom?
So in terms of trying to decipher all of this as well, it wasn't until maybe about 6 weeks ago when I had a conversation with Mrs. Corcoran that it became apparent that we had not compensated Dr. Asplund after we had the evaluation, which in the world, almost the whole world, when that happens, compensation usually is right with it. So what I am now trying, or would like to propose to the board, is because I'm hearing more things sort of become criteria. If we have supposedly an evaluation form somewhere. I haven't seen the most recent draft of it that matches the strategic plan. And now what I'm hearing is that in order to provide an evaluation, we'd like to see the FSA scores in conjunction. So it would have to be after, and where I'm trying to get to is, can we come up with a standardized contract for a superintendent that this is what we would propose to any superintendent. This is how you would come on board. This is when you will be evaluated. This is when your raises will be, and so forth and so on. And then work backwards for poor Dr. Asplin, who has to sit through this process while we get to that place.
Dr. Asplin? You were next.
Oh, I think I already spoke to the. Well, what I did want to say was, and thank you, Denise. Denise and I have been working on the evaluation. We have an evaluation which is obviously different than last year, because last year was based on the 90-day, and then this year we made it based on the strategic plan, and we have all the information in there, and so we're finalizing that we can get that out to you. The raise that we're talking about was based on last year's evaluation.
Yeah.
Now we're about to have this year's evaluation, and we wouldn't even probably talk raise until all the scores come in and we do what we do with the teachers like we normally do, unless you want to do it differently for the superintendent, which has nothing to do then with what happens with the teachers and administrators, and figure out how you want it. Then that would be choosing another date and working it that direction. But if we want to work it like the whole system works, then we'd have to wait every year about 4 months after the evaluation.
If I may. I would suggest that we have to address the compensation issue from the last evaluation, and that should be a topic that we can have, discuss, and resolve, and then set up for what will be for the next school year. And I think we can have them pretty close together so that moving forward, the contract is in place, all of when it is, the timing, all the concepts. I keep hearing that traditionally, that's the part that I'm still missing from this contract. So I'd like to get all of that put into fixing what we have to do with Dr. Asplin now and be ready for September with the contract, the evaluation, the raise moving forward. So there's two things, two items.
And that was my intention, is that looking at this contract, changes need to be made. Dan and I have had conversation, and the superintendent, on numerous occasions since I took over as chair, but we were waiting to see what we were doing with everyone else and how it all shook out with our union negotiations and so forth. And then between all the other stuff that's going on, it kind of got moved and moved and moved. Dr. Asplin has put together a list of things that he has done that he thinks are significant since that evaluation even, but I think we need to get those distributed as well. But I would still like to go ahead and in the next board meeting, next couple board meetings, I'd like to get this approved for this and then work on the new additions or changes to the contract with perhaps something in that contract about these other pieces, like a performance pay issue or any special qualifications or anything else. But anybody wants to do, we'll all do this together and we'll all negotiate it, just like playing poker. We'll all say, this is my deal and this is somebody else's. But I don't want to be branded as being the contract maven again. But in any rate, I think that it is time we did this. I think for the benefit of Dr. Asplin, we want him to stay here for a long time. I want him to stay here. I can make that I statement, but I want to make sure that we revise this appropriately. But go ahead and don't penalize him for that. I mean, he may want to take a trip, go somewhere or whatever, and this money may come in handy. So I want to go ahead and give him a raise. So is everybody
I will go back to are you calling me? I was cued.
You are definitely up next, Shirley, yes.
I'll go back to what I said earlier and maybe clarify it. We were supposed to look at a salary increase beginning July 1, 2021, according to his contract. And I say that we add to the base salary $12,000. So the base salary will go to $227 beginning July 1, 2021 to June 30. Well, I guess until we make the change, but that would be his base salary. His annual base salary would be $227, and the performance, we gave him a performance, but we didn't have performance goals. That's why I say it goes to his base salary, because he was given a high evaluation, but we didn't have specific things to put it on. So I would say we add it to the base salary unless somebody has something else. And I think it needs to be retroactive to July 1st, just what our employees were. And that's what I would like to propose we put on the agenda. And the other things that we need to look out and how we say it, to be looking at those performance goals and changing those dates on that performance goal. You know, and maybe it is just in the year starting July 1, would it be 2021 or 2022? You know, we'll have somebody come up with those numbers, but I'm not
Well,
willing
what
to
we
look
need
at
to
those.
do-
But I think,
Yeah.
and that's where what I'd like to do is say $12,000 beginning July 1, which is very close to in line with what the employees receive.
Which is July 1 of 2021.
2021, yes.
Then we move forward with cleanup of this contract immediately, if not sooner, with our legal counsel and Dr. Asplin to make sure that it relates to what we're going to do, which is to evaluate him this fall along with some criteria.
Yes.
Is that okay? Do you understand that, Dan?
Yes.
Thank you. We have a deadline of doing this before the end of June. So we'll have this for our next, hopefully not this long, workshop. How's that? Can we do that, Dan? Can we have this in June?
Yes.
You're not going to Europe tomorrow or anything? Anything? Good. Karen?
So clarification that we are looking at a raise reflecting the 2021 school year per an evaluation that was completed as highly effective at the end of that 2021 school year. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm good with that.
Bridget?
I just I think we got the raise part taken care of. I think Blake, we all sound like we're on the same page. I want to just move, so separating that, check that box. I know Mrs. Rose mentioned something about maybe not delaying it to the 30th. I'm actually indifferent. I just thought we talked about school grade, not school grades, but FSA scores, etc. But I do want to be fair that this is, when we talk about the whole contract, there are definitely some areas that could be worked on in this. In my mind, just from an administrative standpoint that we've clearly outlined, there was a lot of differentials. But to be fair to the superintendent, I just want to make sure you would like to also, because it's renewing a whole contract process, and we got to be fair that if that's something you are acceptable to. I mean, yes? I just don't want to leave you out of it because it's a mutually agreed upon contract, so.
Well, and part of it, in number 4, that you all need to make a decision by June 30th, going by this contract as far as a renewal. And then
Yeah.
if so, then that's where Dan and I, and I guess the chair would work together on what that renewal looks like. And you're right, there's quite a bit of language that probably needs to be shifted, changed, especially dates and that kind of thing at that point in time.
But I would say if there is something specifically, Bridget, that you want to see in that, would you please get with Dan and let him know that sooner rather than later so that we can incorporate that? Anyone who wants to make some changes to the contract can do so and work accordingly.
May I follow up? I from a substantive standpoint, it's more or less our processes to
Yes.
follow and align with the contract is really what I'm more concerned about
Okay.
right now.
Okay.
And then whether or not we keep the stop at June 30th or for future contracts, or if we are going to entertain it moving to October. And so those are the only, and not to have a whole overhaul, because
No, I think what you're saying too, which I think is a good point, is this contract was really written for 3 years. And
Yes.
so that next year is really the third year. So are we talking about revision for the one after that if you decide to extend, or are we talking about the one next year?
I think this is a renewal of this contract, but
renewal
editing
of
it so
this
that we're
one, yeah.
compliant upon a contract, right? With the June 30th, and then making sure then in process-wise, as a board, after June 30th, when we move into the 21, 22, 23 year with this, with the evaluation, all those things, so everything's lining up so that we're not behind the ball anymore. 'Cause
I think we have a new tool for evaluation. We have a new date for the evaluation, and then you all are all set. Shirley and I will be moving onward, and everybody will be all set for continuing with that at that time.
So I guess my point then, if the tool we need to discuss as a board, but I know you're bringing that forward, and that any amendments that need to be made in order to do that, I think are where we were talking about.
Karen?
So are we looking at amending this contract for renewals to be included that are in line with the evaluation? Or are you suggesting renewals before the evaluation? That's the part, the new part that you're discussing that I'm not getting a clear, because to me, it all needs to be together as a package, because we're not doing you any favors or ourselves by separating it out.
Well, help me, but tell me if I'm the wrong way. But what I say is we have a separate issue now of this raise, which will go on as soon as we can on a board agenda in new business. Okay,
agreed.
that's done. We've agreed on $12,000 to be commence on July of 2021, based on the last evaluation. What I see us doing is revising this contract and going forward with a new contract for a 3-year period or a 4-year period. You all decide. I don't know. I'm still a question mark on that, because is it? And I think it should be that we evaluate in the fall so that we do have what we need. Because I'm not so sure they're going to get it to us faster. They've talked about that for what, at least 6 years, and that didn't happen. So moving the evaluation to the fall, a new instrument of evaluation, and new changes to the contract relative to those dates and some of the issues of performance.
So you are saying, if I may, to
Yes,
follow up on
certainly may.
an answer to my question, you are saying to renew the contract right now in this immediate time frame. Your proposal is for 3 to 4 years without an evaluation.
Well,
The contract says, under item 4, renewal option, on or before June 30th, 2022, the superintendent and the board shall have the right to exercise one of the following. And the options are, we can extend the contract through June 30th, 2024.
right.
So that's, we'll have it next year and the year after. Not 3 years, but the 1 year. And I'm hearing we want to make some amendments to that contract if we renew it. The other option would be, another option is that the board omit taking any action, and it expires in 2023. But we don't want that. We want to. I'm sorry. Some of us want to see at least amendments made to the contract, or he can request that we don't amend it. But the most that we can renew it for, under my reading of this,
Yes.
is we can extend it for 1 more year.
Yes.
May I?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I realize that's what the contract indicates. The contract, if I'm correct, and may not be, also stated that we would evaluate him before that time. So we chose, as a board, we all agreed to actually amend the contract already. So my suggestion is to put everything in line, is to amend it for the evaluation to be aligned to the renewal, and just postpone the renewal the same way we postponed the evaluation, of which we've already done. We've already changed and amended the contract, if I'm correct. I thought we agreed to that.
Well, I guess I can call on Shirley next. Are you finished, Karen?
I am, thank you.
The contract says we have to renew it by July 30th, 2022. We're choosing to renew and amend. It can be amended afterwards. We surely can amend it to say that the performance goals and a performance raise comes at a different time. The performance raise does not have to start July 1. There's a base salary and there's a performance salary. And there's a contract. But the contract says we must make a vote on renewing the contract for another year on July 30th, 2022. And we can't uniformly change that because we're only one party of the contract. And personally, I don't want to be changing that. This is what the contract says. So I think that before June 30th, we vote to either renew or not renew, and we take the vote to do the amendments that Bridget has discussed or other people might discuss, that we want to change the evaluation time for the performance goals. Performance goals and performance salary increase is different than the base salary. So we are behind the 8 ball that we never increased his salary that we should have done a year ago or at the beginning of this year. So we need to do that. It has nothing to do with this contract except that we should have done it. Any changes we make to the contract are going forward. So I go back to what we've all said. I've offered the $12,000 out there. If somebody wants to offer something else or whatever, change that, fine. But I think under the terms of the contract, we need to pay him something beginning July 1, 2021. And we need to take action on whether we're renewing the contract for another year. And if we want to amend the contract for the performance goals issues, we could do it at that same time or a later time. I mean, perhaps our lawyer can, am I explaining that correctly?
Frankly, no.
Okay.
So I think respectfully, you're all getting caught up in what you think your legal requirements are. The reality is you have very few legal requirements, okay? You can do virtually anything you want here. You have 2 willing parties, okay? And you want to compensate him and you want to alter the contract in ways that both parties agree to do. Do whatever you want to do. I'll figure out how to make it happen.
Tom?
I'm going to let Dr. Aspman speak before.
I just wanted to add one other thing. In an effort to, not sure exactly what you guys wanted, in an effort to put this together, Denise and I, we did put together the evaluation, and there's evidence there that's listed. There's 10 different standards, per se, that are on the evaluation.
Yep.
There's evidence on the evaluation. Then separately, because I was trying to read the contract and understand it, then separately, she made a performance-based on the strategic plan metrics, those North Star metrics. She made that as a separate item, thinking that we would probably do the evaluation before the 30th and then use the metrics sheet once the scores came in for the performance pay part. Not saying that I want any more money. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it was looked at as 2 different things. You have the superintendent's evaluation, which is the 10 standards, and we have that. And then the other, which is the performance pay thing with this $15,000 that sits out there, and she made 15 different items associated with the strategic plan so that you could look at that in August if you wanted to. So what I'm saying is that's all available. I'm not sure how you want to do it or what you want to do with it, but we have it available and you can use it how you wish.
Okay, so as simply as Mr. DeLeo presented, I am on the page of making sure that Dr. Aspman is compensated from July 21 retro, and that whatever, if it's a single document that extends the June 30th and cures June 30th and moves everything to the fall, which is where we want the new contract to be. That would be all of the new evaluations, any new compensation, the renewal of the contract, all of that should be a new document. Is that my understanding, Mr. DeLeo?
I can do that.
Okay, that to me is the simplest way, just to cure the June 30th issue in short and sweet, and then have a brand new situation starting in the fall that aligns all of what we want lined up. All the scoring, all of the evaluations to the strategic plan, so forth and so on. Does that we're all on that page? Okay, so then I would say that, well, I'm sorry, maybe Mrs. Brown isn't, but I would like to give a self-imposed deadline for both of these things for the board till they are on an agenda and voted on once we resolve the last piece.
Well, can't we do this in June before we get started on the new year? See, these things
Yes.
get postponed. Everything gets postponed
The
because we
sooner
have
the
so
better.
much on our plate. The sooner we get this, the better. June 14th is the next workshop, but the last of June is the board meeting that I think we should vote on this. And
Kathy, do you know the date for the last board meeting in June?
must be the 21st or 2nd.
Okay.
I have a question. The performance goals that were presented,
Next
those
up-
are for what you're looking at from July 1 for the current year. I mean, I don't know. Are we looking at a base salary increase plus a performance increase for 2021?
I'm trying to interpret the contract just like you're trying to interpret it. And I'm not asking for more. I'm just saying I think that's what it says, but I'm not saying that we have to catch more.
You're
That's why I
right.
split. That's why I split it up.
The contract actually does talk about a base salary and a performance salary. But I was saying, since we didn't bother coming up with a decent performance goals, that we just added it to the base, unless somebody wanted to say we do base plus performance.
Performance thing that Dr. Aspman talked about, he and Denise working on, I think would fit nicely into this contract. So that's what I think we already have. We just haven't, any of us reviewed it yet. But I would like to put this thing to bed by the end of June so that you all don't have, as school starts, and gosh knows what else starts, we don't have this to deal with again. And we just go through and do the evaluation in the fall, and that becomes the normal time the instrument takes place, and it's a whole new contract and has new dates and new performance evaluation relative to our strategic plan, which we always talked about. So that's the way I think it would work. Bridget?
Yeah, no, I think you summed it up nicely, and I think even to go into where you're talking about for the 21-22 school year, if we were going to be compliant to this contract and you wanted to add a performance pay for that prior year, we would have it that way. But again, my goal, and I think where Mr. Edwards had said, and I agree, is that moving forward, like we gotta just steer it so it is September, whatever, fall. It's very clear, it's very explicit. We take care, as on June 21st, we take care of the compensation for the 2021 school year, and then we move everything over to the fall, moving forward hunky-dory, because there has been a lot of moving parts even from the superintendent's end to be able to even identify goals, because wanting to make it aligned to the strategic plan. So I think that's the only part where it's a little bit off, but moving forward, knowing what that is, setting those goals, evaluating accordingly, I think will be fine, and I don't believe we would be any breach of contract because they've been mutually discussed up here. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement. You know, from a legal perspective, again, you have a lot of latitude, but what I would want to see is that there are clear performance standards of the kind that have been discussed here, that they're mutually agreed, that they're in Section 5B related to performance pay, and that the board is on the same page about whether they're using the special qualification in C, which is the third element of the compensation. those are the kinds of issues related to comp in Section 5 of this contract I'd like the board to be on the same page about, and of course, the superintendent as well.
Karen?
Thank you. Relative to the, we've agreed upon a raise for the 2021 school year retroactive based on the already completed 2021 evaluation. In my question with that piece, the proposal of the 12,000 for transparency of where we are currently in the dialogue process, what percentage is that 12,000? Okay.
It's between the 525 and the 575.
Yeah, it's not quite
I just rounded it down.
Thank you. I just wanted a ballpark of so that we
And I think
were
I would guess maybe 5.5.
doing comparables with what we've done for the rest of the district, and it's clear. Thank you.
The other thing I want to say is thank you all very much. I really appreciate that. And Dan and I will get together and we'll knock that out.
Well, I just want to say, that we appreciate you. And sometimes things get rough. We want to make sure that you stay. I mean, that's all we'd need right now is to have to do a search for superintendent. I will tell you that I'm involved from a bystander in some searches that are going on in the state, and they're not going so well. Believe me, they're not going so well. So, I mean, a lot of people are not available or not coming to the table. And we've had, Bill Munford told me a week or so ago that we had 67 superintendents who have left the state of Florida as superintendent in the last 5 years. That's a lot.
Would you repeat that?
67 superintendents in the state of Florida have left the state as a superintendent in the last 5 years. That's one for.
Well, we've got 67 districts, but some of them have had more than one.
Multiple.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. So you are doing a great job for us, and we thank you, and we want to show you attention and appreciation.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Bridget?
Just as we move to the June 21st board meeting for the compensation piece, the only other part not related to performance is C, as Mr. DeLeo mentioned, the special qualification salary. The superintendent shall receive an annual performance salary incentive from the, so long as the superintendent has successfully completed the phases of the program as described, which is the superintendent certification. Is that, and you've completed that? Have you had time? Okay.
That if you remember, I had, in my first year, there were those 5 classes.
Right.
Training.
I thought so, but it was some time ago, so I want to make sure that we.
Yeah, I completed that. That was phase 1, and that was the $2,000. But I have not begun phase 2, and it has started, but I told them I didn't want to start right now because there's so much going on. I didn't have time.
Okay.
I'm just spending all my time here doing my job. And they said, that's fine. When you feel like you're able to at some point, just let us know and we'll have you join in to phase 2. But
okay.
I don't see it happening right now.
With our turnover, there will be more classes.
Yeah.
For the board's edification, that is, the special qualification is based upon a particular Florida statute. There are several governing superintendents, and this one is really geared toward elected superintendents to make sure that they have a certain sort of CLE requirement and get certain standards. So it may be ill-suited to do. I think looking at, for example, the time commitment and the ability to do both phases, there are alternatives to that if you're interested. You're not locked into that. So just so you know that.
Yeah, that is a concern. Elected are a concern from time to time. All right. So if there's nothing else in this area, we'll move on and get on this so that we can make sure that we're ready for the second board meeting in June, and we'll go forward with our first issue, which is the increase in salary. So I think that ends the majority of what we were talking about today. I appreciate all of you sitting here and not having lunch. I apologize for that. But at any rate, the only thing that I had was this community agency committee representative liaison. Do all of you have this? I think that probably the new board, there'll be great changes when we leave, so I don't know if we need to make any changes to that. I will tell you all that as far as the Fair Board is concerned, you all know that when we changed our schedule, the schedule was changed and the Fair Board meets at the time our second Tuesday, third Tuesday school board meeting is held. So I did resign from the Fair Board. But Tripp Jennings, I'm hoping, will be on the Fair Board instead of one of us, because Tripp is in charge of all the agricultural programs and the way they are aligning with Sarasota High School, with the farm at McIntosh, and with the technical college. He's eminently qualified and would be a great fit for our more in student involvement, which we're really hoping. So that's a process that they're going through, but just wanted to mention that to you all. Shirley?
I'd like to see perhaps that we get information about incident reports. We're notified when something happens, off school grounds, if or a student is in a car accident or somebody is shot or killed that had nothing to do with school. But we get these emails from parents who said, "Oh, so-and-so, there were overdoses at that school and nobody did anything," or there was sex going on in that bathroom and nobody did anything. I do believe that we have to have incident reports that we report to the state, but I would like to be notified, maybe not on a daily basis, but on a monthly basis of certain incidents, like how many kids were Baker acted or attempted suicide, drug overdoses, and when they're in school, out of school, and where they're drugs or weapons or battery on a student, battery on a teacher. I would imagine those things are in there, but perhaps on a monthly basis that you send that to us by school, and I think you already do that.
Yeah, we can put that together each month and send that to you, yes.
And then we can just talk to you on a one-to-one if there is. Okay.
I can give it to you in the one-on-ones, and then we can.
Thank you.
Yep.
Is that all under assessor? Is it all? Is it, because I was just looking up.
Yes, the major infractions are under assessor and go to the.
So we're already aggregate to your point.
We have that. We can just pull it together pretty quickly each month.
I agree. Thank
Karen?
The committee sheet that you held up, I'm listed for the Juvenile Justice Committee that I'd very much like to participate in. I know Mrs. Tompkins wasn't able to locate where that was or what it was, and that the superintendent's administrative assistant is looking into it, but I would like to participate. I'd like to say for the record, no one's been able to indicate what that is, and perhaps COVID had something to do with it, and it wasn't meeting, but I would like to be involved in that very much so.
Caroline Zucker is still involved, not as a school board member, but as a citizen. I know at the state level, maybe I will ask her who we need to talk to. Thank you. Anything else? Are we serious? Well, what a great long day. See you all here Friday at 3:00 for a board meeting that will be continued from last week at that time. We're adjourned.